Ruby Mayhem, Vyranov Bratva, Book 1, by Lisa Lovell. Everything in this world has a price tag, even my innocence. That's what my father thought when he sold my V-card to the highest bidder. So much for that romantic first time with Prince Charming. But I give in. $1 million and a chance to escape the country, far away from my toxic family. I thought I knew what to expect. Some old rich guy who thinks he can have anything he wants. But nothing could have prepared me for Kirill Vyranov. Because Kirill Vyranov is not some old rich guy. Sure, he may be twice my age, and so rich he could pave his driveway with solid gold bricks. Sure, he's the most gorgeous man I ever laid eyes on. But he's also the most bloodthirsty Bratva boss on the planet. So, I freak out and make a run for it. But Kirill didn't pay millions just to let me go. Oh no! He paid so that he can bend me over his knees, claiming every drop of my innocence over and over again. He paid so that he can savor every inch of me, making me his forever. And as much as I hate to admit it, the thought of it makes me tingle. Down there, as much as I fight it, it is a battle of wills I can't win. And before I can escape this madness that infected my mind, a plus sign on a pregnancy test seals my fate. Chapter 1. Tiana. I can't believe this is happening to me. I'm standing on a cold, bare stage in the center of the room, bathed in mercilessly bright lights that blind me. It's a place designed for vulnerability, designed to make its occupants feel like livestock, and I can't escape it. I already tried twice when I got here. I was tasered for my efforts. There's no way out. The only choice I have is to wait up here to see what fate has in store for me. Easier said than done. Though, my entire body is shaking. I am mortified and ashamed, and I'm almost certain the worst is yet to come. There's a murmur of voices around me. I spin my head to try to take them in, try to see who's there, but it's pointless. The seating surrounding the stage is shrouded in darkness, hiding the identities of those who sit there, watching me like I'm some kind of prey. That's what you are to them, Tiana. Prey. A piece of flesh. Nothing more. I stare into the blinding lights, feeling the heat on my skin as they strip away any semblance of privacy I thought I had. The clinging white dress I'd been told to wear leaves little to imagination, and the lights have made it transparent, revealing my white lace underwear. I silently curse myself for not questioning my father when he told me to put on this stupidly sexy outfit, for not asking him where we were going or why. Why didn't you run? You idiot. If only I hadn't put the dress on. If only I hadn't met my father in the hallway. If only I hadn't climbed into the car. If I hadn't trusted my own father. Maybe I wouldn't be where I am right now. But how could I have known that he would do this? How could I have predicted that he would betray me in the most humiliating way possible? My own father. There's a crackle of noise over a sound system. And I give a little jump. The skirt of the dress rides up my thighs, and I sneak a glance down. Shit. The shape of my nipples is visible, and the dark triangle over my mound shimmers through the sheer fabric in the lace of my panties. My first instinct is to try to tug the hem of the dress down, but it doesn't help much. Every inch of me is illuminated, exposed for all to see, while the people beyond the lights remain safely hidden in shadows. I'm on display, like a piece of art or an object to be admired, and ultimately, taken. Lot number 12. A disembodied voice announces. It sends a chill down my spine because it means that 11 other women have been through this same ordeal before me, and no one has stopped it. Everyone in this room thinks that it's perfectly acceptable to buy and sell women like cattle. There's been a lot of interest in this pretty little thing. Just 21 years old and ripe for the plucking. My stomach twists with disgust and fear as the auctioneer continues. His words cut through me like a knife as he lists off details about my life and body that no stranger should ever know. How much I weigh, my bra size, and even the time I had my last period. All are being announced for these strangers to bid on. The thought makes me want to vomit. And if that wasn't enough, gents. The voice over the speaker continues. Our little gem is untouched. The murmur from the group swells a little in volume. That's right. Gentlemen, this pretty morsel is still a virgin. A fresh new furrow for you to plow. That's worth top dollar by itself. Is bid I. Fuck. Now I really do feel myself gag. The only thing holding me back from throwing up all over the podium is the growing lump in my throat. All those years my father kept me away from other kids. The all-girls school. Chaperoned whenever there were men around. I've never even had a boyfriend. There was a purpose behind it. It all makes sense now. He was keeping my price up. My father had no interest in protecting me. All he wanted was to ensure that he'd have a more valuable asset to sell when the time came. And the experiences he withheld from me will never be mine now. It's all about to be snatched from me. The life I could have lived is all gone. The bastard. What father would do that to her own daughter? I look around anxiously, trying to spot a face in the crowd I can turn to for help. At this point, even my father might feel like a safe harbor. Though that's clearly bullshit. He's the one who put me here in the first place. He was preparing me for this for years. Why would he change his mind now? Dress nice, baby, he'd said this evening, as he'd set the garment bag on my bed. Make Papa proud. I want. Proud of what? He's selling me out. Literally. Actually, if I do see him out there, which would be sick, because what father would want to witness such a thing? I'll scream at him for doing this to me. Let everyone know just how sick and twisted he is. Not that anyone would care. That's why they're here. After all, my thoughts are interrupted as the bidding begins. Who'll give me $100,000 for this fine piece of female flesh? The auctioneer calls. You won't regret it. I promise you. Dose. I try not to cringe. Thankfully, there's silence. Maybe no one will want me. Maybe I'll get to go home. Come along. Folks, take a look at those perky tits. A little more than a handful is perfect in my book. No, without thinking. I wrap my arms around myself, covering my chest. The movement has me teetering on my ridiculous heels. There's laughter. I can feel tears running into my eyes. As panic creeps further and further up my spine. Fuckers, would you look at that? Our pretty virgin is shy. Sweet and innocent, and just waiting for you to put your mark on her. Do we have any offers on 50? I'll look at $50,000. Gentlemen, I esquode. A man's voice booms from somewhere in the darkness, placing an offer for me. 20,000. The man declares confidently. My heart clenches at the sound of his voice. Ah, thank you. Said, the auctioneer responds. But you'll have to do better than that. Anyone can see that she's worth a whole lot more. Any offers on 20? Give me 30. $30,000 for an ass that's made for pleasure. Folks, it's a steal. I tell you, give me 30. His voice grows faster, the words spinning into each other as bids begin to come in. Oh, God, please. Please don't. I grind my teeth together to fight back the nerves. The lights are still glaring, and now I'm relieved that I can't see into the audience. My heart races in horror as the price quickly rises, each bid feeling like another nail in my coffin. The price continues to rise, and I'm no longer paying attention. All I can think about is how I'm going to rip off the balls of the sick bastard who ends up buying me. How I'm going to claw his eyes out if he dares to lay a hand on me. And then it happens, as the voices call around me, oblivious to the fact that I'm actually a human being up here. I lose my temper. My terror is replaced by cold rage at what is going on around me. I set my jaw and raise my chin. Fuck you. Fuck you all. I don't say the words out loud, because I'm sure that I'll regret it. That taser almost left me senseless. But that doesn't stop me from letting my fury and outrage show in my bearing. I glare into the darkness, imagining focusing on one of the sick pigs out there. Go on. Do your best. I fucking dare you. I picture myself kicking someone in the groin, gouging out his eyes. God, I've never felt such hate within me. 100,000. Another man chimes in, making me shudder with disgust. I aim an outraged look in the direction of the voice. 200. Yet another bidder joins in. The numbers continue to rise, and my stomach churns more violently with each call. My nostrils flare as I suck in great lungfuls of air that is scented with expensive cologne and the salt of my own nervous perspiration. My skin prickles with it. The hair at the back of my neck is damp and clinging to me. 300,000. 400,000. Oh, my God. $400,000. It's incomprehensible. You can do it. Gents, bring me $500,000. $500,000 and you can be the first. Remember, she's untouched. Gentlemen, pure and innocent. You'll be going where no other man has sown his seed. The auctioneer is really into it now. I would cover my face with my hands, but I refuse. I won't. 1 million. An almost unnaturally deep, guttural voice booms out, silencing the entire crowd. My breath catches in my throat. God. Oh, God. The room falls eerily quiet for seconds that seem longer than a lifetime. The silence becomes so ghostly that I can hear my own ragged breath and my racing heartbeat pounding in my chest. These men are bidding on me like I'm not a human being with thoughts, feelings, hopes, and dreams. It's revolting. And the one who just outbid everyone is clearly the worst of them all. $1 million. The auctioneer sounds stupefied. You really appreciate quality when you see it, don't you, sir? His question is left without an answer. There is another moment of silence. Any more bids? We're looking at $1 million. Gentlemen, more silence. That's $1 million worth of pure pleasure. Take a look at it and see what you're missing out on. The silence drags on further and further, and with it, my heart races faster and faster. Monster! What kind of a monster would do this? And there you have it. Folks, $1 million for our tasty little virgin. Going once, going twice. The auctioneer's voice echoes throughout the room. Anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Sold! To the gentleman in the back who knows a good thing when it's standing in front of him. And two. No! Voices are rising around me as excitement takes over the hall. I can only assume that the sudden jump in price has caused a commotion. Not that I care. I'm too horrified at what's just happened. Sold. I've been sold. I'm some stranger's possession. Property of some sicko who intends to use me as some sort of sex toy. Or maybe worse. I force myself to keep breathing, to maintain my composure. Whoever this monster is, he won't have it easy. I'll fight him every step of the way. I'll fight to the death if I have to.
Chapter 2. Kirill. I recline on the plush leather couch. I'm wreathed in shadows, absently stroking the smooth crystal of my glass. The clear liquid swirls hypnotically, glimmering silver that does nothing to calm the anticipation brewing within me. I hadn't planned on this, sitting here waiting for a woman I just bought like a prized heifer. Yet, here I am, captured by the memory of midnight-colored eyes and a defiance that stirred a primal hunger in me. The room I'm sitting in surprised me when I arrived. The receiving area, where buyers can examine their purchases. I'd expected it to be different, as tasteless as the activity that goes on outside the tall double doors. It's not. Dimly lit and shadowed. Yes, but it's also luxuriously appointed. Elegant paneling, plush furniture, expensive art. Yet, it's all a deception. The cultured exterior disguises the nature of what happens in the hall I just left. Selling women. Human trafficking was never my thing. Not that I'm an angel. Far from it. But there is something about preying on the innocent that doesn't sit well with me. My world is driven by violence and blood. It has always been that way. But it's the blood of men who know the score before they get involved in it. Bad motherfuckers. Just like I am. These girls are victims. Snatched from airports. Off the streets. Casualties of illegal immigration. They didn't choose to be here. And yet the one I just bought was delivered by her own father, Theodore Avance. I take a sip of my Stolichnaya and let the warmth seep down my throat. What the fuck are you up to? Theo? Theodore Avance has worked in my organization for decades, ever since my father's time. I've never liked him. There has always been something shifty about the fucker. When I heard rumors that he was planning to auction his own daughter, my radar immediately started to ping. Especially when it was just a day after that a shipment of product went missing. And it wasn't the first time this happened. It's too much of a coincidence. Our planning has always been impeccable. Yet somehow, no matter how closely we watch our consignments every step of the way, someone else always seems to be a step ahead, as if they already know what we've planned. I've smelled a rat for some time, and Avance is looking distinctly like a rodent. The bastard is up to something. Something that needs a significant cash flow in a hurry, and it's something I'm going to get to the bottom of. Except riding in roughshod and beating the information out of him is not an option. The fucker might be slimy as shit, but he's too high-ranking for me to simply make him disappear. I can't get my hands dirty that way. It would raise too many eyebrows. But with $1 million of clean cash in his pocket, it's only a matter of time before he shows his hand. And then I'll be there to catch the fucker in the act. Except right now, I'm finding myself preoccupied with the memory of defiant dark eyes. And anticipation is swirling. I didn't expect to feel this way. This restlessness. This hunger. It's been a long time since a woman has captured my interest. But the fire in her expression as she stood there on that stage was interesting. A soft knock at the door interrupts my brooding thoughts. Mr. Vironov. It's one of the attendants from the auction. Come. My voice echoes in the silence of the room, reminding me that there's nothing warm or inviting about this place. Perhaps it's better that way. I don't need her thinking that things will ever be warm between us. The door opens, and a middle-aged man in a dark suit steps in. Your consignment is ready. Mr. Vironov. Sir. End quote. I nod, and the door swings open. The woman framed by the light outside is being held by another attendant, who's grasping her upper arm firmly, as if she's about to bolt off. Perhaps she will. If she does, I'll chase her down. The thought of that makes my lips twitch at the corners. But that would distract me from the purpose of this whole damned exercise. Ivan's is a problem. No doubt about it. As for his daughter is fucking beautiful. The photos I'd seen before I made the decision to attend this auction had made that clear to me. But the reality of her is even better. Leggy and willowy, with full breasts and softly curved hips. She's toned and in good shape. Yet everything about her is rounded and itching to be touched. She tugs at where her arm is being held firmly, and a heavy wave of dark hair falls over her shoulder. Hair I could tangle my fingers into as I fucked her from behind. The image has my dick swelling, and I'm having to shift in my seat. She's squinting into the shadows of the room now, probably trying to get a look at me. She won't see much, which suits me. I like keeping people off balance. The attendant murmurs something to her, and when she doesn't respond, he pushes her. She takes a stumbling step forward. Careful. I warn him. That is $1 million worth of merchandise you are manhandling. Mine. Her head snaps up at the sound of my voice. Who's there? Who are you? You know why you are here. Duh. I asked who you are. I am asking the questions tonight. I did now. Her chin jerks up, her eyes fiery and mutinous as she looks in the direction of my voice. There's rage in her voice that makes her even more attractive. You may have bought me, but that doesn't give you the right. Remember your place. Little bird. I interrupt. I own you. I have the right to do as I please. As I run my eyes over her, the dress she's wearing may be virginal white, but that's where any pretense of purity stops. Whoever put her into that thing wanted to be sure that nothing was left to the imagination. It molds to her like a second skin, and parts of it are transparent. This whole thing is a damn farce. I demand that you release me immediately. There may be a firm edge to her voice, but her nostrils flare slightly as she finishes. She's sucked in a deep breath, bolstering herself, not as brave as she's trying to appear. Are you listening to me? I insist that you release me. I feel an eyebrow lift. Insolence. Fire. I like it. Release you? Yes. The delicate line of her throat works as she swallows. Let me go, and I won't go straight to the police and blow this whole sick operation out of the water. I chuckle at the thought of that. How kind of you. And what if I don't? She licks her lips. They're full and plump. I can almost feel them wrapped around my cock. I know people, and who they are is none of your concern. She finally says. There's a tremor in her voice. Oh, but I think it is. I lean forward slightly, resting my elbows on my knees and getting a clearer look at her. She's still straining to see me, and I'm still loving the fact that she can't. If you are so sure that this is your bargaining chip, I would like to know what I am up against. In Riso, you're up against the law. That's what. I hope you enjoy the idea of a life behind bars. Now, who said? I set my glass down and stand abruptly, then stalk toward where the attendant is holding her. As I move away from the darkness, her head tips back, and she stares up into my face. She has the most beautiful fucking eyes I've ever seen, and now that she sees me, they're as wide as dark pools. There's alarm in them, and something else. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was a flicker of desire. I stalk closer, only stopping when I'm inches away from her. She flinches a little when I take her chin in my fingers and examine her face, turning it slightly from side to side to get a better look. Fine features, high cheekbones, a wide forehead over arched dark brows, and thick lashes. She's fucking lovely. I bought well. Suddenly, there seems to be a bonus to my plan, and not just because it will get me closer to whatever her father is doing. Get your hands off me, she hisses between gritted teeth. I'm not a show pony. She tries to pull herself free from my grip, but I tighten it. I like her this close. I can catch her scent, warm and feminine with something floral beneath it. Fuck. She's gorgeous. Do you think men like me ever spend time behind bars? Tiana? I tilt my head. When she opens her mouth again, no words come out, but her breath is rasping. She licks her bottom lip, and it glistens slightly. I drag my thumb over the soft flesh and feel the wetness there. You, she whispers and then stops. You're a pig. That makes me chuckle. A woman with fire is always a pleasure for a man like me. Something to tame, something to bend, but preferably not break. You are mine, Tiana. You will return home and get your affairs in order. In one day, you will come to me. So say your goodbyes. The life you knew is over. End quote. I keep staring into her eyes for a moment more. Her chest heaves, and her breath shudders. I let go of her chin, turn, and walk back to the shadows, raising a hand and flicking it as I do so. The sound of the door shutting behind me lets me know that she's gone. I take my seat again and reach for my glass, emptying it in one swift swallow. The burn is as satisfying as the flare of defiance in the girl's eyes. Good. Better than expected. It seems that this situation has changed now. I went into this planning to get the upper hand over my enemies, but I think it's going to bring with it the added advantage of being very entertaining. Yes, Tiana Avance is definitely going to entertain me.
Chapter 3. Tiana. His touch makes me burn with a hunger I've never known. His hands explore my body, cupping my breasts, thumbing my aching nipples, fingers tracing the curve of my waist and the swell of my hips. I can't focus on what he's going to do next, because that aching need seems to be everywhere. Oh, I sigh, stretching out across the wide bed. Aside from a pair of white cotton panties, I'm naked. The night air feels like a caress over my flesh. It's a caress that's nothing like his, though. His touch is a paradox. Rough yet gentle, commanding yet tender. I arch my back, yielding to his exploration, my body responding with an urgency that surprises me. Pretty girl, he murmurs as he runs his eyes over me in a way that burns almost as much as his fingertips. I move sinuously, loving the fact that he seems to like what he's seeing. But soon, His attention is moving back to where his hands are tracking a path to my lower body. His fingers slip beneath the elastic of my panties. A thrill running through me as he cups my mound. His fingers are taunting, pressing against my throbbing pussy, not sliding in, just exerting enough pressure to make me bob my hips up for more. I'm wet, ready for him. My body betraying my innocence. I don't know what I need to do next, but I know that he's going to show me. He groans as he feels my wetness, his breath hot against my ear as he whispers, "These must go." His voice is hoarse with desire, his accent thicker now. I can feel his cock pressing against me, hard and insistent. It feels bigger than I'd ever imagined, big enough to make me nervous. Yet I want him more than I've ever wanted anything. I want to feel his length inside me, to know what it's like to have every inch of my burning body claimed by this man. He slides my panties down my legs, his eyes never leaving mine. Now I'm bare before him, vulnerable and exposed as he spreads my thighs wide and looks at my naked pussy like it's an oasis in the middle of a desert. There's no fear in me, only anticipation. I watch as he lowers himself between my legs, his breath warm against my inner thighs. Yes. I whisper the word in a low hiss as his stubble grazes the sensitive skin. Even though I'm watching him, it doesn't prepare me for what comes next. His tongue flicks out, tasting me, and I gasp at the sudden intensity. "Oh, my God," he chuckles. It is a low rumble that vibrates through me, covering my skin with goosebumps. Then he dives in, his mouth hot and wet against my most intimate place. Holy shit, the feeling is unreal. I cry out, my fingers tangling in his hair as he hungrily devours me, his tongue and lips working in harmony as he teases my clit and laps at the juices that are trickling from me. The pleasure continues to build, morphing into a relentless wave that threatens to consume me. I can feel my orgasm approaching, my body tensing, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps, and then it hits me and washes me away like the mother of all waves. A white-hot explosion that leaves every inch of me trembling and breathless. "Fuck! Oh, fuck!" I cry uncontrollably, one hand twisting into his hair, the other clutching at the bedsheets. My back arches clean off the mattress as the tidal wave of pure pleasure washes through me. He gives a low moan of approval as he keeps his attention on my clit, not letting up, even as I flop back, wrung out, and panting. Ooh! I exhale as the sensations begin to ebb and flow again, except now the air is cooling the sweat on my fevered skin. Tendrils of hair tickling at my cheeks as his mouth eases from me, even though I'm desperate for more. Don't stop, please. I know I shouldn't beg, but I do. Yet he doesn't continue. Instead, he's withdrawing from me, his hands sliding away. No! I open my eyes, expecting to see his triumphant smile, his violently beautiful face. But instead, I'm met with darkness. I blink, confusion setting in as the realization hits me. He's not here anymore. I'm alone in my bed, the sheets tangled around my legs. I open my eyelids, and all I see is a pale ceiling looming over me. There is no triumphant smile, no beautifully violent face, only the four walls of my room and an empty ceiling staring back at me. Damn it, It was all a dream. A vivid, erotic dream that left me aching and unsatisfied. I closed my eyes again, trying to recapture the sensation, the feel of his hands on my body, his mouth on my skin. But it's gone, vanished like smoke in the wind. Damn it, I say out loud this time, frustrated by the ebbing sensations, and annoyed at myself for harboring these feelings for this man in the first place, for the same man who bought me. What the hell is wrong with you? Tiana, are you out of your freaking mind? Maybe it's the fact that I'm still a virgin at 21. Maybe it's the fact that my father had me sheltered my entire life. Maybe my hormones are going crazy. Maybe I'm a little crazy. Whatever the reason is, the aching sensation of hunger continues to consume my body. It's ridiculous. Stop thinking about him, you idiot. I scold myself as I finally rip myself away from the dream. I'm still covered in sweat, the sheets clinging to my skin like a damp shroud. Get your ass up, TD. Groaning a sound that surprises even me. I flung back the covers. My body is still on fire. I need to clear my head. A cold shower. That's what you need. Girl. I reluctantly stand on my feet and I shuffle towards the bathroom. Wait a minute. Your father did what? He sold me. Rocks. My breath catches in my throat. He put me on auction and sold me to some shady guy. When today. Holy fucking shit, are you for real? My best friend's normally upbeat voice is squawking across the line. But how? What? I don't get it. Neither do I. I swallow hard. I still can't believe it myself. I look around my bedroom. It's filled with familiar items that bring back a lifetime memories. The damp bed sheets that were wrapped around me barely an hour ago as I was having my wild, wet dream are rumpled beneath the same comforter I've had since I was a kid. The bookshelf holds books from my childhood, now worn from multiple readings. I left the heavy drapes shut after I got up. There is only a small side lamp in the room that is illuminated. It feels like a place of mourning right now, as I try to grasp the fact that I've just spent my last night here. Everything around me holds a weight of nostalgia, and the realization that it will all soon be left behind. Which is strange, since so much of my life here has been filled with loneliness. Jesus, I don't know what to say. What a dickwad. Babe, I've always known your dad was a piece of work. But this... Roxy trails off. Tell me about it. I mutter. I sink back against my soft pillows, pull the comforter up to my chin, and tuck the phone between my ear and my shoulder as I hug myself. I have to force myself to unclench my hands, which have curled into fists. I mean, Dad's never been the kissy-lovey type. And let's face it, he hasn't been around much, either. I just never expected this. Though, Ahab, he's your pops. He may be an asshat. And sure, he never let you have a life. But he's your father. I mean, how could someone do something like this to their own flesh and blood? I give a one-shouldered shrug, even though she can't see me. I don't know. Rox. My voice is small. I pull my knees up to my chest. God, I don't know what to do. I felt trapped my entire life by my father. But this is a whole new level of trapped. Roxy makes a huffing sound. I hope his dick rots and falls off. The bastard. But never mind that. Who is it? Who did he sell you to? I frown. I don't really know. I think he's some kind of mobster. Which is not surprising since my dad has never really been above board. And besides, Only a lowlife would do something like this. Right? For sure. Roxy says. Do you know his name? Your owner, I mean. This guy. Someone called Vironov. Russian. I recall the details from the conversation I had with my father afterward. The conversation that had ended with me screaming and throwing things. And finally being locked in my room. It's not the first time, but this time feels worse than any other. There's a choking sound on the other end of the line. Wait, Vironov? Kirill Vironov? Are you kidding me? I think so. Do you know him? Babe, everybody knows him. Roxy pauses. Well, everybody knows of him. I'm sure I've heard my dad talk about him when he's been hanging with those thugs he calls buddies. The guy stays out of the spotlight mainly. Big-time badass Bratva boss. Well, Bratva? Yeah. You know, Russian Mafia? Roxy's father has a moral compass, almost as skewed as my dad's. And she's grown up, surrounded by dodgy types. Well, almost as skewed. I don't think he would ever sell his daughter like mine just did. But if anyone would know what I'm about to get into, it would be Roxy. I know what the Bratva is. Rox. I swallow hard. I just never expected to be tangled up in it, is what I'd meant to say. But now that I think about it, I've probably been tangled in shit like that my whole life. Through my father and his shady deals. This one tops the list. Though, so, did you meet him? Roxy is asking. I don't think there's ever been any photos or footage captured of the guy. I think he's old. Though, like 40-something. Did you see him? I stay silent for a second. Yes. I finally say. And? Is he wrinkled and gray? Roxy is determined to dig out every detail. No. Actually, I'm suddenly reliving the moment when those predatorial eyes locked with mine. It had been like the air was sucked from my lungs. My skin had tingled, and I was frozen, unable to look away from his magnetic gaze. The intensity of it was overwhelming, making my heart race. I had never experienced anything like the power of his stare before. It was as if he could see right through me. No, he's not wrinkled. Or gray. There may have been a few threads of silver in his impeccably styled black hair. But there was nothing gray about him. Dark and brooding would be a better description. For a moment, I think back to the wild dream I had about him a mere hour ago. The way he touched me. The way he caressed me. The way he made my body throb with need. What the hell, T? You need to get your head examined. Right. So you saw him. Roxy's voice pulls me back from my thoughts. And he's not gray. And he's not wrinkled. Is he saggy and paunchy? Because I'd barf if I had to. She stops. Sorry. Babe. I mean, Rox. He's not gray. Wrinkled. Saggy or paunchy. All right. Totally the opposite. Actually, tall. Muscular. With insanely broad shoulders. Very good looking in an intense kind of way. But there's no way I'm going to say that out loud. So then. Is he hot? Roxy says the words for me. Like one of those silver fox types. For God's sake. Rox. Some people might say he's hot. Okay. Probably any woman in her right mind. But I'm not going there. I cannot think of him that way. That can never happen again. But that doesn't change the fact that he's a sick pig who buys women and pays extra for virgins. Great. Oh, jeez. Shit. I'm sorry. T. There's a shuffling sound, and I can imagine Roxy shifting awkwardly. He bought your V-card, didn't he? Shut up. I mutter. This wasn't the way I ever expected to face losing my virginity. Still, Roxy's voice is suddenly almost cheery. It could be worse. Right? I mean, you could be losing it to some dude who sucks at sex. But an older guy, who's hot, that might not be so bad. I bet he knows what he is doing. Maybe it won't be that bad. Iswer. For fuck's sake. Rox! I've been sold to some sleazy mob boss as a sex toy. It is bad, sure. But look on the bright side. At least you're out from under your fuckhead father's thumb. And these mob guys take care of their women. At least. That's what I've heard from Dad's buddies. No, Roxy. There is no bright side to this scenario. I snap. I pull my comforter closer up under my chin. I can't believe how blasé she's suddenly being. I love my bestie. But sometimes she creates bizarrely romanticized versions of reality. I can't see any way that I'm ever going to be happy as this man's plaything. Is what? Look, I'm just trying to help you see a silver lining. This might not be the end of the world. T. Roxy grows firm. There's no getting out of it. Right? I pinch my lips together. I'm stuck. I acknowledge. Dad said I shouldn't bother trying to run to the cops. They've been paid off. And this guy's above the law, it would seem. So no, I can't get out of this. In it so my. Then try to make the best of it. Change your perspective. You're moving in with a hot older guy who's clearly loaded and will probably take care of you. How much did he pay for you? By the way, I don't see how. Come on, just tell me already. I have now $1 million. I mumble. $1 million freaking dollars? She shrieks. Oh my God. Tiana. He paid $1 million for you? Holy fucking shit. That's next level. What difference does that make? A big difference. He's not going to treat you bad if he spent that much money. To Babe. He'll take care of you. Or he'd be losing on his investment. And price. Investment. Gee. Thanks. That doesn't make me feel better at all. I drop my comforter and sit up straighter. I'm going to have to get up at some point. Fuck. I wish some dude would pay $1 million for me. Might finally get out of this shithole life my father got stuck in. Idiot can't even work his way up the ranks. Wistoke, stop it. This isn't about you. Roxanne, I'm freaking out here. You could at least be serious about it. Goal is, I am serious. T. Like you said, you have to do this thing. There's no way out. So suck it up and turn it to your advantage. Be nice to him. Then let him get you cool clothes. Jewelry. A Ferrari. Hell, maybe you'll score a new pair of tits. I'm sorry. What? What the hell is wrong with my tits? Roxy, nothing. Yet. But in a few years. Well, you know what I mean. And two, you're not filling me with joy here. 'Tis a 9. I don't think you're in the right frame of mind for joy. So I'm trying to point out the positives. You're a survivor. Tiana, ever since your mom vanished, you've looked after yourself. You handled that. And you can handle this. It is ours. I guess there's that. I sigh. Besides, she says brightly. He'll probably get bored of you at some point. And then he might let you go so he can get a younger model. When what? Oh, geez. There's something to look forward to. A few years of high-end sexual slavery before I get thrown out with the trash. It's sown. Tiana, quit that. Okay? Promise me you'll be strong through this. That's all I'm asking you to do. 8. I rub my eyes, swing my legs from my bed, and stand, moving toward my closet. There isn't much time left. I have to pack my things before the driver comes for me. Fine. I exhale the word. I'll look for the positives. As hard as it seems. Roxy probably has a point. What choice do I have? I'd better go. I only have an hour to get my shit together. I open the closet door and look through my things. I suddenly hate it all. Hate that my wardrobe is a reflection of the life that my father mapped out for me. A life that's led me here instead of the future most women my age look forward to. Marriage, love, kids, a career. There's that lump in my throat again. T? Are you there? Yes. I take in a deep breath, realizing I'd completely zoned out while Roxy was speaking to me. I want you to let me know when you get there. Even if you just shoot me a text to say everything's cool. 'Cause you know I'm your bestie. Right? And besties look out for each other. Plus, you can tell me what his place looks like. I bet it's amazing. Sir. I fight back tears, as it occurs to me that Roxy is probably the only person on Earth who cares whether I live or die right now. Aside from the man who sees me as a $1 million fuck toy. I'll be in touch. End quote. Cool. Keep your chin up. Things are going to work out. It stayed. Yeah. Chat soon. I end the call before she can hear the catch in my voice. I don't need her to launch into another pep talk. Instead, I turn my attention to dragging my luggage down from the top of the closet and begin carelessly tossing clothing into it. I'm too busy listening for the footsteps in the hallway that will mark the arrival of my escort out of here to care what I'm packing right now. Besides, it's all Dad's bullshit idea of what my fashion sense should be. I ditched the prissy dresses in favor of a heap of plain t-shirts and jeans. A couple of pairs of sneakers will be enough to get me by. Asshole. I don't know who I hate more right now. My father or the bastard who bought me. Both of them. In equal measure, angrily zipping my suitcase shut. I take a look around my room. There's nothing here I want to take with me. There is nothing that won't remind me of the man who fathered me and then auctioned me to the highest bidder. I give my cosmetics case a cursory glance before shoving it back on the dressing table. Fuck him. I'm not going to put in effort to make myself pretty for this jerk. Kirill fucking Vironov can take it or leave it. In fact, maybe it will be better if I don't brush my teeth or wash my hair. Let's see how much he thinks I'm worth. Then, for several minutes, pure fury drives my erratic movements around the room. Minutes that drag, and yet go too fast. Minutes that are drawing me inescapably toward a point that I don't want to think about. Every creak from outside has sweat beading on my brow. Every voice in the distance has me cringing. And then there's a knock on the door, and my heart races. This is it. The start of a new chapter in the story of my life. A story that's turning into a nightmare. And Kirill Vironov is the monster at the center of it.
Chapter 4. Kirill. I raise my arm and glance at the Breitling strapped to my wrist. She'll be here in just a couple of hours. Tiana. The name swirls around in my head. When I've said it out loud, I've liked the way it rolled off my tongue. I can almost taste it. I can't help but feel a strange anticipation bubbling up inside me. I lean back in my high-backed leather office chair and stretch my legs out in front of me. My muscles feel tense, wired. I'm coiled like a spring, but there's no sense of impending danger attached to it. I like this feeling. It's like my blood is on fire, but in a good way. It must be the girl. There's something about her. It's been a long time since anything made me feel this level of anticipation. I think back to when I first saw her. Her dark hair cascading down her back. Her eyes filled with fear and defiance. So much innocence. And yet so much promise of hidden pleasures beneath it all. Head in the game. Vironov. That's not why she's here. There's a nagging apprehension in the back of my mind. Theo fucking Avance. I don't trust the man. Never did. I've been in this business long enough to know that he's planning to stab me in the back. Or perhaps he already did. It's why I'm doing this. After all, his daughter is merely a tool that will help me find out what the fucker is up to bait the trap and lure him into revealing his hand. And to reveal what the fuck he's been doing inside my business these past months. But with half the money transferred, will he even deliver the girl? He knows who the buyer is, exactly the guy he's trying to escape from. He'll fucking deliver. He knows me. And he also knows exactly what will happen to him if he tries to fuck with me. But then again, maybe he's stupid enough to make a run for it. With me buying his daughter off of him. The rope is tight around his neck. Maybe he'll act like the fool I've come to expect him to be. As I continue to ponder over this, an idea takes hold. Impulsively, I pick up my phone and dial Theodore's number. He answers on the second ring, his voice oily and obsequious. It turns my stomach. Kirill. How wonderful to hear from you, he says. But of course, it always is. To what do I owe the pleasure? Is everything going according to plan? Of course. Yes. Yes. Tiana will be there on time. As promised. He paused for a moment. She's going to be everything you dreamed of and more. Kirill. I've raised that girl with this moment in mind. Everything will be perfect. Everything. I think listening to him makes me want to gut him and feed him to the dogs. I may be the one who entered that auction room and made that bid. But what this man has done disgusts me. Who raises a child and grooms her with the express intention of trading her like a mindless object? Then again, what man buys her? I have good reason. Damn it, I keep that thought to myself. Though, no sense in spooking him. I'm glad to hear that. I say, my man will be there to collect her at the appointed time. Is this starting? She will be ready. I know she's excited about this new phase of her life. You won't be disappointed. Kirill, I'm still. I try not to scoff. I saw the girl's expression when I saw her yesterday. If she'd been holding a weapon, she'd have used it on me. There'd been hate in her eyes. Not that this worries me, but this idiot annoys me with his stupid efforts to reassure me of her feelings. He clearly knows nothing about the woman he calls his daughter. That's excellent news. Theo, I say instead of telling him what I really think about his pathetic attempts to curry favor with me. But I wanted to let you know that there is more to this deal. I meant, more? His voice turns cautious. Yes. I tell him, I've been giving this matter some thought, and I have decided that Tiana is going to be perfect for a particular purpose that I have in mind. Of course, there will be additional remuneration for this. I case to braid. There's a pause on the other end of the line. Additional remuneration. You mean more cash? Theo asks, his voice dripping with greed. Yes. Theo, more cash. Obviously. I'm speaking his language. Another 1,000,000. To be exact. But only if she meets certain expectations. I mean, 1,000,000 more? He sucks in a sharp breath. What expectations? Exactly, Theo asks, his tone cautious. I'll leave that up to your imagination. I say, a smirk playing at the corners of my mouth. I can practically hear the gears turning in his head as he tries to figure out what I'm getting at. I see, he says finally. And what about Tiana? Will this harm her in any way? I mean, I'm sure you would have a good reason for whatever you're planning. That is not your concern anymore. This is between her and me. I let that sink in, waiting for him to object and demand to be assured of her welfare. He doesn't. The spineless motherfucker. I could be planning to do anything I want to her, and he's not trying to stop me. She will also get $1,000,000 in exchange for her cooperation. I say, my voice cold and hard. You just make sure she's prepared for me. When the time comes, she will be well paid. And, certainly, Kirill, I will make the necessary arrangements in the meantime. As her guardian, I would oversee her estate. So I will see to it that her assets are well managed. Zest, I'm sure you will. Bastard. I have no doubt that he's planning to get his slippery hands on that money. Good. Then we're on the same page. I hang up the phone and lean back in my chair, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. He's gone straight for the bait. All he needed is 1,000,000 more, and he no longer cares what happens to his daughter. Not that he cared to begin with. He's unscrupulous and greedy, just the type of man I can manipulate. But as I think about Tiana, I can't help but feel a twinge of guilt. She's a pawn in this game, a means to an end. Yet there's something about her that intrigues me, something that makes me want to protect her. I push the thought aside. I can't afford that luxury. This is business, and she is a tool to conduct business. Nothing more. I glance at my watch again. Just a few more hours until she arrives. I can't wait to see what she's really made of.
Chapter 5. Tiana. The scenery outside the tinted window of the limo is changing rapidly. Cityscape is making way for suburbs, and eventually, to the wide lawns of opulent estates. I pull my attention away from the passing wrought iron gates and settle against the butter-soft leather of the upholstery. At least I'm traveling in style. How much further will we be going? I ask the driver, aside from a murmured greeting as he'd opened the door for me. The man hasn't uttered a word. It's making me edgy. I feel even edgier when he doesn't reply to me. Hello? Anybody home? I clench my teeth. This is pissing me off. Hey, would you like me to tell your boss how rude you were to me? Asshole. The driver's shoulders shift. Not long now. Miss. Maybe half an hour. Tonight and now. There. Was that so hard? The guy shrugs, keeping his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Whatever. It's not like I'm here to make friends or anything. I look out of the window again. The houses are getting increasingly stately, grand and imposing, with towering columns and intricate architectural details. Each one seems larger and more extravagant than the last, with perfectly manicured lawns and sweeping driveways. Each one has a sense of wealth and opulence, reflecting the elite status of its owners. showing off wealth in the most tasteless display of one-upmanship. It turns my stomach. However, one thing's certain. If I'm going to be living in a place like one of these, it'll certainly be comfortable. At least Roxy was right about that. And my dad won't be able to dictate my life anymore. Yeah, Kirill Viranov will be doing that from now on. I huff out a breath and lift my chin. I've spent enough time moping and feeling sorry for myself. And that's something that feels a little easier after my last conversation with my father. It's going to be worth your while. Tatey, he'd said. There's been something almost like remorse in his eyes when he'd said it. Sure. Dad. Worth my while. Can't wait. I turned my back on him when the driver took my bag and stowed it in the trunk. I'm serious. Dad had taken my arm and turned me to face him. $1 million. Tiana, that's what you'll get out of this. I fanned. Yeah, that's what you'll get out of it. $1 million. The price you set on my head. And no, baby. He's going to give you $1 million too. Just for you. It does no. I'd stared at him then, my mouth dropping open. His answering smile had seemed pathetic in its eagerness. So you see, this is going to be good. Baby. For all of us. You'll realize that soon. I'd flinched when he'd put a hand on my shoulder. And he'd removed it quickly. Goodbye, Dad, were the last words I'd said to him before sliding into the open door of the limo. I didn't look back as we drove off, though I sensed he'd stayed there watching as the car drove into the distance. I hope he felt like shit. I hope he still does. Fat chance of that. But now, I find myself thinking of that conversation. $1 million? Not that I'm the type who is hungry for money. I never was. But I wonder what a person could do with that kind of money. What if? A fresh start. A new life. Away from my father and the monster who thinks I'm his possession. What if I can figure out a way to escape and make a run for it? Would that make me a thief? I lose sight of the passing houses as my mind begins to play with the idea. I could begin again. Far away from Dad and his bullshit. But how? I'm going to have to be strong. Just like Roxy said, I can live through this. Do what's necessary. Get my hands on that money. And then find a way out. If I don't find an opportunity to escape, maybe I can negotiate my way to freedom. I just have to be smart. Play my cards right. Do whatever I have to do. Like give away my V-card and fuck a complete stranger? I rub a hand over my eyes. They're burning. I feel like I haven't slept for a lifetime. Come on. Diana, you can do this. I can. I know I can. I'm resourceful. Patient. I've learned to deal with heartbreak and disappointment. How much worse could this be? Maybe he's some kind of sick pervert. Maybe he'll expect. I yank my thoughts away from that idea. I can't leap to any conclusions before I know what I'm facing. But with $1 million, I could live my own life the way I want to. So what if I have to do some things I don't want to do? Lots of women have to do that anyway. Loveless marriages. Shitty bosses who grope their secretaries. The Me Too movement didn't start over nothing. It doesn't make it right. But women face this sort of thing all the time. I can do it. Too. And as soon as that cash is in my hands, I'll find a way out and never look back. Gone from my father. Gone from my old life. And gone from Kirill Viranov. My shoulders straighten as I fill my lungs with expensive leather-scented air and drop my head back against the headrest. This will be good. I can do this. The car comes to a stop, and I jerk upright. We've driven down a long driveway and drawn up outside a huge mansion. My jaw drops. The place is impossibly imposing, tall and regal. Its grand facade boasts multiple stories and towering columns. The sun gleams off of dozens of windows, and the double doors of the entrance are made of rich, polished wood. The lawns are impeccably landscaped with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. My eyes feel huge as I take in the sheer size and opulence of the place. This is my new home. At least until I get the hell out of here. I'm glad my driver is quiet again because I'm speechless. The door opens and he waits as I swing my legs out and slide out of the car. Holy shit. I'll get your bags. Miss, the driver says, proving once again that he actually has a voice. I can't summon the attention to be impressed with him. I'm too busy staring up at the huge double doors. I actually jump a little when they open, expecting to see the man who owns me. But the figure that emerges is of a thick-set woman with mouse blonde hair pulled back into a severe bun. Miss Avance, she says as if she's been expecting me. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Anya. Come with me. Her voice is brusque, clipped off with rounded vowels. Russian. Of course. She's Russian. And now that I think about it, my so-called owner spoke the same way, although his voice was very different. Deeper. Risha. I shiver, although the air is warm. You will come? Anya presses, and I realize she's still waiting for me. Of course. I say, then try to move quickly up the stairs without feeling like I'm scampering. Calmly. Tiana, you're a grown woman. I reach the tall doors. Take a deep breath and step in. It's hard not to do a double take. The interior of the mansion is just as impressive as the outside. The entrance hall is grand and spacious, with marble floors and a sweeping staircase leading to the upper levels. Crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over everything. As I step inside, I feel like I'm in some kind of ridiculous palace. Who spends money like this? Who even has money like this? It's inconceivable. Come. Anya says, gesturing for me to follow her. She leads me through several rooms, all equally lavish and luxurious, until we reach a large door at the end of a corridor. As we reach it, it feels as if all of my muscles seize. I come to an abrupt halt. Mr. Vironov is waiting for you in his study. She pushes the door open, and still, my muscles refuse to cooperate. She clears her throat. Right. Yes. Of course. I stutter. I set my mind on my goal again. Get the money. Find a way to escape this prison. I take a step in, and she shuts the door behind me, leaving me feeling trapped until I manage to pull my wits about me. Yet again, I'm looking at a room that seems too plush to be real, except where the others were bright and airy. This one is purely masculine. Dark wood paneling lines the walls, and the furnishings are large and imposing, giving me the impression of a throne room rather than an office. And in the center of it all sits a huge man behind a huge desk, broad, powerful, even seated. He exudes a sense of being larger than life, but it's more than simply his physical presence. His pure animal magnetism is undeniable, although I'd love to deny it. I try to ignore the way his shirt pulls across his massive chest, or the way the light picks out the fine silver strands in his dark hair. Kirill Viranov. I try not to choke as my mouth dries up. After the first time I saw him, I've been wondering if I'd simply imagined how good-looking he was. I didn't. If anything, I probably didn't give him enough credit. As bizarre as it is to say this, the man is next-level hot. But he's surely an arrogant bastard, because he barely seems to notice that I'm here. He doesn't even bother to stand up as I enter the room. Just gestures for me to come closer with one hand while he holds his phone to his ear with the other. What the hell, asshole? Duh, he says into the phone. His voice almost unnaturally deep and rich with that accent I remember. You know what to do. Make it happen. What it's did. He hangs up and turns his attention fully on me. I can feel my heart racing in my chest as he stares at me with eyes that look too much like a stormy sky. His dark, graying hair is styled in a perfectly messy way that makes him look effortlessly handsome. Not a wrinkly old billionaire. Definitely not. And I hate the fact that I'm even noticing. You have arrived safely. I see, he says, standing up from his seat and walking around the desk to stop in front of me. I'm standing awkwardly in the middle of the room, my hands clasped in front of me. I tilt my head to look up at him. He is as tall as I remembered, and broad, too. His shoulders strain against the cotton of his black dress shirt. What did you expect? That your driver would take me off to some other guy who buys women? In spite of my bravado, I'm feeling incredibly small under his intense gaze. The feeling gets worse as I see his lips twitch. They're oddly sensual for a man. Firm, perfectly shaped. His jaw is square, and there's a dimple in the center of it. And why the hell are you looking at him? Tiana, Jesus. I definitely need to get my head examined. I fold my arms over my chest, glad that today I'm wearing a plain blue t-shirt and not a see-through tramp dress. Although, when his eyes dip down, I feel just as exposed. I expected that my driver would do as instructed, he says, reaching out to brush a curl from my cheek. I don't notice that I'm holding my breath until he lowers his hand, and the air rushes from my lungs, just as I expect you to do the same. Tiana, I'll go, in your dreams, I mutter. My voice is hoarse. He chuckles, and I try not to squeeze my eyes shut. Play it cool. Focus on the task. Take the money, and find an escape route. I keep repeating the words in my head as he sweeps a gaze from my eyes down my chest to my feet, and then back again. I feel it like a hot touch on my skin. And when his stare pauses on my chest, I know that my nipples are poking against the fabric of my shirt, and my folded arms are only serving to push my breasts out. For fuck's sake, I told myself I can't think of him that way, and look at what I'm doing. This has to stop. Now. There are other things that happen in my dreams. Little bird. But that's a matter for another discussion. His eyes lock with mine again. And there's amusement in his. Fine lines at the corners of his eyes deepen slightly. And I know that inside, he's laughing at me, which makes me hate him even more. Think of the money. You can do this, though in another life. I wouldn't need the promise of cash to make me want this man, which makes me wonder why he'd feel that he needs to pay for me. I can't think of many women who'd turn him down, and if anything, the thinly veiled air of danger only makes him more appealing. Not that I find him appealing. Of course, I most certainly don't. That would be perverse. So you have me here. What happens now? I tighten my arms over my chest and stick my jaw out belligerently. He cocks his head, that square jaw angling slightly. What do you think happens now? Tiana? The question hangs in the air like a swirling cloud of tension. And for the life of me, I can't answer it.
Chapter 6. Kirill. The tension between us is heavy. I watch her through hooded eyes as she stands before me. Vulnerability wrapped in defiance. Her dark curls are a shadowy halo around her pale face, and her chest heaves with barely contained panic. I lean back against my desk, resting against the edge as I fold my arms over my chest in a subtle mirror of her posture. She hasn't answered me, probably waiting for me to pounce on her and claim her innocence. That's never been my style, and I don't intend to start now. But my plans have taken a turn since I last saw her. Here is the deal. I begin, keeping my voice steady so she'll understand every word. I need a wife and an heir, and you are going to provide these things for me. There's no softness in my tone, no room for negotiation. I've played this game long enough to know when to reveal my hand, and I've thought this through. Sure, this wasn't part of the original deal, but there's a lot more that I can gain from this situation than simply digging up dirt on Theodora Vance. Establishing my family line in the organization will be good for my reputation. Tiana's eyes widen, and her mouth drops open. A wife, she chokes out. You mean you expect me to marry you? I nod. 2. I confirm. The single syllable clear and final. And you will give me a child. Dayway. She's shaking her head before I finish my sentence. Oh. No, she babbles. Just no. Where? I don't think you have much say in the matter. I smirk. You can't. I won't, she blurts. I can, and you will. I straighten away from the desk, and she shrinks back. I always get what I want, and I want this. I own you. Tiana, you will do as I tell you. I'm Stowe. My God, you're a monster. Her eyes are wide. Wild. Blyad. She's so fucking beautiful. I may be, but I am not an unreasonable one. Ptishka, my little bird. Once you've fulfilled your part of the bargain, there's $1 million waiting for you. I've made this deal attractive, but whether she takes the money or not, she will do it because I demand it. Tiana recoils as if I've struck her, her breath coming out in short gasps. You think money will make me do this for you? She's frantic. A caged bird, looking for an escape that doesn't exist. It's almost amusing. I am sure it will sweeten the deal. I confirm, my gaze never leaving her face. Her hands clench into fists at her sides as she scrambles for a way out of this. But it's futile. I own her, body and soul. It's going to start to sink in soon. Never, she spits the word out, but the trembling in her voice betrays her fear. I won't be a pawn in your sick game. And to create it. Ah, but you are much more than a pawn. My smile is slow, predatory. You will be the queen I need to secure my kingdom. You should feel honored, Tiana. If honored, she backs away, her movements jerky and desperate. You arrogant bastard. Why should I feel honored to be forced into this nightmare? Horror suits you. Chica, I taunt softly, taking a step closer. It makes you look even more exquisite. And it No way. No. Tiana's breath hitches. I can see the realization dawning on her that her fate is bound to mine, whether she likes it or not. You can force me to have sex with you, and I hope you'll realize that I'll never want to. But have your child? Never! I'd expected this reaction from her. I've never forced myself on a woman in my life. Tiana, and I have no doubt that you are already thinking of ways to get out of here. That's why I planned some extra precautions. I glanced toward the nearby door. Dima. I call. She looks confused until the door swings open, and then her expression becomes one of panic. Half a dozen heavily armed men have just walked in, led by my second-in-command. Dima Smirnov's face is stoic as he runs his eyes over her. What is this? She snaps. Your new security team. I sweep a hand. There is no point in looking for a way out. They will guard every access point. You will never find a way to escape. Eber, that's you. She clenches her jaw, and I can almost sense the thoughts crashing around in her head. She'd definitely been planning to find a way out. Too bad. She's not going to find one. My men will make sure of that. It doesn't matter. I still won't do it. I'll never have your child. I give a small chuckle. I had considered this response from you. 2. I jerk my head at Dima, who snaps an instruction to someone beyond the open doorway. There's a sound of shuffling and grunting, and then another figure emerges. Tiana's gasp is audible, and she stiffens visibly. Her eyes fly wide with shock as she recognizes the ashen features of the man who's being dragged in, even battered and bloody. There's no mistaking him. Yet it takes a while before Tiana manages to get another word out. Please, help me. The asshole's voice is tremulous. Dad? Her hands are hovering near her face. One flutters to cover her mouth. Daughter. Theo croaks hoarsely. His hands are bound behind his back, and the beginning of a black eye is forming. Please, do as he says. She stares at him in disbelief for long moments before she meets my gaze again. You think this will make me change my mind? This is the man who sold me. My own father. Sold me like a piece of flesh. Her words come out in a nervous rush. I shrug. I might have misjudged this hand, but it's worth a try. I think you are the type of woman with a conscience. One who would overlook old scores. Okay, well, I'm not. She juts her jaw out. You thought wrong. T.T. Angel. Theo's voice cracks. He slants a look at me. Kirill, you can't be doing this. The repercussions. There will be no repercussions. Avance. You sealed your fate the minute you booked that air ticket. I'd known the fucker would jump straight into action. His bags were already packed when my men arrived at the house. Flying the coop. Fucking coward. Air ticket. Tiana turns her focus back to him. What's going on here? Theo doesn't say anything. I allow myself to enjoy long seconds of silence before I speak again. Your father moved that $1 million into an unmarked account the minute it cleared through the system. Tiana, I tell her. He has wrapped up his estate and was planning to leave the country. It still burns me to realize that I underestimated him, even as I was luring him in with promises of more money. He was looking at ways to funnel it out from wherever he was heading. The man is more devious and resourceful than I gave him credit for. What? She frowns at him. Leave the country? It's not the way he makes it sound. T.T. He says quickly. I had business. What business? Avance? Like selling information on my dealings? You didn't think I'd dig up the dirt eventually? I eye him coldly. In trying to extract himself from his holdings, he'd unveiled an entire network of subterfuge. Sources who'd supplied him with details that he'd been selling to my rivals. Now I just need to figure out who the idiot's been working with. The blood has drained from Tiana's face. Her throat works as she swallows thickly. I catch the sound of her indrawn breath, and it shudders before she goes on to speak. Dad, I can't believe this. You traded me like livestock and then didn't even plan to stick around to make sure I'd be okay? Of course. I knew you'd be okay. Baby. His tone has grown wheedling. Kirill Viranov is a man of honor. He'll take care of you. I knew that all along. They're till they die. Really? I scoff. Because until that closing bid, you had no idea who would be the one making the highest offer on her. Your daughter could be anywhere right now. I just happened to be the best possible outcome. I think. Oh, that's supposed to make me feel like you're doing me a favor? Tiana chimes in. Her eyes are flaming when she glares at me. Feel whatever you wish. Little bird. Oh? Theo makes a sharp little sound. There is desperation in his eyes. Too bad I don't have any sympathy for the motherfucker. Baby. Please. Please just make this easy on yourself. On all of us. I'm begging you. He keeps throwing little looks in my direction. The man may once have wielded some influence in the Bratva, but he's just been stripped of it. I'm willing to bet he's feeling naked. Begging me? Tiana's eyes are venomous as she slants a look at her father. You mean like I begged you not to do this just yesterday? Like I pleaded with you to consider my future and not send me to this monster? Dad? She looks unyielding, but when the man holding Theo tightens his grip, and her father flinches, her lips pinch together. There's no need to hurt him. She looks at me. I shrug again. That's up to you. Tiana, as soon as he lets me know who he's working for, the only thing keeping him alive will be your cooperation. As Theast, she sways slightly, her hand clasped to her throat. But I can't. Take a seat. Tiana. I tell her, it would do no good to have her collapsing right now. Or what? Some of her familiar fire flickers, even though I can see she's wavering. I like that about her. Or I will make you sit. I jerk my head at Dima, who pushes a chair up behind her. Without further argument, she slumps into it and drops her face into her hands. I can't believe this is happening. Her voice is muffled. Tiana, baby, if you could just understand. Her father's voice is choked. I would never have done this if I had any other options. But I was backed into a corner. As Christ. So, you sold me. The words are tortured. To save your ass, they would have killed me. Tiana! Theo's face twists. Would you want that? All I ever wanted was for you to love me. Dad. Tiana's voice breaks. And fuck it. Something twists in my chest. This is hurting her. And for whatever fucked up reason, that just doesn't sit well with me. I just wanted a father who cares. Oh, of course I care. The bastard lies. The more I see of him, the more he turns my stomach. But I had no choice. He looks up at me. I knew you were getting closer to the truth. You just wouldn't back off. And then they started. He trails off. Who started? I bark at him. Who have you been working with? He licks his lips, looking around anxiously. You better loosen that tongue. Avant. Or I will fucking cut it out, I snarl. Fear darkens his eyes. Kirill. I need you to know it was never personal. Idrid, I don't give a fuck. Who were you working with? Tiana shrinks back at my rage. But it doesn't deter me. This bastard put my business at risk. More than just my business. Several men were killed when that last shipment was hit. I'm sorry. He's babbling again. It was, unfortunately. He doesn't get to finish the rest of the sentence, because the air is torn by a high-pitched whine, and then the side of his head explodes. I freeze, and the man holding Theo lets go of him as glass shards spray through the air when the window shatters. Theo's knees buckle, and he slumps to the floor, his head a mess of blood and bone fragments. In what's left of his face, his eyes are open, wide but unseeing. Terror has been etched into his final expression. Tiana screams and jumps up, her chair falling over. Blood spatters my shirt and my face, and there's a spray of pink across her cheek, too. But she seems too shocked to notice. Dad, Daddy! She lunges toward him, screaming. But I get there before she can find her way closer. That's when the unmistakable sound of gunfire starts. My eyes meet Dima's, and our instincts kick into gear in an instant. It doesn't take long for both of us to realize that we are under attack. It's not the first time this happened since I've been running the Bratva, and it's probably not the last. But having Tiana in the midst of it ramps up my reaction time. I can feel the adrenaline surge in me as I take in the scene around us. Time seems to stand still as each tiny detail soaks into my mind. Within a fraction of a second, I calculate the risks of each possible scenario and then decide on the best course of action. It's not a hard decision. Get Tiana out of here. And then get back in and send these cunts to Kingdom Come. Up, I barken, hauling her to her feet. She's still clawing at the air as she tries to reach whatever is left of her father. Move. The word is aimed at Dima as much as it is at her. The men are galvanized into action. And in a moment, all hell breaks loose. Theo's body's abandoned on the floor as lead hails down upon us, and everyone dives for cover. Bullets fly past us, whizzing by like angry hornets as my men crouch and return fire. Dima's in full-scale attack mode, barking orders and taking out the bastards who've dared to invade my home, which is just what I need to get Tiana out of here. I drag her behind a bookcase and push her firmly against the wall. Stay here, I hiss at her, my hand on her trembling shoulder. Don't move, she nods, eyes wide with terror, but obedient for once. Her father's blood is still warm on my hands, and it fuels my rage as I stand up and join the fray. My men are trained for this shit, but I won't cower behind them while they fight for me. I dive across the room, using the expensive furniture as cover while taking potshots at our assailants. Motherfuckers. They thought they could take me on my turf? They have another thing coming. Dima catches my eye across the room and jerks his head toward the hole where the window once was. He'll take care of whatever is out there. I nod once in acknowledgement before popping off another round at a shadowy figure through the shattered window pane. The man falls backward with a cry, but there are more where he came from. Fucking cockroaches. But at least Dima will give me enough time to get Tiana out of here. I glance back at her. She hasn't moved an inch from where I left her. It doesn't last long. When I get back to her and reach out to take hold of her again, she's galvanized into action. Dad! Tiana's nails rake at my arm as she struggles against me. Follow me. I haul her off her feet and drag her kicking and screaming across the room to the safety of a nearby cabinet. Ducking behind it, I poke my head out quickly and take in the sight of shattered windows and drapes riddled with bullet holes. the tattered fabric flying as more gunfire is exchanged. My men are returning fire in full fury now, raining hell at the shadowed forms that are moving quickly beyond the ruined window frame. A quick look around has my attention stopping on the door to my strong room. The small space houses a safe for cash from various deals and my most confidential documents. No windows, only one door, and it's armor-plated. There, yanking her arm, I charge the short distance to the door, swipe my thumb over a biometric pad, and fling it open. She's not resisting me now when I push her inside. In fact, a glance at her face tells me she's probably in shock. Tear-soaked eyes stare up at me in a daze. The flicker of remorse I feel is a distraction that I shove to the back of my mind. There's work to be done. Don't you fucking move from here, I bark as I race out of the door. I lock it behind me just to be sure she obeys. People are going to die out here today, but I'll be fucked if I let her be one of them.
Chapter 7. Tiana. My head is reeling, and my heart thundering as I try to take in what's just happened. Adrenaline has flooded my system. But as it begins to dissipate, I find myself beginning to shake. I sink to the floor as my legs crumple. The primal instinct that had kept me on my feet begins to subside. I lift trembling hands to cover my face. Beyond the shock of bullets screaming past me and narrowly escaping death, one thing stands out. Dad. He's gone. I can't believe I just saw my father die. It can't be real. None of this is real. I'm sure that any moment now, I'm going to wake up and realize that it's all been some horrifying nightmare. But as I take in my surroundings, feel the cold of the floor through the fabric of my jeans, and inhale the slightly musty scent of the air, I know that this is no dream. I'm locked in a tiny room, bullets flying around beyond the door, while my father lies in a pool of his own blood. Oh, God, Dad. He was a bastard who used me and prepared me my whole life to sell me. But beneath it all, he was the man who fathered me. And maybe there was remorse there when he admitted what he'd done. There might still have been a chance for us. He did what he did because he was afraid for his life. He thought he had no choice. And maybe, in his sick and twisted way, he really believed that I would be okay with Kirill Vironov. Now I'll never know. Someone literally blew his brains out, right in front of me. When I glanced down at the front of my t-shirt, it's splattered with blood. My father's blood. I gag, fighting down bile as the moments replay themselves in my head like a technicolor nightmare. Except this nightmare was reality. My reality. And there is no way out. The room starts to close in on me. My breath comes in shallow gasps. And when I put a hand to my chest, I can feel my heart pounding, my lips tingle, and my head spins. I'm starting to hyperventilate. I recognize the signs of a panic attack looming. Calm down, T. Burning in my palms draws my eyes down to where I've carved groves into my skin with my fingernails. I hadn't even felt myself doing it. All I can remember is the strength of his rough palms as he pulled me through the room, ducking bullets as we ran. Was he shielding me? It seems unlikely. Why would he do that? I'm nothing to the man, aside from a big bunch of cash. And clearly, he can afford it. Maybe that's why. I clench my teeth and force myself to steady my breathing, counting down rhythmically as I take deep, slow breaths. I can't lose my shit right now. I have to find a way out here. Standing up, I turn around to get a better look at the room I'm in. It's little more than an empty box with bare, white walls and a floor tiled in cold marble. Hopelessness begins to build. The room is empty, apart from a huge safe at one end. It's small enough to cross in just a couple of strides. And aside from the heavy door behind me, there's no way out. I can't just accept that. There has to be a way out of all this. But even when I crawl along the floor, examining the skirting in the hopes of finding a duct or vent, there's nothing. Nothing in the ceiling either. It looks like solid concrete. It's just the door. And from the sound it made when he slammed it shut. It's made of solid steel. I'm stuck here. Stuck until he decides to come to get me. That's if he hasn't been killed out there. Oh, dear God. Panic surges again. If he doesn't free me, I might die in here. My fragile grip on my frayed nerves slips completely, and I spin and start pounding on the door. Help! Let me out! I can make out the sound of screams and gunfire, but the door's so thick that everything is muffled. Is he running around out there? In all that chaos? What if he's shot? Please don't die. Please. Kirill. I don't want to admit it, but as fucked up as it is, he's my only hope of survival right now. Nobody knows he locked me in here. There might be no one else to get me out. I'm picturing myself stuck in here for days, probably dying of thirst before hunger takes me. Would I run out of air first? Oh, my God. Kirill! My voice cracks. Would he even care enough to come for me if he had to make a hasty escape? The man's a bloodthirsty killer. I have no doubt of it. Why would he come back for me? He paid $1 million for you. T. It breaks my heart to think that my only value right now is the cash he spent to buy me. But I don't have the luxury of self-pity right now. Kirill! I scream again, my voice almost frantic. I keep thumping the door until my fists feel bruised, pausing to rest my forehead against the cool surface when I run out of breath. It's only when I hear something grating on the other side that I manage to straighten and then go stiff. What if it's not him? What if it's the enemy? I hadn't even considered that prospect. The door might open and leave me staring down the barrel of a gun wielded by one of the men who murdered my father. I could be facing one of the bad guys. What am I thinking? Kirill is one of the bad guys. He's just not one who wants to kill me. At least, not yet. Staggering back from the door, my sneakers scuff over the floor as I prepare to make a mad bolt for freedom. I need to be ready to run for my life if I get half a chance. The door is yanked open. I stifle a scream with my hand, my blood running cold and my nerve endings firing up simultaneously as I stare at the scene in front of me. And, for a moment, I can't tell whether to be relieved or dismayed. It's him. He is standing on the other side of the door, battered and bloody, his enormous chest heaving like he's just run a marathon. Yet his eyes remain cool as he runs an appraising glance over me, as if confirming that I'm still in one piece. Kirill! Thank God. I blurt. I never thought I'd ever be happy to see him. But my heart surges as I look at him. For a brief moment, I almost throw myself against his chest, stopping myself just in time. Instead, I take in the sight of him. He looks nothing like the unflappable mobster I met when I got here. He is no longer the ruthless gentleman in a perfectly tailored suit. This time, there is something feral, something animalistic about him. His features are set in grim lines, his face smeared with dirt and shining beneath a sheen of perspiration. His hair is tousled, The sleeve of his suit jacket is shredded, and his shirt is ripped, exposing the tanned flesh of his chest. He's brutal and beautiful in equal measure. My eyes widen as I allow myself to stare at him for a moment, taking in his towering form. Violence had never drawn me before, but right now, there's something irresistibly compelling about him. Except this is not the time to think about that. Tatey, releasing the door. He steps in and reaches out a hand. Come! His voice comes out as a deep growl. It's not a request, so a part of me immediately wants to resist him. Another part, the more rational part, knows that would probably mean death. So, I follow his lead, flinching as he closes his hand roughly around my wrist and hauls me forward with such force that I stumble over my own feet. Something flickers in his expression as I crash into him. When I look down, he has a hand clasped to his side, blood seeping through his fingers. Shit. He's been shot. I'm sure of it. Are you okay? I ask, then wish I hadn't. Why should I care? I should be thrilled if he drops dead. Hell, I should be the one who puts the bullet in him. But still, something in me churns when pain flits over his face. It is nothing. Come, he says again, not answering my question. But you're bleeding. I stare as the blood drips onto the floor. We must call an ambulance. I almost laugh out loud at the stupidity of my own suggestion. Do I honestly think that paramedics are going to blunder into this war zone? Or that a man like this would even want the authorities getting involved? I stop for a second. Because of all the sounds around us, one is missing. No sirens. It's been minutes since this gun battle began, long enough for someone to have called the police. But there's nothing. I remember how he'd laughed when I'd tried to threaten to turn him in. And things start to fall into place. Above the law, just like Dad said. Oh, God. Dad. What has happened to my father? He's dead. The words are blunt enough to feel like physical blows. I know. But, I gulp. His body. We can't just leave him there. He stares at me like I've grown a second head. He's beyond caring. He's dead, he repeats, as if that explains everything. Move! We have no time. And before I can respond, I'm being hauled almost off my feet as he twists and runs out through the door again. I grit my teeth and try not to choke as we weave past bloody bodies. Men with eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. Blood splattered up walls. And across marble. I don't know what hell looks like, but I'm pretty sure it's something like this. Thankfully, I don't get much chance to dwell on it. When he sees me looking, he stoops and lifts me over his shoulder, barely breaking stride. We have to get out of here. A bullet winds by, putting emphasis on his words. It smashes into the wall nearby, showering us with plaster. I blink quickly to try to clear the particles from my eyes. Kirill! I shriek when a vase explodes near my head without warning. Shouldn't I have heard the bullet that time? Or is there some kind of sniper out there? High-powered rifles do stuff like that. Don't they? Oh God. How did I manage to grow up so sheltered when my father literally groveled in this world? Either way, I don't need to know much about this stuff to know that I'm in deep shit. We're still darting. Ducking low, and my head spins as I try to get my bearings. Panic is rising again and I fight it down. Calm. Stay calm. and then my stomach lurches when he stoops, and then makes a swift run for the door across the room, with me hanging like a rag doll off his enormous shoulder, without the bursts of rapid gunfire. It's not as crazy as it was when it all began, but there's still someone out there, and they still want us dead. Or maybe it's just me they want to kill.
Chapter 8. Kirill, where were you? Why did you do this to me? The girl spits with tears of rage in her eyes. Blyett, I'm on my last fucking nerve with everything that went down here. It's been less than 2 hours since the attack ended, yet my world has already turned upside down. My room is cool and shadowed after the chaos outside. A heavy stillness envelopes us, broken only by the rasping of my breath and my almost silent footfalls on the plush carpet underfoot as I pace. The thick air feels charged with tension, ready to spark. It's just me and her. There is no doubt in my mind that her father was dirty. There is no other reasonable explanation for his death. It is clear that Theo Avance was selling information to my rivals. When they got wind of the fact that I had him captured, they took him out and attacked my mansion before I could make him speak, before he could tell me who he was working for. Only an idiot couldn't figure that out. And I am going to find the bastards who did this and gut them like pigs. Motherfuckers will pay. But the biggest motherfucker of them all is still none other than Theo Avance. Of course, one of the longest-serving associates of my organization. He's been with us since my father's time. And then, he decided to betray me and sell me out to my rivals. That led to his death. As for his daughter, I'm at a loss. She's staring up at me with wide eyes, tied to a black leather chair in the center of my room. Tiana. Her dark curls spill over the chair back, her breathing shallow, even bound. She's the picture of defiance, her chin lifted, eyes flashing with a fire that refuses to be smothered. Fuck it. She's worth every damn penny I spent on her. Let me go. Why are you doing this to me? Why? The words hang between us. An accusation. A plea. A demand. I can't tell which. Nor do I care. Quiet. I growl, unable to help the way my eyes rake over her, taking in every curve, every line of her slender body. Tying her to that chair had unsettled me, her fierce struggles as I'd shoved her into it. Then, the way she'd kicked and flailed as I'd bound her wrists behind the chair with my belt before tying her ankles to the chair legs with a couple of neckties I'd snatched from the closet. Now she's helpless. Her chest is thrust forward, knees spread as she squirms and fights to free herself. Blyett. She's fucking beautiful. There's no use in her struggling. Though, I know exactly how to subdue a woman in this way. It's probably why my balls are tightening as I watch her buck her hips, her lovely features twisted as she strains against her bonds. It was a good thing that I didn't linger after I'd tied her, with all the tension that built up in me during the attack. I might not have left her untouched, might not have made it back to Dima and the others. Of course, you would have. Pizda, I'm no slave to my needs. Control is wired into me. Still, she makes a pretty picture. Perhaps we can relive this scene once this bullshit is over. Now I have other matters to deal with. I have to find out if she's somehow involved in her father's dealings. I have to find out if she's hiding something. She's the daughter of that bastard Theo. After all, untie me, now! She screams again, ignoring her. I turn away. Images flashing behind my eyelids as I run through the images once more. Gunfire erupting around us. Theo Avance's body crumpling to the ground, his blood staining the fine grain of my study's hardwood floor. Rage had consumed me at the audacity of our attackers, along with a strangely urgent need to get Tiana out of harm's way. We were lucky. My men are well trained. They put down the assailants with practiced efficiency, leaving only the echo of gunshots and the stench of blood hanging in the air. But luck has no place in my world. It was supposed to be impenetrable. My home. My fortress. Yet those fuckers found a way to surprise us. Bold as brass. Bullets flying. Pizdets. Kirill. She yells again, despite what just went down. Her fire almost makes me want to grin. But I also sense the undercurrent of fear in her. Even though her jaw's still out, I know she's in shock from what happened, though I don't really care. If anything, it works for my advantage. I know my silence is also unnerving her, much more than if I'd been yelling and threatening her. That also suits me. It will make her more malleable when I start questioning her. Torture's ultimately a mental game. Torture? You think you could ever torture her? Dolboyob? Kirill. Her voice is strident. I am not sure at what point she started thinking it's acceptable to call me by my name, but I decide to let it slip. I think I like her saying it. It is strange to hear it. Though, everyone I know either calls me Mr. Vironov, Boss, or Bachan. Only my closest allies and family members are allowed to use the name my mother gave me. I said quiet. I snap again, the memory of the attack still thundering through my head. I'm running through every minute of it, committing details to memory, even as the taste of iron and adrenaline remain bitter on my tongue. She flinches slightly at my tone, and her body goes stiff. But those damned eyes never waver from me as she glares. I wish she would look away. She's distracting me. The fire and the defiance in her are making my cock hard. My hands clench into fists. The urge to touch her battles against the need to remain unyielding. I'm here to get answers from her in whatever way I need to, and there's no getting around it. The Bratva does not forgive weakness. Neither do I. I need answers. If she's somehow involved in this shitstorm, I must know about it. That's what matters now. And I can't let myself believe that just because she looks and behaves innocent, she is. I learned that lesson the hard way as a much younger man. I'd learned it practicing my craft on the idiots who dared to stand up to me. It's not like we don't have some intel at our disposal. The men we'd captured had spilled their guts with a little persuasion. Yet still, I'm sure there is something I missed. Something that would fill in the gaps. And I'm gonna find out what that is. Because extracting information is something I do well. Like the interrogation I got through after I'd left the girl bound here following our frantic race through the final moments of the gunfight. Dima and the others had dragged away the surviving attackers to be questioned while I'd brought her here for safekeeping. And then I'd left her alone and went to have my moment with the captives. The air in the interrogation room had been thick with the smell of fear and blood while I'd stood over the last one of the surviving attackers. It would have been simple to end him, and no one would have questioned it. Aside from my second in command, Kirill. Dima had said, a hand on my shoulder, cooling my murderous rage. Think straight. We need information, not another corpse. In present, it had been hard to restrain myself when the fucker had responded to my questioning with a defiant sneer. When he'd laughed about how weak our organization was, how easy it had been to infiltrate us. But a few broken fingers had loosened his tongue eventually. The Petrovs did it. He'd choked out. Bought avance so he'd dig up details on you. When they knew you'd made him, They wanted him dead. Wanted to clean up loose ends. Make sure he didn't expose anyone. As to Nine, and the girl, I'd asked, was she also a target? Everyone associated with Theo Avance had to die, he'd said. The girl, too, assessed, somehow, that it set my blood on fire. I didn't realize I was planning to break his neck until I felt the bones crunching in my hands. Looking at Tiana now, even with sparks in her eyes and hate curling her pretty lips, she still looks innocent. And maybe she is innocent. Maybe she's clean and doesn't deserve any of this shit. Shit that you dragged her into. Muldak, or did I? Was she already tangled up in her father's business somehow? Or is she really an innocent victim in all of this? I inhaled sharply and stiffened my bearing. It had been thoughts like this that got Dima questioning my motives. Especially when I'd resisted dragging Tiana into that stinking room to question her, too. We can't be sure if she's involved or just collateral damage. Quiero, you're the best one to find out the truth, he'd insisted. A dozen eyes had fixed on me as he'd said it. Eyes that would witness her terror if I inflicted those same tortures on her in that room as I dragged the truth from her. But doing that to her somehow doesn't sit well with me. And Dima had sensed that when I'd insisted that I'd handle her interrogation in private, away from all of them. Be careful. Bratok. He had warned quietly while the men had dragged the bodies from the room. If the devil has no power over you, he'll send a beautiful woman to do his dirty work. Well, what are you suggesting? I snarled, even though I knew what he was getting at. You know well what, he'd retorted. And that had been the shot that led me back here, facing a bound Tiana. Truth is, Dima has a point. The woman may very well be sent by the devil to destroy me. I paced some more, raking a hand through my hair as I consider my options. I'm not going to hurt her, but if she figures that out, I'm going to lose leverage. So, are you going to kill me or what? Her voice has me stopping in my tracks and spinning to face her. Because if you are, can you get it over with? I need to pee, and I don't want to mess up your fancy carpet. Is wide. I almost laugh out loud at the nerve of it. Fuck. This is going to be even better than I thought. Is there a reason I should kill you? Ptishka? I ask. All it takes is a good reason. End quote. Do your worst, you bastard. Anything would be better than being bound to you for the rest of my life. There's challenge in her tone, but her eyes are shadowed. Vulnerably. She just lost her father. It's not surprising that she's behaving so irrationally, but I can't let that sway me. I'm here to do a job. Don't tempt me. I bark, fixing her with an icy stare. In spite of the defiance, her face suddenly goes pale, but she doesn't cower. I'll give her credit for that. Not many men can face me without fear, particularly when they're bound and helpless. Yet this girl does it without hesitation. Fuck. Why do I like that so much? What do you want from me? She husks out, her throat working as she swallows hard. I take a step closer, looming over her. Her throat continues to work, and she licks her plump lips. Lips that would look perfect around my cock. I push the thought aside. Instead, I wait until I can see that fear has its hooks in her. When her breath becomes shallow, and her eyes lose that spark of defiance, I sink down and put my face level with hers. Let's not play games. I say, my voice low and even. I'm not a judge or an executioner, but I can be. And I am the one you need to convince if you want to walk away from this. And never. She swallows hard and nods mutely. Good. I'm finally getting through to her. Tell me what you know about your father's dealings with the Petrovs. I trace a finger down the line of her jaw delicately. She shudders. Tell me everything, Tiana, so I won't have to hurt you. Azing.
Chapter 9. Tiana. My thoughts are a jumbled mess of denial and horror. I'm still fighting off disbelief as the realization that I've been traded like a pawn in some sick game to settle my father's debts claws at me. The walls of Kirill Viranov's room feel like they're closing in as it all comes crashing in. It's not just what happened that's hanging over me. It's the suspicion that's been thrown on me. That I might be blamed for my father's bullshit on top of it all. That I might be forced to pay for his crimes. It feels unfair. What have I done to deserve this? First, the auction. Then my father being gunned down. And now this. Is there anything else the universe could throw at me to make my life more of a shit show? Don't tempt fate. Tiana, I can't believe this is happening. I whisper, under my breath. My voice breaks as the heavy silence that hangs between us. That doesn't answer my question. Ptika. The man who bought me still hangs over me like a bird of prey. A dark, brooding bird of prey. With ruffled hair and a face that only seems more viciously appealing now that it's streaked with blood. I've lost my mind. It's the only reasonable explanation. Who wouldn't in a situation like this? Answer me, he roars. His deep, guttural voice almost has the walls of the room shaking. It snaps me back from my wandering thoughts in an instant. I shrink down, feeling even smaller under his fierce gaze. But I set my chin straight. How do I answer something that I know nothing about? My voice is sharp. Rising a little, Kirill's eyes are icy as they fix on me. Don't you fucking lie to me. Little bird. He leans in closer. What do you know of his business with the Bratva? If I wasn't shaking from fear and shock, I would probably laugh out loud. It's too ludicrous. My own life has spiraled into something out of a dark, twisted fairy tale. And here stands the big bad wolf, asking if I played in the woods knowingly. I know nothing about my father's business. I whisper, my voice shaky. Then fucking prove it. He snaps. Screw you. I mutter. I have nothing to tell you, except that I hope you rot. His eyes narrow, his pupils darkening. Yet, my defiance doesn't get to him. You're playing a dangerous game. Ptika, he warns. His voice is a low and threatening growl, but when he turns slightly, there's a brief flicker of pain that flashes across his face as he adjusts his stance. It catches my attention. He's wounded. I saw it when he took me from the other room. There's blood on his shirt. I can see the stickiness seeping through the dark fabric, making it gleam wetly in the dim light. You're injured, I say, surprising myself. And probably him too. That's none of your business. He shoots back immediately. His eyes are filled with fire. But he doesn't let himself be overtaken by his anger. He's like a wounded tiger that is prepared to do anything to get his way. And I find that oddly appealing, which is all kinds of crazy. Especially that I'm all tied up and completely at his mercy. He's all about death and violence. He could snap me in half if he wanted to, and I couldn't do anything about it. Yet here I am, defying him every step of the way. It's like our own little game, and that shouldn't make my heart race and my nipples tighten. But it does, and I don't understand why. Why am I reacting this way to this man? It's all new to me. Am I screwed up in the head? Maybe I am one of those perverts my father was always protecting me from. You're hurt. You need help. I tell him again, allowing my eyes to move over the stain of blood on his shirt. A dark eyebrow rises. Are you trying to convince me that you care? Ptika? Now I wish I'd said nothing about it. I hate that I noticed. I hate that I want to know more about the real man behind the monster who holds my fate in his blood-stained hands. Look. I breathe out, trying to regain some control over my racing thoughts. I know nothing about my father's business, or about any Pushkin gang. Petrov. He corrects me. Petrov. Pushkin. Rumpelstiltskin. I don't know any of them. If I did, don't you think I'd use it to get out of this mess? What more do I have to lose? Kirill straightens up, the unreadable mask slipping back into place. I suck in a sharp breath as his hand reappears, holding a glittering blade. My throat works as he brings it up in front of my face. No, he's going to kill me, when he drops abruptly. Knife in hand. I let out a short scream, only to realize that he's stooping to cut the bonds from my ankles. Fine, if you don't know anything. There's no sense in wasting any more of my time with you, he says as he rises once more. Cautiously, I move my hands in front of me. I'm still shaking. Stand, he says. I twist my wrists as the blood rushes to my hands. Stand, Kirill repeats, his voice more a growl than a command. There's a huskiness to it that makes me wonder if he's reacting to our closeness as much as I am. I push myself up unsteadily, my feet numb from being bound for so long. My body sways, and for a fraction of a second, I worry that I'll collapse right into him, a prospect that sends a tiny thrill through me. I find my footing just in time to avoid the contact, but I can't avoid the electricity that zings in the air between us, thick enough to slice through with a knife, and I'm sure he feels it too. Look at you, I quip, trying to ignore the way my body hums with awareness, all bloodied and brutish, like some sort of gladiator. It's meant as a dig, but even to my own ears, it sounds like a compliment. He doesn't respond immediately, just studies me with those piercing dark eyes that seem to see too much. There's no doubt that he is a man who understands death all too well. And yet, here I am, my heart pounding not with fear but something else entirely, something dark and wanting. So, what now? Are you letting me go? I ask him, still a little confused. A dark eyebrow lifts. Letting you go? He chuckles, a sound that rolls over my flesh like a caress. And damn it, my pussy tingles. We're just inches apart, and it's making it hard for me to breathe for some reason. I mean, you believe me now? What made him change his mind? Shouldn't I? His head tilts slightly as he surveys me coldly. Yes, of course you should, I say in a rush. Because you know, my words are cut off as a strong hand snaps out and grasps my throat beneath my chin. Before I know what's happening, he's pushed me across the room until my back hits the wall. I give a cry of surprise, my mouth opening and closing. His grip is firm, his fingers warm against my skin, hard enough to hold me in place, but not tightly enough to hurt me. My skin buzzes beneath his touch. He leans forward, getting right in my face. If I find out you're lying to me, or even just withholding information, I'll do things to you that will make you regret that you were born. Do you understand? My breath catches, and somehow it has nothing to do with his hand on my throat. I stare up into his eyes like a deer in the headlights. My thighs have clenched together to hide the wetness in between, and my nipples poke against my shirt. Tiana, you pervert! Are you one of those pain sluts? What the actual fuck? Do you understand me? His voice is unnaturally low. A velvet threat. I nod as much as his fist beneath my chin will allow me. Yes. I manage to husk out. Good. He murmurs. His breath fans my face. Minty and intoxicating. There's a long silence after he speaks. A silence laden with something I can't identify. But it's making my heart race. Do something. Damn it. Are you done with me? I inject as much brazenness into my voice as I can manage, considering my throat is constricted. What did you say? My heart pounds harder. I'm pushing the envelope, but I don't know what else to do. My body is responding to this situation in a way that I can't understand. I don't know if I want to slap him or kiss him. Why am I finding this hot? What is wrong with me? I can't believe my mind is even going there. Here I am in the most gigantic mess of my life. I just lost my father, and I'm tied to a Bratva boss who's pinning me against a wall with his hand around my throat. I know he could snap me in half if he wanted to, which should scare me even more. But it has me turned on. Instead, when I drop my eyes to his lips, he licks them, and I swear that my pussy goes so wet. I'm worried the stain is going to be visible from a mile away. Something flickers in his eyes, like he understood something. The corner of his lips twitch, and it's as if a tiny smile is playing at his mouth. His hand loosens its grip beneath my chin, but he doesn't pull away. Instead, his fingers trail down my jawline, sending shivers through me. My lips tingle in anticipation as he leans in closer. By the time he lowers his mouth toward mine, I'm literally not breathing. It's like he sees right into the core of my soul. He knows how I'm reacting to him. His lips are even closer to mine now, and I'm a mush, especially the area between my legs. And though I still don't understand what's happening with my body, I no longer care. This is it. My first real kiss. And it's with the last person I ever expected. Or wanted. But at this moment, none of it seems important anymore. Maybe it's all the tension that has built up in me today. Maybe it's a giant fuck you to my father for shielding me all my life, just to keep my price up for that auction. Maybe I really am screwed up in the head. I no longer care about any of it. All that matters is the electricity I'm feeling and the desire pooling in my belly. Holy shit. I want this man. For a while, there is nothing, aside from the weight of the air between us and the sound of our hoarse breaths. Then his mouth brushes against mine, softly at first, testing the waters before his tongue flicks out and licks along the seam of my lips. And, God help me, I want him to take me here and now. My body suddenly throbs in a way I never thought I'm capable of, especially the area between my thighs. A soft moan escapes my lips, and it's like I'm no longer in control of my own body. Not that I'm resisting anymore. I just allow this experience to happen as it should. And he surely knows what he's doing. It shows in every stroke of his tongue against mine as he explores every nook and cranny of my mouth. By the time he raises his head, I'm panting like I just ran a marathon. And him? He's smirking. And somehow, he's backed me away from the wall. And we've bumped up against the edge of his bed. He just continues to smirk. He's such a dick. Too bad I want him too much to care about that. But my thoughts are confirmed when he speaks. Strip, he says to me. What? I go stiff, certain I misheard him. You heard me. And, unquote, strip? He can't be serious. I look around, still in a daze, after that mind-numbing kiss. What? I say again. Strip, little bird. He reaches for the front of my shirt and begins to tug it out of the top of my pants. Oh, hell no. I suddenly want to oppose him again. Sure, he might have me turned on like never before, and he may have turned my pussy into a boiling pool of desire. But I'm not going to let him think that he can just treat me like his personal sex toy. Fuck you! My hand flies up sharply. I shove against his chest, trying to push him away. You can go screw yourself. End quote. He chuckles. Another of those dark rumbles that zing straight to my clit. There's my girl. And I'm not your anything. You bastard! My chest heaves as I glare at him. When I shove him again, he looks amused. Is that how you talk to your future husband? Petichka? His voice drips with sarcasm. I narrow my eyes at him, fighting back 1,000 insults that I know will get me into trouble. Don't touch me. I hiss out, between gritted teeth instead. I'm not interested in any of your husband bullshit, and I don't want you anywhere near me. It's a lie. A big one. I want him near me more than I ever wanted anyone. I can feel the heat of his body against mine, and it's making me burn in a way that's entirely new and exciting to me. He steps closer, right into my space, until we're practically touching again. If I could feel his heat before. It's almost soaking into my cells now. Is that really what you want? He growls into my ear. It's low and dangerous. My chest heaves against his as I try to catch my breath. Yes. No. I choke out, wishing my voice wasn't shaking. Let's find out. Then, without warning, his hand shoots out and grips my chin roughly, angling my face upward to meet his. Our lips are merely an inch apart when our gazes lock, his eyes filled with hunger and dominance. He's going to kiss me again, and I'm powerless to stop him. And, somehow, that makes this all the more appealing. I don't want to stop him. Slowly, he leans in until our lips are touching, his warm breath mingling with mine before he slams his mouth down on mine in a rough kiss that leaves no room for doubt about who's in charge. His tongue plunders my mouth, claims it nothing like the seductive exploration that left my knees weak before. But they're weak again anyway. And I moan as he slides his fingers along my jawline to tilt my head back even more. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm kissing him back. Tentative, clumsy, but passionate. He doesn't seem to mind any of it. If anything, it spurs him on. His kiss deepening, becoming more forceful. And if anything, it turns me on even more. When he nips my lower lip, I whimper and fist his shirt, tugging him closer. I can't get enough of this feeling. I'm hot and cold all at once. I want to hitch my knee over his hip and rub my mound against him. The ache there is building into a dull throb that's matched by a tingling in my nipples. Have I just discovered a new hobby? Is this what sex feels like? Even as I think that. I know it's not true. It's him who makes me feel this way. He's no ordinary man. That much is clear. Blyad. He groans, breaking away from my lips, only to trail hot. Open-mouthed kisses down my jawline to my neck. He sucks on my pulse point just below my earlobe before biting it lightly. I jolt in response. Oh. God. I moan as goosebumps break out on my skin. When he grinds against me, I can feel the rock-hard ridge of his cock pressing against me. I choke out a gasp. I don't know much about cocks, but I'm pretty sure the size is more than impressive. It's not like I haven't seen pictures of naked men on before. My father may have shielded me from most of the world, but he couldn't shield me from all of it. As for Kirill's size, I'm sure it's bigger and harder than the ones I've seen on the internet. I arch toward him, pushing myself against that thick bulge. He makes a low, rumbling sound deep in his throat before taking my mouth again. It's slower this time, as if he's learning the depths of me, his hands moving down my back to pull me closer. It's not close enough. I thrust my hips forward, clinging to him. How the hell did I get here? Just minutes ago, I was hurling insults at the man, and now here I am, melting into a puddle at his feet. I've never forced myself on a woman in my life, he had said. Now I understand why. If he used these skills on them, I bet there'd have been women lining up outside his bedroom door. Which makes me wonder again why he brought me here in the first place. But I don't wonder for too long. His hands continue to explore me, mapping the curves of my ass, before trailing over my hips to the front of my pants. He unbuttons them with a practiced flick of his wrist before looking up at me. Still don't want me to touch you. Petichka? He traces a fingertip along the small strip of bare skin that's exposed at the top of my pants. I answer with a small shake of my head. His lips curl up into a dark, wicked smile that should annoy me, but it doesn't anymore. Reaching for the hem of my shirt, he slides it up my chest and then pulls it over my head and tosses it aside. I'm wearing a plain white cotton bra beneath it, and now I wish it was black satin, but he doesn't seem to care. From the way his eyes trail over me, I could be wearing La Perla, and it makes me feel beautiful. Dipping down, he lowers himself until he slowly takes a hard nipple into his mouth. He nips at it through the fabric, and I'm gone once again. I arch my back and slide my fingers into his thick, silver hair. I grip more firmly when he slides down my torso, trailing the tip of his tongue over my skin until he reaches my navel, sinking back onto the bed behind us. He sits in front of me, his hands on my hips, my pants open before him. When he tugs them down my thighs, I don't resist the slightest. Instead, I just step out of them as they drop to the floor and pool around my feet. Open, he commands, pushing my knees apart. My legs part slightly, and I give a little moan as his hands slide up the inside of my thighs. His touch has me shivering, and 1,000 images race through my mind from the dream I'd had of him recently. My cheeks burn as I imagine that I'm about to find out what it feels like in reality, when his fingers graze over my cotton-covered pussy. I gasp sharply. It's only the lightest of touches, but it shoots straight to the depths of me. Oh. I breathe out. I'm not sure what I should be doing next, but my body seems to know because I'm rubbing against his hand, desperate for more friction, When he reaches up to my bra and pulls the strap down, I take a quick breath. My breasts are free. They spill over the top of my bra, my nipples tightly puckered. "Ty prekrasna," he murmur, pinching one nipple, then the other. First lightly, then more forcefully. The moan that tears from me is throaty and deepens as he finds my clit and rubs it through the cotton. Oh, shit. Oh my God. I choke out, my hand clutching at his shoulder. He's at eye level with my pussy, and my cheeks flame as I watch him examine me with heated interest. When he leans forward and sucks down on my clit through the fabric, I almost go through the roof. My fingers dig into the heavy muscles of his shoulder as I try to stop myself from falling to the floor. Oh, my God. How are you doing that? I sway slightly, my breath coming fast. You're going to come for me. Ptika. He keeps up the friction of his fingers along my slit. I need your cunt nice and wet when I fuck you. God. He's such an arrogant ass. But right now, I don't have a snappy response in my vocabulary. And any thoughts I may have had go right out the window when he suckles on my clit once again. Oh. Fuck! I sway, and almost fall. Luckily, my fingers have such a grip on the muscles on his shoulders that my nails are biting into his skin through his shirt. It doesn't slow him. His fingers stroke a steady rhythm along the seam of my pussy while he keeps working my clit through the fabric. It goes on until I'm almost completely mindless with the pleasure, and when he suddenly nips down on the sensitive bundle of nerves, it's the end of me. Oh, fuck! I cry out, my hips thrusting forward hard as I feel a flood of juices soaking into my panties. Fuck, yes. Oh, my God. I find my orgasm washes over me like a tsunami of boiling lava. And for a moment, my vision becomes blurry. My head is spinning. And I think the only reason I don't fall crashing to the floor is that his hands are holding me in place. It's unreal. When the feeling starts to subside, I can't help staring at him in surprise. My cheeks are still flaming hot, the warmth seeping down my throat to my chest. How? What? How did you do that? My voice is hoarse. Practice, he says, rising abruptly. I stare at him in a daze as he unbuttons his shirt and slips it over his shoulders. Holy shit, the man looks like he's chiseled from marble. His eyes dark with a world of knowledge that I can only begin to imagine. Yet I want to know it. I want to know it all. Raising a hand tentatively, I splay it over his skin. It's brazen. But after what he just did to me, it seems appropriate. Wow. I husk out. You're so hard. Now I'm blushing again because I probably sound like a naive schoolgirl. Then again, it wasn't long ago that I was one. And this man is anything but naive. He's the exact opposite of naive. I suddenly realize how ridiculously outclassed I am. When he toes off his shoes and unzips his pants, I can't help gaping at him in awe. Every inch that's revealed seems more honed and perfect than the last. Broad shoulders, a wide chest with just the lightest dusting of hair over a tracery of ink. Taut, rippling abs that look like I could bounce something off them. And what's hidden by his undershorts seems to be the hardest part of all. I can't tear my eyes from the huge bulge beneath the fabric. Holy freaking shit! That thing is going to rip me in half. Kirill. My voice has dropped to a whisper. I've never felt so out of my depth in my life. Touch me. he tells me. Suddenly, I don't know what to do. When I hesitate, he reaches for my hand and presses it over his throbbing erection. Holy shit, it's hot, and even harder than I expected. I almost pull away in alarm, but he keeps my hand there. At first, I do nothing, taking a moment to collect myself. He doesn't seem impatient. He just stands there watching me like some sort of tattooed god. And it works. Soon, my shyness is overtaken by desire, and I let my fingertips trace the line of his shaft. It twitches beneath my fingers as if it has a life of its own. Keep going. He rasps the words, his stomach muscles tightening, as if that were even possible. Beneath the fabric, I can feel the light ridges of veins in the bulbous head, but it's not enough. I want to feel the texture, all the shapes and lines of it. When he lets my hand go, I slide it beneath the waistband of his briefs and touch the tip of his cock. He sucks a sharp breath through his nostrils. It's so smooth. I look up at him. He doesn't answer, just stares down at me as I push his briefs down and take him in both hands. And hot. And pretty. His throat works as I begin to glide my hand awkwardly along his shaft. I'm probably doing a terrible job, but I'm sure I make up for it with enthusiasm. And more than a little perverse delight. I spent my whole life locked up like a nun. And now, here I am, about to be taught the ropes by the most cruelly beautiful man I've ever laid eyes on. And he sure as hell knows what he's doing. This may not have been my first choice in how I would have lost my virginity, but it's suddenly looking pretty damn appealing. When he raises a hand to cup my breast, my grip tightens. It tightens further when he pinches my nipple and then slides his other hand between my legs. My panties are sticky, hot, and wet against me, and he pulls the fabric away from me, delving into the silky fur that covers my pussy. Off, he tells me, tugging at the cotton. I don't care that he's arrogant anymore. I respond eagerly this time, pulling the elastic over my hips and then wriggling out of them before reaching for his cock again. He keeps his eyes on me, tracing the line of my slit that is now naked without the covering of my panties. Oh, wow. I choke. The sensation of his bare fingers against me is like an electric shock. I'm squirming against his hand within seconds. I work hard not to stop pumping his cock, though, staring at it transfixed, as sticky, silvery droplets ooze from the head. I swirl the moisture into his skin with my fingertip, thrilled at the way he shudders when I do that. If possible, I'm even more thrilled by what he's doing down below. I feel him spread my lips wide, thumbing circles over my swollen clit as he slides a finger into my wet channel. My back arches as I ache for more, wishing he'd go deeper, harder. And when he starts to pump his finger into me in shallow thrusts, I mule. Ooh, God, that's so good. My palms are still gliding along the length of his cock, but it's almost impossible to concentrate now. When he picks up the pace, his thumb still swirling, I start to buck against his hand. Does that make you hot? Little bird? He watches my face as I gnaw on my bottom lip. Yes. Oh, fuck. Yes. Oh, shit. I grab his arm and start riding his fingers harder. It only takes a few moments for a sizzling wave of pleasure to rush through me once again. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I scream as my body starts uncontrollably shaking. His rough hands hold me firmly in place until I collapse against his chest. my face flushed and damp. Hot. Juices flood my pussy as I breathe against his hard muscles. It takes long seconds until the shaking of my thighs begin to subside. As my body starts to cool and my breathing slows down, he slowly pulls his fingers from me. It feels like forever before I'm able to focus on his face again. And when I do, he's licking his fingers. My cheeks flame. Yet somehow, it's so damn sexy that I'm left speechless. You're fucking delicious. Ptishka. And you come so easily. He grins at me. I want to hate him all over again. But I can't bring myself to it. I'm going to enjoy every fucking second that I'm inside you. Minnie, my heart stutters. Kirill. I look around nervously. I'm not sure. You are. He interrupts me, spinning me to face the bed and then putting a hand between my shoulder blades to push me forward. I land on my hands and knees with a yelp, looking back in alarm as he steps between my legs and kneels on the mattress between my feet. Holy shit. This is it. Kirill. Wait. I don't know. I'm not ready. At least, I think I'm not. But my body is screaming yes in 1,000 different ways. Quiet! He hauls my hips up, pushing my thighs wide with his knee and staring down at my ass as if he'd happily devour me. His desire is raw and pure, and the thought that I could do that to him makes my core tighten. Blade, he mutters, palming his cock and sliding the tip against my slit. I can feel my folds parting to make way for him as I ache to feel him deep. My entire body is suddenly screaming to be filled by him. This is happening, TT. Fuck me, I blurt. Though it comes to me as a shock. I didn't plan on saying it. But somehow, I just did. And it seems to be the only encouragement he needs. Without warning, he grasps my hip, lodges the head of his cock into the mouth of my pussy, and thrusts forward. Holy fucking shit! I'm buried to the hilt. My breath catches in my throat, and I'm sure my eyelids just did a 180. Kirill! I shriek when I finally have a voice. My hands are grasping at the bedsheets as he plunges into the hilt once more. Yes! I choke as his hips grind up against the cheeks of my ass. Oh, you bastard. I half scream at him, reaching back to rake my nails over his thigh. There's a sting deep inside that makes my eyes water. You like it? Tichka? He tells me with a smirk. He waits a moment, and I can swear I feel him swelling even more. Or maybe it's just that I'm so sensitive there now. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, I pant the words out, trying to catch my breath and force myself to relax a little. It feels almost impossible when there's so much of him inside me. When he starts to move again, sliding slowly in and then back out, the searing heat that was there begins to turn into warmth that floods my belly and my limbs. Boz Hemoy. He groans from above me. I'm still clutching the bedsheets with one hand while the other has a firm grip on his thigh, releasing my hip. He reaches forward and grasps a handful of my hair, drawing me back as he starts pumping faster. I start to moan again. I've never felt so wanton. I never thought I could. And I can't help myself. I can feel my juices dripping down my thighs, making wet sounds each time his hips slam against me. It doesn't take long before I'm groaning in earnest, bucking back to meet him as he pounds into me. Each thrust is punctuated by a sharp cry as I arch back to meet him. just when I think I can't take any more. He slides his hand to my mound, thrumming my clit. I go off like a rocket. Oh, fuck. I scream as lights burst into the darkness behind my eyelids. My lips tingle as I gasp for air. Every inch of me tingles. From the place where he's buried deep inside me to the tips of my fingers. When he grunts and then stiffens against me, I can feel heat flood me. His teeth sink into the curve of my neck. It should hurt, but all I can feel is pleasure. So much freaking pleasure. How did I never know about this before? Because I was locked away like a virgin in a tower. That's why. Well, I'm out of the tower now. It feels like we stay locked together forever. When my body finally begins to cool, he slides out of me. The first thing I do is collapse forward onto my hands. Completely spent, he lowers himself behind me, pulling me into the curve of his body. His breath rasping. I go completely limp, unable to find the strength to move. It's all I can do to heave a sigh as the last of the aftershocks leave me. Wow. I breathe out the word. He chuckles into my hair. Not so bad. Oh, wow. I say again, reaching for his hand and pulling it up against my chest. Yeah, not so bad. I've never felt so close to anyone, which should be strange, but it's not, until he slides a hand around over my belly and murmurs into my ear, "You will be my wife. You will learn to follow my rules. Do you understand?" What the actual fuck? I say nothing, but stiffen immediately. It doesn't seem to deter him, though, because he goes on. You will not think of escape, because it would be futile. You will do the duties of a Bratva wife, and you will never go into the east wing of our home. Ever. Do you understand? Our home. He says it so casually, like it's the most natural thing ever. Why can't I go to the east wing? Though, why not? Echo my thoughts. It seems like such a random instruction. Is he hiding something? Because I said so. Do as I tell you and things will be good in your world. Do the opposite, and bear the consequences. Do you understand me? Tiana? He's firmer with it this time. By the time he stops talking, my blood is boiling. We just had the perfect moment and the bastard totally ruined it. I hate you. I feel mutinous, but my body is still basking in afterglow. So there's less vehemence in the words than I'd hoped for. He just laughs. He simply laughs, and cups my breast, making me squirm against him. If this is the way you hate, I will let you hate me again before the night is over. Andersid, God, you're a dick. I mutter, letting his hand go. He doesn't seem to care. And why would he? I can call him all the names I want. I can tell him I hate him. But I'm not so convinced anymore that I do. Because one thing is certain. Tonight, Kirill Vironov claimed my body. And probably my soul.
Chapter 10. Kirill. Did she just call me a dick? I fucking love it. Doesn't mean she's going to get away with it. Shifting away slightly, I press down on her shoulder until she's on her back, looking up at me. That is not a good start to the arrangement. I tell her. She licks her lips. They're bee-stung, plump and pink after I kissed her, and maybe a little from the stubble on my jawline. After her initial reluctance, she'd responded with such enthusiasm it had surprised me. A pleasant surprise, and one I intend to fully explore. But first, She needs to understand exactly who wields the power here. I don't remember agreeing to any arrangement. She looks at me from beneath lowered lashes. Her cheeks are still flushed, the color spreading down her pretty tits. As I trail a look down, her nipples begin to pucker again. You don't have to say you agree. Your body is already telling me everything I need to know. I lower my head to take a tight nipple into my mouth, and she gasps. When I raise my head, her pupils are blown, her dark eyes almost the color of midnight. That's not fair. She pushes at me slightly, but it's a half-hearted gesture. I flick my tongue over her other nipple, and the tiny hairs on her skin rise. The world is not fair. I blow on her nipple and she shivers, arching up toward me. I pull away and she groans. You're a total dick, she repeats. There's that word again. I grasp her jaw in one hand and hold her face firmly to look at me. You overstep. Petishka. That's not a good idea. I'm lying. It's the best idea. Because it gives me a reason to show her what she can and can't get away with. Now, what did I tell you? I cup her breast, my thumb teasing her nipple. She huffs out a breath, making it seem like she's finally giving in. When she replies, her voice rasps, that I have to follow your rules. Istad Havendorus. And? My hand trails lower until I'm cupping her mound. Escape is futile. Her breath catches. It stops completely when I run a featherlight touch over her clit. What else? I can almost feel the little nub throbbing beneath my fingertip. It's matched by the throb in my cock, which has suddenly perked up again. I'll learn the ways of the Bratva, she says in a rush, her hips bucking up when I withdraw the pressure on her clit. Oh, fuck. You are not done yet. What else? There's a moment of confusion. Her eyes slightly glazed as I circle her clit, then slide my finger between her slick lips. She's still dripping wet. A delicious mess that I'm tempted to taste once again. That I can't go somewhere. I don't know. She answers quickly before giving a low moan. The wet sounds of my fingers in her cunt are underscored by her rapidly rising breathing. When I stop yet again, she mews. Where can't you go? Petishka? I growl, keeping my fingers inside her. Don't stop. You bastard, she demands so violently that it seems like it shocks her. But I'm not going to let it slip. I need to know she understood me. Where can't you go? I repeat. Fuck. The East Wing. I can't go to the East Wing, she moans, pressing her core against me, urging me to move my fingers inside her. Lucky for her, I'm just getting started, and you will stop calling me a dick. Unless you want me to show you what one looks like again. I take her hand and guide it down to where my cock is now jutting firmly. Blyad. The things this girl does to me. Her eyes widen as she circles my girth with her fingers. You're hard again. His log. I watch her face as she tentatively touches me, her eyes wide with wonder. It's been a long time since I've been with someone so unspoiled. And I'm rock hard just thinking about the things I can teach her. Good girl, I growl, guiding her hand up and down my shaft. Faster. End friend. Her grip tightens, and I groan. She's a quick learner. I'll give her that. And fucking beautiful, too. Her other hand finds my balls, massaging them gently as she stares up at me with those big doe eyes. My cock twitches in her fist, leaking pre-cum onto her fingers. You like that, Petichka? I ask, voice gruff. She nods but doesn't look away from our joined hands. Good. Fuck, she's more than good. If she keeps this up, I might just lose it. I don't think I can remember the last time that happened. I push her back onto the bed and position myself between her knees. My turn. Jeeve. I watch her face as I slide my fingers back into her wet pussy, marveling at how tight she still is, despite the pounding I just gave her. Her eyes are closed, and her lips are parted in a perfect O as she bites back a moan. Her hands grip the sheets, and I can see the tendons in her neck straining as she tries to hold back. No holding back. I growl, pushing my index and middle fingers deeper inside her. Scream for me. Little bird. Maced. Ah, fuck, she groans, her eyes flying open and looking like dark pools of desire. She clenches around my fingers and a low growl escapes my lips as I feel her inner walls gripping me like a vice. That's it. I praise, circling my thumb around her clit while thrusting my fingers in and out of her tight cunt. You like that, don't you? Yes, I love it. She whimpers. The small sound sends shivers down my spine straight to my cock. She's so fucking responsive. It's intoxicating. Show me how much. Well, hard dues. She gnaws on her lip, slanting her eyes away shyly before spreading her thighs wide and pushing her hips forward. I get a clear view of her perfect pussy, pink and clutching around my fingers. I keep thrusting steadily, pushing against her spot with each inward movement. With my other hand, I toy with her clit until she's twisting and writhing. Yes. Oh, God. Yes, she pants, then lets out a wail as I pick up the pace, rubbing a steady rhythm on her sensitive nub. Ooh. Fuck. She half shrieks, her body jerking as I drive her closer. Krasivaya devushka, I murmur. Scream for me. Tichka. Just like I told you. I cross when she looks up at me. Her eyes are so glazed I doubt she sees me. Oh, oh, oh. Her voice pitches into a high, keening sound as she hits her peak. As Tiana's orgasm consumes her, I can't help but admire the way her body arches like a bow, every muscle taut with pleasure. Her dark hair is a tangled tumble of curls, and her eyes are squeezed shut in ecstasy. Her full lips are parted, revealing pearly white teeth. She's a fucking masterpiece. This one, a work of art that I created. Her cunt clenches around my fingers, milking them as she moans out her release. It makes my lips twitch up at the corners, knowing that I've reduced her to a quivering mess beneath my touch alone. It's intoxicating. I wait, watching as she gradually comes down, her chest heaving, withdrawing my fingers from her depths. They emerge glistening with her juices, which I bring to my mouth once again. Her eyes move from my fingers to my eyes, something flickering in their depths. I'm going to fuck you now. Ptishka, I tell her as I lower myself between her splayed thighs. Yes, fuck me. Kirill, she wheezes, and I swear it makes my dick want to explode. I don't need more encouragement. Guiding the head of my cock along her slit, I enter her slowly, savoring every inch of the tight heat enveloping me. If she's sensitive after the pounding I just gave her, she shows no sign of it. Kirill, yes. Her nails dig into my back as she arches up to meet me, moaning my name. It sends shivers down my spine straight to my cock, making it throb inside of her wet heat. Blyad, I mutter as she squeezes around me like a vice grip around my dick. She's so damn tight and hot. It's all I can do not to lose control. Her pussy clenches around me like a fist, milking me with every inward stroke. Oh, fuck, Kirill! She meets each of my thrusts with unschooled enthusiasm. I can't help but grin, her throaty cries, her wild bucking beneath me. It's so at odds with the innocent woman from earlier today. But I don't mind it one bit. In fact, it spurs me on even more as I pick up the pace. You like that, little bird? You like it when I fuck you hard? I'm panting with exertion. Yes! Yes! Oh, she screams, head thrown back against the headboard as her eyes roll back in her head. Harder! Fuck me. Harder. She doesn't need to say it twice. If I was worried about making it painful for her, I'm not anymore. I slam into her with even more power, sliding in and out of her depths until our hips slap together with a wet smacking sound that fills the room, along with our moans and grunts of pleasure. Her juices coat my cock each time I pull out before plunging back in again. Blythe, your pussy feels like heaven. I'm not exaggerating. I can't remember the time a woman felt so good beneath me. Her moans are getting louder, and her body is starting to shake, her thighs quivering as she clasps them around my waist. Her nails dig into my back, scoring trails down my skin. I can tell she's getting dangerously close. Her cunt is tightening around me, pulsing and clenching every time I slam into her. Her back bows, pushing her tits into my chest, and her head falls back, mouth open as she gasps for air. Her cries fill the room, mixing with the wet sounds of us fucking and the slick smack of our hips meeting. Kirill! Oh my God! Kirill! She screams. Her hips buck up harder, desperate for release, desperate for me to push her over that edge. That's it. Ptishka. I grind out through gritted teeth as I brace my arms on either side of her head. Fucking come for me. Come all over my cock. Is that? Her head shoots up and her nails dig in harder. And then she's saying my name again, the word barely coherent through her screams. I can't hold back anymore. Her walls pulse around me, her cries reaching a fever pitch. Her body tenses and releases as she orgasms, her juices coating my cock and spilling out around it. Her ass and thighs shake wildly against my dick as I continue to thrust, riding out her orgasm until I finally hit my own. A low growl rumbles in my chest as my balls tense and release their contents. My cock throbs as I fill her with my cum. It mixes with hers, the hot fluid making a slick mess between us. I continue to thrust until the last wave of pleasure ebbs away. Then I slow to a stop, buried deep inside her. Bozhemoy. She is fucking amazing. We're both panting and sweaty, our bodies something more than entwined as we lay there, trying to catch our breaths. I pull out of her slowly, my cock leaving her with a small pop and a trickle of cum spilling out of her. After a moment, I roll off of her and onto my back, feeling a strange sense of peace settle over me. It's a feeling I shove aside immediately. She's not my rest. She's a means to an end. I can't forget that. I turn my head and run an eye over her face. She's beautiful. All right. Even if she hadn't fallen into my lap with all this bullshit, I would have picked her out of a crowd. She's looking up at me, a soft smile on her lips and wonder in her eyes. She looks innocent, vulnerable, and fuck. She's good at the whole innocent and vulnerable thing. It's almost enough to make me forget the bullshit she's wrapped up in. Almost enough to make me forget my disgust at her father and the fact that she's the daughter of someone who betrayed me by selling information to my fucking enemies. There's no chance of developing feelings for this woman. She'll give me my heir and help me complete my empire. After that, I'll decide what to do with her.
Chapter 11. Tiana. I stretch beneath the covers and yawn as I stir awake. My eyelids are heavy, and my body feels languorous and sore, but in a delicious way. Suddenly, memories come flooding back like a tidal wave. Dad, I don't care that he was probably the worst father in the world. He was still my dad, even if he sold me to a ruthless criminal. A criminal who took me to heaven and back in a way I'd never imagined. A rush of humiliation and desire crash over me. Oh, my God. No. I groan out loud as I slide a hand beneath the smooth sheets and realize that he's gone. I'm not sure if I'm sad or glad about that. Glad. Definitely glad. I hate him. Hate him for bossing me around and treating me like an object. I hate him for taking me so roughly yet skillfully that I thought I'd combust on the spot. But most of all, I hate him for leaving me alone in this cold, unfamiliar bed, even though I'll never admit that last part. My eyes dart around my surroundings as I try to orient myself. The room is opulent, like the rest of the damned over-the-top place, yet it's masculine, with dark wood paneling and plush leather furniture. I'm drifting in a king-sized bed that dominates the space. The dark sheets, which probably have a 500 thread count, still hold his scent. It's a heady mix of smoke and spice that makes my stomach flip in ways it shouldn't. Thick curtains are drawn across the floor to ceiling windows, casting the room in a sensual gloom that only serves to remind me of what I was doing right in this bed mere hours ago. I sit up, wincing as every muscle in my body protests the movement. He'd been relentless last night, dominant and demanding, and yet bringing me more pleasure than I'd ever believed the human body was capable of experiencing. My cheeks flame when I think of how eagerly I'd succumbed to him, just as he'd told me I would. It's yet another reason to hate him, for being right about that. And now he's gone. I flop back and lie there, still tangled up in the sheets, trying to clear my head. My mind keeps replaying the last few hours, trying to make sense of them, trying not to think of how he'd taken me roughly, how his hands had gripped my hips and pulled me onto him as he thrust into me, how his breath had felt, hot against my neck as he whispered dirty things in my ear that had me squirming in shame and desire at the same time, how he'd gripped my hair and pulled my head back as he came deep inside me. It was so intense, so overwhelming, and yet so satisfying. But now that it's over, all I can think about is how much I hate him for all of it, for taking advantage of my vulnerability and using it against me, for making me feel like a dirty little slut who was nothing more than a piece of meat to be used and discarded at will. I want to hate him more than anything right now. But something deep down inside of me is still clinging to that feeling of pleasure that came from being with him. That feeling of being alive and raw and uninhibited for the first time in my life. That feeling that made me want more and more of him no matter what he did or said. I shake off the thoughts and sit up, trying to get my thoughts under control. I push myself out of bed and stumble over to the walk-in closet. I don't know where my suitcases were taken, and I'm not going to put on yesterday's jeans and t-shirt. I can't look at them without imagining how he'd stripped them off of me. Not to mention that my panties are probably ruined. The closet is huge, just like everything else here. And of course, everything is neatly ordered, with shirts hanging in color-coded rows over racks of gleaming shoes. I reach in and grab a white button-down and tug it on. It smells faintly of Kirill when I sniff it, but I'm not going to focus on that, although the thing reaches my knees. I don't relish the idea of walking around the place with my ass bare, yanking open drawers. I go through socks, rolled up belts, tees, cufflinks, and watches until I reach one that holds tidy piles of underwear. I step into a pair of navy blue briefs. They're snug at my waist, which is probably because the man has such lean hips. And yet again, I'm lost in memories of my hands running over him. Maybe you really are a slut. Tiana. Bullshit! He caught me in a moment of weakness. I just saw my dad get killed. I survived a hail of bullets and an interrogation. I'm freaking traumatized, tossing my head. I turn to the door, setting my jaw as I imagine how good it would feel to kick him where it hurts right now. Or maybe not, because that particular region was the focus of my attention as I explored him last night. And it hadn't felt bad. Far from it. It had been a moment of awe when my hands had closed around his thick shaft. I've only ever seen photos of men's cocks, but that was enough to know that his is a magnificent specimen. Oh, dear God, stop it. That's enough. Tiana, stomping across the room. I pull the door open and poke my head out. Looking up and down the hallway, I hear voices coming from one end. Probably the guards he'd told me about. The vultures who will be hanging over my every move for the rest of my life. Screw him! I mutter as I tiptoe in the opposite direction. The sensible thing to do would be to make my way to the kitchen and rustle up some breakfast. But why choose the easy option? You will never go into the East Wing. I mimic his deep voice and rounded syllables, and then giggle at my audacity. My words are strangely loud in the empty hallway, and I shoot a quick look around to make sure there's nobody who might hear me. Why wouldn't he want me to go there anyway? Is he hiding something? What if that's the only place where I can escape the building? A realization suddenly dawns on me. Escape? Why would he not want me to go there? If there is a way to get out of here, I must know about it. Maybe I can still follow through with my plan. Maybe I'm not totally screwed. A new life. A fresh start. TD. You've been treated like a hostage your whole life. You deserve it. I lick my lips, and an idea is being formed. I must find out what's in this East Wing. If there's an escape route, I need to see where it is. Maybe not all hope is lost. Maybe I can still take my 1 million and make a run for it. I just need to make sure nobody sees me. I look back behind me, in the direction where I heard the thugs talk. There are still voices coming from the other end of the hallway, but they aren't any different from before. Good. They haven't noticed me. What's he going to do if he finds out you went to the East Wing? Tea? Tie you up and spank you? The thought of that shouldn't make my pussy tighten. But it does. Obviously. Because I'm nuts. I shake my head and turn my attention back to my little act of defiance. Then stop short. Voices grow louder nearby, and I duck into a dining area as a group of men walk past. I catch snippets of their conversation, mostly in Russian. But a few words in English tell me that they're discussing the attack yesterday. I'm pretty sure it left them rattled. I wait until they're out of earshot before I head back down the hall. I'm still on the tip of my toes as I move in the opposite direction. to the one I came through when I arrived yesterday. If my instincts are right, I'm heading east, right into the danger zone. It's only when I reach the last room in the hall, and then spot a doorway at the far edge of it, that my courage starts to run out. That must be it. Come on, T. You can do this. Think of your plan. Stealing myself. I put my hand on the doorknob, and of course, it's locked. But that doesn't deter me. I'm sure he wouldn't keep a key on him at all times. He'd hide it someplace convenient. Looking around the room, I try to think the way that Kirill would. Where would I keep a key if I was a tall Russian mobster who is built like a god and has the biggest dick in the world? Stop it. Tiana. My eyes halt on a nearby cabinet. At the very top shelf is one of those Russian nesting dolls. Pushing a footstool to the cabinet, I clamber up and reach for it. Still standing there. I open it up. Bingo. That was way easier than I thought. The last couple of dolls are missing, and in their place is a gleaming key. I put the doll back in its place, push the footstool back where I found it, and face the door again. Here goes nothing, I say beneath my breath, turning the key in the lock. I grip the doorknob and push the door open. It swings easily, which is almost disappointing because I'd expected an ominous creak. Beyond it, everything is much like what I just left behind. More ridiculously decadent furnishings, paintings on the walls, rooms that lead into each other. Still, I can't help creeping cautiously as I make my way through them. What could he be hiding here? What could be so bad that he wouldn't want anyone to see it? My mind starts racing as I envision a dungeon filled with implements of torture. Or what if he's running a child slavery ring from here? I don't want to think about him being involved in something like that. But maybe it'll knock these stupid, conflicting feelings out of me once and for all. Yeah, right. Because finding out that Kirill Vironov is a child-selling monster would be a great way to stop crushing on him. You're sick. Girl, I keep exploring. Moving further and further into this strange section of his home as I open doors to rooms that yield absolutely no sign of any nefarious activity. Until I turn a corner and see it. I've walked straight into a sunroom overlooking the gardens. It's bright and airy, with hanging ferns and pretty wallpaper. And sitting at the far end, in a comfortable window seat, is a woman. My mouth drops open. What the hell? As I watch. She turns to look at me with wide, guileless blue eyes. Her silvery hair has been carefully brushed, and she's wearing a pink satin robe with matching pink slippers. Her hands are folded on her lap, but they lift and flutter slightly as she takes in the sight of me. Hello? I say tentatively. Vi prišli prinesti moloko, she says in an anxious voice. Excuse me? Is all I manage to respond with because the breath has been sucked from me. I don't know who this woman is, but the way she looks at me is starting to creep me out. Vo vtornik prichodit chlebnik. She goes on, a little more anxiously. I shake my head. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're saying. Of course I don't, because she's speaking Russian. I take a step forward, which seems to alarm her. So I stop, but I'm close enough to see her eyes. Gorgeous, sky-blue eyes that stare in a way that seems almost childlike. Nenushno moloko. Papesko rozakohet shablinov. She's wringing her hands now. Is she trying to ask for help? Has she been kept prisoner here too? Maybe she's been tortured. I glance around the room. It seems so comfortable, and she's obviously well cared for. Would someone torture her and then make sure her hair is brushed and her clothes are clean and neatly pressed? Would Kirill do something like that? It seems so perverse that I know it can't be possible. I'm really sorry. I want to help. But I rub my forehead. Do you speak English? Obviously. She doesn't. She would have done so by now if she could. But, like an idiot, I repeat the word. English. She gnaws on her lip, her hands still wringing as she looks about like a bird looking for escape. And then she stops suddenly, her features relaxing. Kirill pomoset. Unbuted. Dem. My brow furrows. I still don't understand her. But I picked up enough of what she said to recognize the word Kirill. We have. Did Kirill do this to you? I press. Did he lock you in here? The question is pointless, but I want to try to help. Kirill, she says, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she points past me. I freeze, and then I turn around. My mouth goes dry in an instant. My blood runs cold too, because right behind me stands the one man who told me not to come here. Kirill Viranov.
Chapter 12. Kirill. I pause at the edge of the doorway, watching Tiana with my mother. Anger and something else twist inside me as I take in the scene. Blyad. She's defied me yet again, but I can't deny that it's...
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Me has traído regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti.
No me jodas.
¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol,
luego.
debajo del árbol.
Vamos a darlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos, luego los vemos.
Estás tú como presidente de...
But I can't deny that it's also a part of her appeal. And to my surprise, my mother, she looks happy. A foreign emotion stirs within me as I see a light in her eyes that has been extinguished for too long. I can't remember the last time I heard her speak so much. Kirill pomoset. Unbuted, my mother says, no doubt trying to tell Tiana that I'm here to help them speak to each other. I have no intention of doing that. Did Kirill do this to you? Tiana asks. Did he lock you in here? Annoyance mingles with amusement. She's absolutely clueless and assuming the worst of me. Can't say I blame her. But the thought of anyone believing that I'd harm my own mother makes my teeth set. Kirill, my mother says, smiling radiantly and warming my heart. Tiana turns around and then her head snaps up, dark eyes wide as she spots me. The shock and the fear on her face is almost comical. When I stride in, she practically cowers, but I brush past her, moving to my mother and cupping her cheek tenderly. Ya nie mogło, Stasia. Mama, no, ja skoro vernusis. I tell her, hoping she'll understand why I can't stay. She gives a nod, returning to the silence I've come to expect of her. I lean down and brush my lips over her forehead, then turn back to the girl. Kirill, come. I don't wait for her to finish. I close the distance between us, grip her arm firmly, and yank her out of the room. I swing the door shut behind us, moving with controlled precision so that my anger doesn't ripple out and upset my mother. But I'm angry nonetheless. In fact, I'm growing increasingly furious as I stride out of the East Wing, with Tiana stumbling alongside me. I shove the door of my bedroom open and pull her in. I can feel the tension as she follows me, grinding to a halt after striding across the room. I glare down at her. She stares back with eyes wide, her bottom lip trembling. She knows what I'm capable of. Yet I think this is the first time she's truly been afraid of me since we met. And she fucking should be. What the fuck do you think you were doing in there? I snarl into her face. Kirill, She licks her lips. I was just... She fumbles for words, clearly uncomfortable at being caught out. You were just what? The fact that I'm not shouting at her is probably scaring her even more than if I was yelling. Good. Let her be scared. I'm sorry. She responds a little more firmly, her chin lifting slightly, masking the fear I know she is feeling. I don't think you understand just how fucking sorry you should be. My voice is cold velvet. How much more sorry do you want me to be? Damn it? Really? Kirill. I was just curious. Her chin is lifted more firmly now, her jaw taking on a defiant angle that I'm coming to know now. Curious? You were disobeying me. You did the one thing I told you not to do. My eyes dip to her chest, heaving beneath the crisp cotton of my shirt, which looks too damn good on her for my sanity. Perhaps I should have been clearer. Perhaps you did not understand yesterday who is in charge. End quote. For God's sake. All I did was take a look. I don't see what the big deal. The words come out quickly, but stop when I snap a hand up and close my fingers around the slender column of her throat. She yelps, her fingers grasping my wrist as I take wide strides, shoving her backward until she bumps up against the glass of one of the tall windows. I think you need a more hands-on lesson. I growl. My fist tightens, and she heaves in a rasping breath. Please, Kirill. She manages to gasp out past the pressure of my fingers. Please. What? I swivel her face to look out the window. Please don't throw you out there. Please spare you even though you continue to defy me. Her breath rasps out, terror glazing her eyes as she clings to my arm. She looks like a terrified fawn facing a predator. That should please me. But it doesn't. Shert возьми. I should kill you right now and save myself the trouble. I spin her away from the window, my hand tight on her neck as I haul her to where a tall armchair is set nearby. Sinking into it, I yank her down until she's sprawled face down over my lap. Kirill, she shrieks. What? I ignore her. Instead, I pin down her flailing arms and deliver a stinging slap to her bucking rump. The fabric of my shirt that she's wearing takes the sting off, but she gives a scream as I rain down 5 more in quick succession. What the fuck did I tell you about disobedience? I slap her again. The shirt is becoming a hindrance, so I yank it up. And shoot me down if my cock doesn't jerk when I see the plump swell of her ass clad in my own fucking undershorts. What the fuck did I tell you? I demand as I spank her again. I'll be good, I swear it. She kicks her legs wildly, but I hook a knee over them and hold them down. She squirms and writhes against me frantically, but it doesn't stop the next 6 sharp blows that leave my hand tingling. How good do you plan to be? I slap her ass again. I'll be good. Very good. Tiana is fighting down sobs, but I don't give a fuck. Liar. I don't believe you. sliding my fingers into the waistband of the cotton briefs. I rip them down, exposing her bare flesh to me. Each perfect globe is marked with crimson prints that trail down to the top of her soft thighs, just as I'd imagined. No, better. Blythe, she's a goddamned vision. I glide my palm over the hot skin, almost soothingly, and she gives a low moan. I promise I'll do what you tell me. Kirill, please don't hurt me. This is air. Does this hurt? Little bird. I keep stroking. Her thighs part as I reach them, and I catch a glimpse of glistening pussy lips peeping out past the dark curls there. I tighten my hand on her soft flesh. Yes. No. I don't know. She gives another low moan, and then jerks as I slide a fingertip along her wet slit. Then let's find out. Shall we? Without warning, I spank her again, but instead of twisting away, her ass rises to meet my palm. Oh, fuck! Her voice is low and husky. Oh, fuck seems appropriate because my cock is so hard that I'm surprised it doesn't burst from my pants, and I'm sure she feels it as it's pressing against her. It gets even harder when she spreads her thighs, offering a clear view of her splayed cunt, as I give her another series of stinging slaps. She's sobbing openly now, but grinding her mound against my thighs each time my hand meets her skin. She's still stiffly draped over my lap, but she's no longer fighting me. In fact, she clasps an arm around my calf, clinging on as her head dangles above the ground, and she pushes her ass into the air. When I raise my knee a little, she bears down on it, and I can feel how she's trying to press her clit against me. Shit, she moans, her fingers digging into my calf muscles. I swing my hand down again, and her head shoots up. Her cheeks are flushed, her eyes dazed, but she's almost immediately rubbing against my knee once more. The combination of the warm heat of my hand and the friction of her pussy against my leg seems to be pushing her closer to the edge. Oh, she moans out, her breath coming quickly. Fuck, that's good. She sounds surprised. The next time I lend my palm, her body undulates. Fuck, yes. I watch as her movements grow more erratic beneath my hand until she stiffens, her back bowing, spreading her cheeks wide. I thrust my fingers into her clutching pussy the moment her orgasm racks her. Oh, Kirill! She screams as she floods my palm with a rush of slick wetness. The sight of her lost in the sensations leaves my head spinning. As I look down at Tiana's half-naked body, I can't help but marvel at the sight she presents. Her long, dark hair cascades down her back, contrasting with the crisp whiteness of my shirt that exposes her rounded ass cheeks. Her thighs are spread wide, and I can't tear my eyes away from the slickness glistening between her legs. The way she's offering herself up to me is like an irresistible banquet of wanton need. My cock is rock hard as I watch her ride out her orgasm in my lap. Blythe, this is not how this was supposed to go down. But screw me if it isn't the hottest fucking thing I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever needed to fuck a woman as much as I want this woman right now. Now you are going to do that while you are riding my cock. I reach for her wrist, lift her roughly against me, then straighten her and grasp her hips, positioning her thighs over mine. Her eyes are dazed as I use one hand to unbuckle my belt and unzip my pants while I support her with the other. When my dick is freed, the cool air hits my hot skin in a rush, but I don't plan to leave it out in the cold for long. Steadying her hip with one hand, I guide my cock along her slit with the other and then thrust into her with a grunt. Her eyes fly wide as I fill her to the brim. her pussy still tight enough to take my breath away with the pressure of it. I take a moment to control myself before I start to move inside her. At first, she just sits there with her thighs shaking from the sheer force I impaled her with. Then she starts to rock her ass against my dick, her hands on my shoulders, steadying herself. "Oh, fuck. So deep," she grinds out past gritted teeth. Her eyes lock with mine as I keep up a steady rhythm, bottoming out and then pulling back as she presses her mound against me. "You like that?" I brush damp hair from her face. She nods quickly, her cheeks going pink. She's so damn naive that it's almost hard to keep the edge I'm holding on to. When I lift my hand to her mouth and slide my sticky fingers across her lips, she licks them. That is how you taste when you come. Ptishka. Her cheeks go pink, then burst into flames, and she ducks her head. I tilt it back up with a fingertip under her chin. "Now I am going to watch you when you lose yourself to me again." And she gnaws on her lip. There's the slightest flicker of defiance in her eyes, but it's gone when I push my hips up roughly, taking her hard again. Her fingers tighten into the muscles of my shoulders as she starts to meet me stroke for stroke, rubbing her clit against me each time I fill her completely. Once more. It doesn't take long before her breath is coming quickly and her movements grow less steady. I push up the cotton of her shirt, my shirt, and cup a full tight, filling my palm with plump flesh as she keeps riding me. She jerks as if shocked when I graze a nail over her nipple and then pinch it lightly. "Bite dry," I grind out as I speed up my movement even more. "Fuck, Kirill. So good." Her voice is hoarse, breathless, and I feel the muscles of her channel start to tighten and flutter around me. I continue plunging into her with sheer force, watching her gasp for air. I watch her ass buck against me and her entire body shaking from orgasm that's starting to tear through her. "Are you going to obey me, Pichichka?" I growl into her ear, not slowing down my rhythm. If anything, I'm fucking her even harder. So much so that I'm starting to wonder if she's capable of taking it. But then again, she needs to learn who's in charge. No. I mean yes. Yes or no. Fuck. Yes. Kirill. Yes. Good girl. Now you come. I know that my smile has a touch of victory in it, but she doesn't seem to care. I have her face in my hand, and I hold it steady as I look into her eyes when her body starts to shudder. The sudden spasming of her pussy as she gives a hoarse cry is enough to take me over the brink with her. "Vayebat!" It feels like electric jolts ripple up my shaft as I empty my load into the depths of her arm. "Blyet!" I groan as the sensation takes me. Tiana whimpers and writhes as I hold her waist firmly to keep her impaled on my pulsing cock until the shocks begin to subside. I fight for air, the muscles of my neck corded with the exertion. Still, she hasn't broken eye contact, just as I instructed, and there's something in that darkness that calls to me in a way that is unsettling. As we begin to come down, Tiana rests her forehead against mine, her breath warm on my cheek as she brushes her lips against mine. The moment is almost too intimate, but I don't end it as I should. I like this. Why? I cannot say. Just that it is a feeling that I could grow used to. If I was a weaker man, when she finally lifts her head, her expression has changed to something a little more resolute than the wanton woman I fucked so hard. I shouldn't be surprised when she asks her next question, so I'm not. "What's that all about back there? In that room? That woman?" She tilts her head, curiosity coloring her features. I look at her for a moment, considering what I'm about to tell her. "Nothing that concerns you." End quote. Kirill. She presses, cupping my jawline with her palm. It can't be that bad. Surely? I mean, she looks like a sweet lady. And you obviously care for her. Esro, I told you, this is none of your concern. Tiana, I keep my tone firm. But it's difficult to be tough on her when my entire body is still flushed with pleasure hormones. You know that I'm going to find out sooner or later, right? If you expect me to live here, it's only a matter of time before I figure out anyway. Why not just tell me now and get it over with? She pinches her lips together. Blyed. She has a point. And do I really have the patience for her questions? Or waste time trying to stop her from going to that room again? She is my mother. I exhale. Her mouth drops open. The woman I saw is your mother? Doll. I trail a fingertip down her cheek, where a bead of sweat is trickling. But why is she there? Tiana frowns, her brow furrowing in confusion. She is not well. I heave a breath. Fuck. It is hard for me to talk about this. And why do I even bother telling her? It's not like I owe her an explanation. But talking comes easier when I have just been balls deep in the warm, wet haven of her pussy. Yes. Tiana nods. I could see that something was wrong. She pinches her lips together. What's going on with her? Dementia. I say the word simply, even though there's a world of meaning in it, because it's a word that means that my mother has lost herself, trapped in a darkness that she doesn't understand. Neither do I. And even though I sometimes catch glimpses of her through the confusion, I know that she's lost to me, too. Shit. I'm sorry. Kirill. Tiana whispers. When did it start? I shrug. The doctors say it was probably already starting, but the rapid onset was triggered by trauma. I gather myself to continue. She was in an accident. The car went off the road in a storm. The rest of them didn't make it. The rest of them? My father. My sister. I shrug despite the pain this is still making me feel. They went off the edge of a cliff. My father managed to get my mother out, then went back for my sister. The car went over the edge, smashed into the ravine below while she watched them. I turned my head away and clenched my jaw. Why the fuck I told her this is beyond me. But it's out. Tiana sucks in a breath, then touches my face. I'm so sorry, she whispers. I shrug again. It's life. It hurts less to say it after the years that have passed, but the pain is still there, although not enough to stop me from hardening once more as she presses to my side. I hook an arm around her waist and pull her firmly against me. I guess I understand. It happened with, she trails off. Your father. Yes. She stiffens as I say it. The pain is still fresh. No doubt. Yes. And my mother, too. I think. What is Rue? You think? I cocked my head. She disappeared. Nobody knew where. I was too little to understand what was happening. For the first time, she drops her eyes from mine. My father would never talk about it, or tell me anything about her. So I grew up with this fantasy of her in my head. Her voice has grown muted. I dreamed she'd come back one day and tell me she never meant to leave me. Is Blyed. I tilt her head up to look into my face. I am sorry, too. I say. Sorry? What are you playing at? Modak? This woman makes me hard and soft at the same time. Except soft is a luxury for a man like me. There is no room for it in my world. I pull back to put a little distance between us. trying to ignore the flash of disappointment in her eyes. Kirill. Her voice stops me from rising and setting her aside. What? Could we sit here a little longer? She's gnawing on her lip again. Sweet. Vulnerably. It tugs at something inside me. Something that doesn't belong there. No. I say as I set her aside and rise. This has already gone too far. I must meet with Dima. I adjust my clothing and move away. I will find you later. When I have need for you, I turn on my heel, ignoring the cloud of pain that darkens her features. I don't have time for this now. I don't have time for it ever.
Chapter 13. Tiana. 2 weeks later. I'm sore again. I always am. And I love it. Last night, Kirill had my calves draped over his shoulders. And now my thighs are aching. In the best possible way. I breathe in and lift my arms above my head. The shower is running. And I push myself up. I listen to the water cascading, imagining the droplets sliding down his tattooed chest, his muscles rippling with each movement. I can almost picture him under the stream of water, all naked and wet, and my cheeks flush at the thought. I know I shouldn't be thinking about him like this, but it's hard not to. It's all a facade. Though, I know it is. But still, it's not easy to keep my focus on what my goal is right now. Escape. New life. The shower cuts off, and I push myself into a sitting position up against the pillows, trying to appear casual as I smooth the sheet over my chest. The door opens, and my breath catches in my throat. He's standing there, wearing nothing but a towel around his waist. His damp hair is slicked back, revealing those intense, dark eyes that seem to see right through me. My heart skips a beat as our gazes lock. You're awake. He runs an eye over me before turning away to head into his dressing room. Get washed up, he adds over his shoulder. I have plans for us today, Amb. I nod mutely, still reeling from the sight of him half naked. It takes all my willpower not to stare at his broad back as he disappears into the adjoining room to dress. I'd love to watch him do that. Watch yourself. T. I exhale shakily. This is getting dangerous. I can't let myself get attached to him, no matter how good it feels when we... Well, you know, the man bought me. For God's sake. But damn. If those abs aren't distracting me from my mission, then I'm Mary freaking Poppins. But then again, I can't allow myself to take my eyes off the prize. Get away and build a life outside of his control. Outside of anyone's control. I slide out of bed, my body still tingling from the aftermath of our heated encounter last night. I can't believe I'm even thinking about it, let alone enjoying it. I shake my head for the 100th time, trying to clear my mind as I head into the bathroom for a shower. The water washes over me, but it does nothing to cool down the heat he's ignited in me. I step out and wrap a towel around my body. Kirill is waiting for me when I exit the bathroom, his eyes raking over my damp form appreciatively. I can feel his eyes on me as I dress, and it makes me self-conscious. I've never been one to flaunt my body, and under his intense gaze, I can't help but feel like I'm putting on some sort of exotic show. He doesn't say anything until I've pulled a t-shirt over my head. You know, he murmurs, as if mulling something over. You have a beautiful body. It is a shame to hide it under these ugly clothes. My face burns as his eyes linger on my breasts. Then lower. You could show those tits off more. They're fucking world class. He steps closer, his voice low and husky in my ear. You'd be surprised by the effect you have on people. It is all by people. You mean you? I try to keep my tone light, but it's hard to hide my crimson cheeks. Yes, I mean me, Tiana, but I wouldn't be the only one. The way he says my name sends shivers down my spine, and I hurry to finish dressing as he watches. Come, he says when I'm done, taking my hand and leading me out of the room. I almost trip over my feet trying to keep up with his long strides as he steers me through the luxurious halls of his massive mansion. His palm splayed possessively at my lower back. It makes me tremble. I'm not used to being touched like this casual possession he displays as his hand moves over me. His fingers caress the nape of my neck as we walk over plush carpets, past vibrant paintings. And through it all, I try my best not to show how much I enjoy his touch. Keeping my gaze straight ahead, he brings me to a part of the mansion I saw briefly during the tour he gave me that first night. I haven't had much time to explore again since then, when we're together. We're in bed, and when we're not, I have a team of guards shadowing me. I'd resent it. But there is something different between us now. Something has changed after the night he told me about his mother. I've visited her regularly since then, my only contact with another human aside from Kirill or the staff and guards who attend me. After his initial reluctance, he relented and decided that it might do her good to have some company. Me too. And a small part of me is starting to wonder if he's such a monster after all. Yeah, right. Don't forget how you ended up here. You were bought like a piece of meat. Either way, I can't allow myself to lose focus on my end goal, getting the hell out of here and, for the first time ever, living a life where I'm not someone's possession. What are we doing? I ask him as we walk into the room. You'll see. He grins enigmatically. I feel my mouth drop open as I look around us. The room, which I could only describe as a salon, is as luxurious as I remember it. Except, today, it's different. Racks upon racks of designer clothes line the walls. Shoes and accessories galore, laid out in neat rows beneath them. In the center of the room, a red carpet has been laid out, leading toward a small grouping of comfortable chairs. Against the back wall is a table laden with breakfast dishes. I can catch the aroma of bacon, coffee, and pastries as I stand there taking it in. One of Kirill's house staff comes to meet us. Sir, Miss. He nods, courteously. Champagne? Before I can answer, Kirill reaches for the crystal flutes he's holding out on a silver tray and heads toward the seating area. Come, he says without looking back at me. He stops beside an elegant blue velvet sofa facing the path created by the carpet. Sit. Everything he says has a way of sounding like a command, and somehow I find myself hovering beside him. I sit without questioning him, taking the glass when he extends it to me. What's going on? I'm trying not to let my eyes bug out, but it becomes impossible when an anxious-looking man with a measuring tape around his neck rushes toward us. Mr. Vironov, it is an honor. Such a great honor! He bows his head in greeting before straightening up and giving me an appraising once-over. And this must be our guest of honor. He smiles at me. I am Emile. At your service. Mademoiselle. His voice is accented, but I can't quite make out the origins. It could be French, British or Italian. But somehow, I suspect it's something he's invented. Regardless, he seems very excited to be with us because his hands flutter like the wings of a bird. Kirill leans back against the seat. I want her in something more flattering, he says casually, sipping from his champagne flute. One arm draped over the back of the sofa. My cheeks burn even hotter. But before I can protest, the little man is nodding eagerly and snapping his fingers. Music begins to play, something jazzy and sensual, and a woman emerges from a door at the end of the room. And then another. I stare in astonishment as a parade of models strut down the red carpet, each one more stunning than the last. They're wearing a series of outfits that range from sexy cocktail dresses to flowing gowns, and even some lingerie that leaves very little to the imagination. Kirill watches me intently, sipping his champagne as if this is an everyday occurrence for him. I shift uncomfortably in my seat, feeling self-conscious in my oversized t-shirt and leggings. The models are all tall and slender with perfect figures, and they glide by like they belong on a runway. I, on the other hand, feel like a duckling among swans. The first model stops in front of us, twirling around in a figure-hugging black dress that molds her curves in all the right places. The fabric shimmers under the light, and I can't help but admire how it accentuates her slender figure. She's followed by another wearing a flowing red gown that trails behind her like a crimson river of silk. Then comes another in a lacy negligee that reveals more than it conceals. My cheeks burn brighter with each passing outfit. But Kirill doesn't bat an eye, and he seems completely oblivious to the beautiful women in front of us. Well? He asks casually, as if this isn't the most surreal thing I've ever experienced. Which ones do you like? I open my mouth to protest again about how ridiculous this is when he adds, pick whatever you want. And, I fumble for words, just as the phone rings. Kirill answers the call while snapping his fingers at Emil, who jumps to attention. He waves his hands, and another wave of outfits is brought forth. I'm overwhelmed. I never wanted for anything when I was growing up. Private schools. A nice home. I even had a pony, but we didn't live extravagantly. Certainly not like this. I am thinking of the red, with your complexion. My darling. Emil has drawn a model in a crimson dress aside, and black for formal evenings. Of course. He swirls a hand, and the woman does a twirl. I look from her to a couple of the others who are moving into my line of sight. Emil immediately draws them toward us. The white chiffon. Yes. Yes. And, okay? I'm unsettled by all this attention. Kirill, meanwhile, seems totally preoccupied by the call right now. His voice grows firmer as he speaks briskly in Russian, leaving me wishing I knew the language. And, of course, the silk print. Emil is still going on as another woman glides by in an elegant sundress. The server who'd brought me the champagne is filling my glass, while another is holding a platter of pastries out for me. I wash down apple Danish with Dom Perignon and start to feel a little like a princess. Is this what my life would be like with him? Stop. Holy shit. I really need to gather my bearings. I can't let myself fall for his charm. But it's all too much. Just too much. When Emil asks if I have any preferences, I start to stutter. I'm not used to being the focus of so much attention. I don't know. I say again, when Emil looks at me expectantly. A movement behind me has me turning to see Kirill step forward. He still has his phone at his ear, but clicks his fingers and then he's pointing at several of the women. This, and this. He looks at Emil, who nods eagerly. Bring shoes to match. And the underwear. All of it. He turns his attention back to his call, while Emil and the models burst into a flurry of activity. In moments, there's a mound of boxes towering beside me, each held closed with a large satin bow. Good. Kirill is beside me again. His jaw set grimly, in spite of his approval. His phone is now tucked away. Is everything okay? I ask. This, too. He's still addressing Emil, ignoring my question, as he reaches for a hanger on a nearby railing to show a swirling black silk negligee. Of course. Mr. Vironov. I will get a net to model it for you. Daria says, no. Kirill shakes his head. I want to see it on her. He brushes my hair over my shoulder. The rest of you, get out, without waiting to see if they comply. He turns back to me. Put it on. Ptishka. And I'm acutely aware of the group of people who'd just been gathered around us. Anyone could be watching this exchange, and there's no doubt about what's about to happen next. I glance past him to where Emil is leaving the room, his crew following like a cluster of ducklings led by their mother. Kirill. My lips are dry. They're gone. Now strip. And for one. But strip. Pichka. End quote. There is no arguing with him. I can feel his eyes on me as I slip out of my clothes and into the sheer black negligee he's chosen for me. The fabric caresses my skin like a lover's touch, lifting goose flesh on my skin. He watches me impassively, sipping champagne as if this is the most natural thing in the world. Turn, he commands. And I do as he says, without thinking. The material swirls around my thighs as I spin self-consciously. It clings to every curve, accentuating parts of me I didn't even know existed. Iziskanie. Fucking perfection. His voice is low and gravelly, sending goosebumps down my spine. Come here. I was around. I walk over to him on shaky legs, feeling more naked than when I was actually naked last night in his bedroom. He sets down his glass, and before I know it, he's lifting me and then setting me onto the sofa, like I weigh nothing at all. My heart hammers in my chest as he stands in front of me, his eyes darkening with desire. Spread your legs for me, he growls. I do as he says, without thinking twice. It seems pointless to resist him now that we're here, and a big part of me doesn't want to anyway. His hands roam up my thighs, pushing the negligee out of the way before dipping beneath it. Kirill's fingers slip between my folds, and I gasp at the contact. He's so skilled. His touch sure and confident as he teases me in all the right places. For a moment, I wonder how many women he had to be with to gain this level of skill. But the thought is quickly brushed aside by his touch. I arch my back, my hands gripping the armrests of the sofa as I allow him to explore every inch of me. His touch is like fire, searing my skin and leaving me wanting more and more. Oh, a moan escapes my lips, and my eyes slam shut as he dips a finger inside me. He swirls it until he hits a spot that has me squirming on the plush cushions beneath us. His other hand cups my breast, thumbing my nipple through the sheer fabric of the negligee until it hardens into a tight bud. My back arches, my hand reaching to clutch at his shoulder as the sensations begin to build. Already I'm gasping. "That's it," he murmurs, as his fingers continue their relentless assault on my core. Then he lowers himself and closes his mouth over my clit, and my hips buck up as if of their own accord. "Oh, my God," I choke out. He's watching me over my mound as I writhe against the velvet of the couch. I can feel myself building up to orgasm already. But just when I think I can't take any more, he pulls away. He pulls away. Not yet. He warns against my swollen lips before dipping his head lower. "But why?" I wail, reaching down and trying to push his face closer to me. He swats my hands away. Yet again. Carol's tongue flickers over my clit, sending shivers of pleasure coursing through my body. I twist and gasp, my nails digging into the plush fabric as I chase completion, only for him to pull away again at the last second. What the hell is his deal? Oh, da fuck. I whimper, arching my hips towards him in desperation. "Why are you doing this?" He chuckles darkly against my core, his hot breath sending shivers down my spine. I said, "Not yet." He growls, before resuming his torturous ministrations. His fingers delve inside me once more, curling and stroking in time with his tongue's sensual dance on my clit. I can feel myself unraveling under his skilled touch, every ounce of resistance melting away with each passing second. "Please," I beg, no longer caring about pride or control. All I can think of is finding relief from this exquisite torment. "Kirill, I can't take it anymore." Yes, you can." His voice is taunting. The tip of his tongue touches my clit, and I jolt. "Fuck. Please. I'm begging you." I choke out. "You're begging me?" "Yes. Please. Please just let me come." My whole body feels like it's strung taut as a bowstring. And once again, he stops. He stops! Why did he stop? The man's driving me crazy, toying with me like a cat with a mouse. "No," I gasp, my fingers tangling into his hair. He looks up at me with a smirk before dipping his head once more, sucking hard on my swollen bud and thrusting 2 fingers deep inside me at the same time. And me? I am done. The world explodes around me as waves upon waves of pleasure crash over me in an endless tide. "Kirill!" My back arches off the sofa as I cry out his name, lost in the insane intensity of my climax. My hips buck, my thighs shake, and my cum is dripping down my inner thighs onto the chair I'm sitting on. As I come down from the high, panting and spent, Kirill stands before me with a smug expression on his face. "I told you," he drawls lazily, as he smooths his hair and adjusts his pants over an erection that he clearly doesn't plan to use. "I've never had to force a woman to want me. In many." I stare at him in astonishment, my mouth hanging open. "Bastard." I don't say the word, though. I'm still trying to catch my breath as I watch him turn and head to the door. "I have business to attend to." He throws over his shoulder. "Be ready for dinner at 7. Wear the red dress." End quote. He walks out the door, leaving me spent, and staring after him like an idiot. I think I hate him again. If only I could convince my body to agree. Chapter 14. Tiana. I heave a sigh as I lean forward in my seat. looking at Irina. I reach out and gently brush her silver hair away from her face, tucking it behind her ear. It's been almost 3 weeks. Can you believe that? I ask her, as she's sitting in usual chair, staring out the window at the garden, with a faint smile playing in the corner of her lips. My own chair is pulled alongside hers. I've sat with her here almost every day since my first visit. Coming to see her daily has now become a habit. It's a quiet reprieve from the clusterfuck of confusion my new life has become. It's been, interesting. I continue, choosing my words carefully. He's not as bad as I thought he'd be. Not as bad? Understatement of the year. Tiana, I can't help but blush as memories of our heated encounters flood my mind. Memories of things I could never say out loud in front of Irina, even though she doesn't seem to register my words. Well, most of the time. Anyway, sometimes he is cold and distant, but then I catch him looking at me like he cares. End quote. I stifle a smile, remembering our last argument when he caught me going through his closet when I thought he'd be out. I know. It was childish of me, but I couldn't help myself. I've been locked in here for over 3 weeks with a man I barely know anything about. The urge to learn more about him has become all-consuming. And then, as usual, I was caught red-handed. The incident led to another spanking, which I would never have believed I'd enjoy so much. But I do, so I've decided that I'm insane. I shake my head, dispelling the thought. I know it's probably just Stockholm Syndrome talking. I mean, it must be. Right. I don't know what to make of it most days. I confess to Irina, who seems to be dozing off in the sunlight streaming through the windows. 1 minute he's as cold as ice, and then next. I pause, because what generally happens next is something I can't tell Irina, conscious or not. And the next, I could cheerfully slap him. I know she's not really listening. I know I'm talking to myself rather than talking to her. But at least her presence makes me feel like I am in someone's company. Poor woman. I can only imagine what she must have been through that led her to be in a state like this. 3 weeks! I almost can't believe it's only been a little less than 3 weeks since I first laid eyes on Kirill Viranov. It feels like a lifetime ago. And yet it also feels like just yesterday, when I was reeling in horror, as I heard his voice rumble for the first time, bidding $1 million for me. And every day leads me deeper down a path that frightens me, because I can't let go of what I need to do, and that is to get out of here. Keep your eyes on the prize. Except I don't say my intentions out loud, because there's always the fear that there's lucidity beneath Irina's silence. Is she listening to me? I really hope she's not. I often confide in her in these little moments together. My quiet confidant. Sometimes he treats me like I'm precious. To him, I know on my lip. He took me to dinner after buying me an entire designer wardrobe. And we went to the opera. We saw La Traviata. It was the first time I'd ever been. I'd felt like a queen. Dressed in a designer gown and wearing a diamond choker he'd presented me with before we'd left. And then, in the next breath, he'll say something that seems purposely intended to remind me how I got here. Something that reminds me that I'm just a little more than a slave. Except I don't really feel like a slave. Not anymore. There are times when I miss him. Can you believe that? The words almost surprise me when I hear myself say them out loud. How could I miss someone I'm trying to get away from? He works so much and leaves me alone all day. Aside from those goons who follow me around all day. And aside from my time with you, you're definitely going insane. T. But who could blame me? My entire life boiled down to spending my days within the confines of an opulent mansion, guarded by a group of thugs, talking to Irina, and having mind-blowing sexual encounters with Kirill in the evenings. And it's only been 3 weeks since I got sold at an auction and that my father was gunned down in front of me. It's a lot to process for any normal person. Who wouldn't go crazy under such circumstances? I give a tiny start when Irina turns to look at me with a clarity that makes me blink back at her in alarm. But then her lips curl into a sweet but vacant smile as she looks down at where her hands are clasped on an embroidered quilt that's been tucked over her knees. I smile back. I know that she slipped into that strange world of hers again. It makes me sad, and lonely, and sorry for her. No decent human being would stay sane after what she's gone through. But there is also something else. Something that is weighing on my mind, penetrating my thoughts for the last few days. Something really big. I've missed my period. I whisper when it seems she's dozed off again. What am I going to do? Irina? I sink deeper into my chair and rub my forehead. It hadn't occurred to me until the start of this week that I was 4 days late. I've always been like clockwork. Maybe it's the stress. Maybe. But then again, maybe it's not. It's not like we were always super careful. What if I'm pregnant? I keep my voice low to a whisper. If I am, I will never be able to leave. He may overlook things if I manage to get away from him alone, but to get away with his child, he'd hunt me to the ends of the earth. My throat feels clogged, and I swallow hard. I don't know what to do. I lean sideways a little and rest my head on her shoulder, taking some comfort from her closeness, even though she's seldom responsive. It feels good to have an older woman to talk to, like I'm sharing my secrets with the mother I never had. You two look very comfortable. Gauls, the deep, familiar voice coming from the doorway has me shooting upright. Fuck. Did he hear me? Oh. Hi, I say too quickly as Kirill walks up beside us. You gave me a fright. I'm C. He's silent for a moment. He looks over at Irina, and then lets his eyes wander over my face. First, it's like he's scrutinizing me. Then a gentleness takes hold. It unsettles me. He strokes my cheek with the back of his knuckles. You look tired. Day. I blink in surprise. There's that oddly caring side of him again. The one I can't place. It seems so out of character. Well, I guess that's because somebody doesn't let me get any sleep. I counter, giving him a wry smile. I'm still praying he never heard me offloading to poor Irina, telling her that I think I'm pregnant. Should I tell him? Hell no! He'll never let you go. It is more than that. Kirill grasps my jaw lightly and tilts my head back, searching my eyes. You are unhappy. And Elsleth. What? I'm startled by his blunt statement. Why would you say that? Your eyes are haunted. Ptishka. His thumb strokes my jawline. Why are you sad? Why do you care? I know I sound surly, but he can't seriously be asking that. You will be my wife soon. That will make you important in my world. It will be my duty to look after you, as a good husband should. End quote. For a short moment, the words get caught in my throat. How can he say that? Like it's the most normal thing ever. He bought me. For fuck's sake! How can he expect me to simply concede to his outrageous will? I mean, what world does he live in? It is beyond what I could ever understand. You're kidding, right? I fire back. You bought me, forced me to stay with you, and now you're forcing me to marry you and have your child? And you expect me to be happy? Kirill tilts his head slightly, his eyes locked with mine. Has it been so difficult? Tiana, you have not enjoyed yourself? Shit. Sure I did. But he should know it's not that simple. Where do I even begin to explain this to him? But the most screwed up thing is that at the end of the day, even I can't deny that I've loved what he's done to me. I never thought I would. But I did. And he's treated me well. More than well. I wish it had been all bad. But it hasn't. I wish that he hasn't been treating me with courtesy and concern and gentleness, aside from the rough sex and the spankings. And God, I've loved those. Tiana? His thumb is still stroking my jaw, and even that innocent touch has my nipples tightening. Yeah, I've enjoyed myself, is all I can croak out. Yet still, you are unhappy. He frowns, as if this actually bothers him. I'll get over it. It's hard to try to look nonchalant when he's standing so close that I can feel the heat of his body, and his hand is cupping my face. I'll get a hobby or something. And a hobby? He scoffs. I am being serious. My little bird, I want you to be happy. I lick my lips. Funny you would call me a bird. Is it because you're keeping me here in a cage? Have I not taken you places? Tiana, let you out of this cage? God, the nerve of this man. Doesn't he understand that he's taken my life and my freedom? How can I explain this to him? And how can my panties be drenched even now? Just by him standing next to me? You have. I say simply. My eyes drop. Sure, he's been more than generous and attentive when he's been around. But what? Kirill, I'm lonely. I mumble. There's no one to talk to when you're away. And you're away a lot. I love my visits with Irina. But I give a shrug. Kirill glances over at the woman who's gazing up at him. She hasn't said a word since he arrived. I understand. He releases my face. Great. He understands. Don't worry about it. I'll cope. Without realizing it, my lips have pressed into a tight line. I can't let my body betray itself. He can't know that even now. I'm aching to be in bed with him, entangled in his muscles, in a world of pleasure that seems to bend the laws of physics. No, he shakes his head. It will please me if you are happy. He frowns as he says it, as if the words surprise him too. What do you need? I take in a deep breath as I think this through. Some company would be nice. I guess. Maybe if I could call a friend occasionally. And you have a friend you can trust? I have Roxy. Wanted to say, Roxy. I nod. She's been my best friend for as long as I can remember. And her dad is a made man. So she understands this lifestyle. I sweep a hand in his direction. Lifestyle? You know. Mob. Bratva. Whatever you call it. And his lip twitches as if he's holding back a smile. Then she will be perfect. Perfect for what? I gnaw my bottom lip. Tell her to come here. Kirill says, abruptly. Come here? Yes. He straightens and steps toward Irina, stroking a hand over her hair. Then you will spend as much time with her as you like. I want to see my little bird smiling again. Yes? What the hell? He wants Roxy to come here? I manage. I'm still gaping in astonishment as he leans down to his mother and brushes his lips over her forehead. Ja lublю тебя. Mama, he murmurs, before looking my way again. Dima will get you a phone. Ew. With that, he turns around and leaves us both sitting there, his mother silent in her own little world. As for me, I'm silently stupefied.
Chapter 15. Kirill. I tap my glass against the table. The sound echoes through the dimly lit restaurant. My lips still carry the faint tang of vodka, and the air is thick with cigarette smoke and the scent of dirty money. I glance around, taking in the familiar faces. Bratva, most of them. At any rate, Berezovka may be a restaurant, but it's also a front for our kind of business. A place where no questions are asked. The other diners all seem to be deep in conversation, their voices low and hushed. I check my watch for the third time in the last 5 minutes. Dima is late, and I'm growing increasingly impatient. He insisted that we meet here instead of meeting at my house, but he wouldn't explain why. It's not like him to be so secretive, and it's making me uneasy. I run a hand through my hair, pushing back the strands that have fallen onto my forehead. My mind races with possibilities, each one more ominous than the last. Has something gone wrong? Is there trouble brewing within our ranks? Or is this about Tiana? I know I've been distracted by her these past weeks, but it can't be helped when her father's business dealings hang over me like a bad smell. She's nothing like that fucker. Though, she's sweet, fiery, all in a way that I find fucking irresistible. And the way that she's bonded with my mother. Tiana Avance is a good woman. I hate the sadness that clouds her eyes when she thinks I'm not looking. Even more, I hate the fact that I'm at the center of it. But releasing her is not an option. Not only because I still haven't figured out what her father got me involved in, but also because I have made up my mind. She will be my wife. She will come to accept it, especially when this friend of hers arrives to keep her company. I just need to make sure her presence doesn't lead to any complications. I'll tell Dima to step things up with security. I shift in my seat. All these thoughts of Tiana are sending jolts of desire through me. I can still remember the way she looked when I took her for the first time. Her eyes were wide, with a blend of defiance and pleasure. She was fucking intoxicating. But that was weeks ago now. And aside from that smart mouth of hers, she hasn't tried anything funny since then. So why would Dima want to discuss her with me here and now, if that's even what he plans to speak to me about? My thoughts are interrupted by a familiar figure entering the restaurant. Dima looks as imposing as ever in his leather jacket and jeans. He spots me across the room and makes his way over to my table, his footsteps heavy on the worn carpet. "Boss," he says gruffly, taking a seat opposite me without bothering to ask how I am or what I've been up to since he last saw me. "Sorry for being late." "Oh," I nod, not wanting to waste any more time on pleasantries than necessary. "What is it you wanted to discuss?" I glance at my watch yet again. "Make it quick." "Oh," Dima leans forward, his eyes fixed on mine as he speaks in a low voice that only I can hear over the noise of the restaurant. I've been worried about you. Bratuk. I may die. My brows pull together. Worried? This woman. Tiana. He stops when a waitress pulls up beside our table. The young blonde looks at him expectantly. Stogram, he tells her, then waits for her to leave to get his drink. Go on. I'm still waiting for him to get to the point, although a part of me is already boiling, wanting to tell him that Tiana is none of his fucking business. Dima runs a hand over his cropped hair, then pulls in a breath. You've been distracted. Boss, you haven't been yourself. He's stay. I stiffen in my seat. Not myself? What the fuck are you saying? Mudak. Who the fuck would I be? You know what I mean. You spend your free time with her. You have been skipping training sessions. And he looks up at me as if he's afraid to say the next thing on his mind. You haven't been paying attention during briefings. When say, I have been focusing on this fuck-up her father left behind. I grunt. We still haven't gotten to the bottom of it. Irfan, maybe you would have if you had been more persuasive with the girl. Persuasive? I release my grip on my glass when I realize I'm clutching it too hard. Boss. Look. He glances at me again, as if choosing his words carefully. You are the best in the interrogation room. You will do anything to get to the truth. Fingers broken. Nails ripped off. Teeth pulled out, and I get the point. What are you getting at? Did you do that to the Avance girl? He splays his hands. I didn't need to. She told me the truth. And how do you know that for sure? I'm the best at getting the truth. You said it yourself. I lock eyes with him over the table, giving him a look that tells him he's taken this a step too far. Fine. He lifts both his hands. Just as the waitress arrives with his vodka, he takes a mouthful and then purses his lips. If you say she's telling the truth, I won't argue with you. But you choose to question me? I narrow my eyes. It is my job to be wary. You know this. He makes a good point. There's no sense in arguing over this. Besides, if Tiana's going to be my wife, I should know all there is to know about her. Then dig around and see if I missed anything. I tell him, dig around? Duh. See if there's something worth worrying about. This would suit me. I still think Tiana told me the truth. But it's not smart to take her at face value. Then, if you still have worries, we can take it further. I do as. Fair enough. Dima looks like this eases his mind somewhat, but not completely. It's just that now that she is here, you have no time for business. The business is my life. Dol boyub. It always has been, and it always will be. I slam my fists down the table. Several other guests shift their eyes in our direction, then snap them away as soon as they realize who they're looking at. Then you probably don't need me to update you on recent developments. And I set my glass down sharply. Stop fucking around. Dima, what is this about? And why could you not tell me at home? Because there are ears there. Bratuk. Some are more dangerous than that fucker Petrov and Theo Avance combined. His expression speaks volumes. What are you talking about? I snap. I no longer have the patience to wait for him to spit out what he's getting at. I'm talking about her. Boss. He pauses and stares at me, giving me time to process his words. We've been over this, Mudak. I snap. If you keep this up, I'll cut your fucking... I'm not talking about Tiana. Boss. Dima shakes his head and leans closer. I'm talking about her. It's another bar. I feel my jaws clench as the realization hits. Her. Blyad. If he's talking about who I'm thinking about, then we're in for a world of shit. I gape at Dima and he nods as if he's reading my mind. Years of working together made us understand each other without words. She re-emerged? What makes you think so? I snap. The weekly security check-in didn't go down as planned. A muscle flickers in his jaw. What? Yuri went in with the money. As always. But it was a no-show. He waited long past the scheduled time. But he shrugs. Nothing. Not a trace. End quote. You're bullshitting me. End quote. I'm not. Boss, I would never joke about this. Idmayas. Blyad. I sag back against my seat and rake a hand through my hair. You sure the details were correct? You sure this is about her? Boss, how long have we been doing this thing? Same time. Same meet point. Same drop-off. Why would we get it wrong now? This is a fuck-up. I mutter. Straightening again. See why I had to tell you here? I huff out a breath. Fine. Fucking Dima has a point. The last person who needs to hear this conversation is Tiana. She can never know about this. Do you think anyone could have leaked the details? Maybe got there before our man did? Dima shakes his head. Unlikely. Aside from you and me, Yuri is the only one who knows anything. Enidai, you trust him. I do well. He is the son of my mother's cousin. He's family. And I don't point out that every traitor is someone's family. Dima's entire bloodline has loyalty wired into them. If he says the man can be trusted, it's good enough for me. She must have figured it out. I silently curse myself. This is my own fucking fault. I should have made sure we mixed things up, changed the routine. What do you want me to do? Dima is looking at me intently. I know my second-in-command is testing me. He wants to see if I'm still capable of doing what's necessary. Do you really need to ask that? I snap. Then inhale deeply. I'm letting anxiety take hold. Find out if anyone was following Yuri. Get him to go over the trip. Step by step. So we can see where he could have been made. I rub my jawline. We had eyes on us. No doubt about it. He's Prezes. After what happened with Avance, Dima begins. Before the shit with Avance, Dima! Someone was paying him for selling information about us. We have to assume that he was not their only source. And if it's her, then we're in a world of bullshit. End quote. You're right. Boss. He empties his glass and then sets it down. I'll get back to the team and put my best men on it. We re-bed. Good. I continue to sit while he stands and steps away from the table. Keep me updated. I don't need to tell you how important this is. Dima has speak. Our eyes meet, and then he nods. You can count on me. Very one. I follow him with my eyes as he leaves the restaurant, my mind spinning with questions. This is not the kind of complication I need in my world right now. But then again, there would never be a right time for this, especially not if she is involved. Tiana can never know about this.
Chapter 16. Tiana. Roxy! I almost can't believe my eyes as I see the familiar figure bounding toward me, dragging her luggage. My heart swells with happiness at the sight of her. Babe! She says brightly as she reaches me, dropping her bags and throwing her arms around me. Oh my God. T. I'm so sorry about your dad, she says quietly against my ear. I nod imperceptibly and return the hug. It feels like ages since we last saw each other, and the relief of having a familiar face from my old life is overwhelming. Roxy pulls back and looks me over, grinning widely and shaking off the bleak mood that's threatening to descend upon me. Well, look at you. You look different, Roxy says, her eyes scanning me up and down. I was expecting whip marks and shackles. She winks. And here you are glowing with something. Has a magret mees. I let out a nervous laugh, feeling self-conscious all of a sudden. Yeah, well, it's nothing like I expected. No, Roxy raises an eyebrow but doesn't press for details. Instead, her pupils grow wide. Almost an inch she looks past my shoulder. Is that him? She whispers under her breath. I don't need to look to know who she's talking about. But I turn anyway. Carol stands a few feet away, watching us with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. He may not have said anything yet, but his presence still fills the space, tall and broad. His chiseled jawline tense as dark eyes take in the unfolding scene before him. Kirill, this is my friend Roxanne Caldera, I say, feeling my cheeks flush at the introduction. Roxy, this is Kirill Vironov. My what? Do I call him my lover? My boyfriend? Hardly. He's my owner. Not that I'm going to say that out loud. Instead, I leave the sentence hanging. Roxy clears her throat, straightens her clothes, then gives a broad smile as she extends her hand toward Kirill. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vironov. I see, Mr. Vironov, my captor, my lover, and the man I'm growing increasingly infatuated with, steps up in front of my best friend, before gingerly taking her hand to return the gesture. The pleasure is all mine, he says gruffly before turning back to me. Are you ready to show your friend around? Gosh, why does he have this effect on me? Even now, I nod, suddenly feeling lighter than I have in weeks. Whatever might happen next, it feels like having my best friend around will make everything easier to deal with. I'll give her the grand tour, I tell him. Good. He dips his chin slightly, looking from me to her, and then back again. I am sure you two have a lot to catch up on. I will see you later. Without another word, he turns and leaves. It's only when he's gone that I realize that Roxy is watching his departure as intently as I am, probably for different reasons. I'm checking out his ass. Holy hell. Girl! She half shrieks when he's out of sight. Is that man fine? Or is he F-I-N-E fine? Shh! I hiss at her, my cheeks suddenly feeling like they're flooded with blood. What? I can't voice my appreciation for prime beef in this place? She sweeps an arm. There's a man standing in the doorway who is looking everywhere but at us. Not here. I mutter. I love my friend, but sometimes she's a little too much. Everyone can hear us. You dork! Right, Roxy says brightly. You gonna lead me to my chambers? Milady, it's time to get this party started. She links her arm through mine, then raises an eyebrow as one of Kirill's well-dressed thugs steps up silently to gather her luggage. Fancy, she mouths silently to me as the liveried man heads up the staircase ahead of us. We follow a few feet behind, with me pointing out rooms and amenities as we head to her guest suite. Roxy seems uncharacteristically impressed, but who could blame her? The place is like something out of a lifestyle magazine. Thank you. Piotr, I say to the man with Roxy's bags, once he's deposited them inside the room. He disappears silently, leaving the two of us standing there. Roxy doesn't stop staring around until the door closes. Oh, my God. T! She shrieks once we're alone, kicking off her heels. She skips to the oversized bed and bounces onto it like a kid. Look at this place. I give a wry smile. Yeah. Something. Isn't it? Something. Holy shit. Girl, you've really landed with your ass in the butter here. She stops bouncing and flops back against a giant mound of pillows. Grinning at me, I raise a shoulder. Doesn't mean I'm not property. Though, I feel my smile slipping as my reality strikes again. He owns me. Remember? Although I still don't know how that's possible in 2024. But here we are. And, you mean that giant hunk of alpha male heat we just saw outside? Roxy sits up on the bed and crosses her legs. Jesus. Tiana, I had no freaking idea he'd look like that. You said he was hot. But this is next level. She shakes her hand and blows on her fingers. That man is nothing but fire and raw testosterone. I almost burst out laughing. She does make a good point. Though, Roxy grins wickedly at me, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You know what, T? If you don't want to be with him, I can trade places with you. She winks. Shut up. Rox! I giggle, but I can't help but feel a pang of jealousy. The thought of Roxy being with Kirill is unsettling. I think I'll stick with my current situation. Oh, Tin, for now. She rolls her eyes and throws a pillow at me playfully. Whatever you say, Miss High and Mighty. We both laugh as she settles back onto the bed. Looking around in awe once more, I take a deep breath and decide to change the subject before I lose my nerve. Hey, Rox, I say softly, sitting down next to her on the bed. Did you remember to bring what I asked you for? Of course. I did. Her expression has grown serious. You're sure? Though? That you need it? I pinch my lips and nod my head. It's in my purse. She points to where she's left it at the end of the bed, with slightly shaky hands. I reach for it and delve into the interior. It takes a minute of fumbling through lipstick tubes and gum wrappers before I find what I'm looking for. Is this the best brand? I look at her. I do know. A pregnancy test is a pregnancy test. Surely, you're probably right. I stare down at the bright pink box in my hand. I think you should get it over with. Roxy has moved up beside me. She is kneeling on the mattress, one hand on my shoulder. You know, just rip off the Band-Aid. Well, there was. You're right. I say the word, but my stomach twists at the thought. What if I am right, and there is a little soul I'm carrying inside my belly? It would change everything. Roxy gives me a little push. Come on. T. The sooner you know, the sooner you can decide what to do next. It's teen. What to do next? I scoff lightly. It's not like I have a lot of choices. Rox, we always have choices. Babe, just get it done. Asov, heaving a long breath. I gather the courage and drag my feet in the direction of the adjoining bathroom. So, Roxy's voice carries from the bedroom as I tug down my jeans and panties before taking a seat. This new life of yours doesn't exactly seem like a prison sentence. Huh? Depends on your definition of a prison sentence. It's complicated. I sit awkwardly as I try to direct a stream of pee at the little plastic stick that I'm holding gingerly. Looks a lot better than complicated. I bet this place is worth a freaking fortune. I was. Yeah. I wrinkle my nose as I try to avoid getting my fingers wet. Does it have a helipad? No idea. I set the stick on the gray marble vanity nearby. My nose still wrinkled. How can you not know? You're screwing the guy. Right? You should know if he has a helicopter or not. I do know. Believe it or not. The helipad hasn't come up in our conversations. I dry off, pull up my pants as I stand, and wash my hands. I try not to look at the stick as I do so. I bet it hasn't. Roxy's voice has grown closer, and a glance in the gilt-framed mirror shows her standing leaning against the doorframe. I bet you've had more exciting things on your mind. She winks. My cheeks flush as I shoot her a glance. Yes, I've had other things on my mind. And then, like Mr. Hot Stuff's Wonder Wang? Wonder Wang. Huh? You know what I mean. Roxy waggles her brows. I bet it's a monster. Jesus. Stop it! I stop her short. You're not here to discuss my boyfriend's size. Isa. Ooh. So he's your boyfriend now? That's shit. I don't know. Rox. I heave a sigh. So what is he to you? Then? She takes a few steps into the room, then sits on the edge of the tub that's so huge it could probably fit 3 occupants. I honestly don't know. I run a hand through my hair. He's not like normal men. At least, I don't think so. I don't know what to think. Oh, babe. She reaches a hand to me and squeezes my arm gently. It's okay to be confused. I know it's kind of fucked up how you got here. And oh, now, there's an understatement. I try to sound flippant as I roll my eyes. But you have feelings for this man, don't you? I pause before I answer. Yes, I think. I finally say, God, I'm such an idiot. I cover my face with both hands. Don't beat yourself up. Roxy's grip tightens as she squeezes again. I know this is not how you imagined your life, but it can't be all bad. I mean, he must be a killer in bed. She giggles. I mean, he's a killer everywhere. So, of course he'd be a next level fuck. Roxy. Please, I'm on my last nerve here. Sorry. She holds up a hand. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I said, read the room. Girl. I huff a breath. You're taking this hard. Mind a stub. Yeah. The word hard barely covers it. But what the hell am I supposed to do? And what if that test comes out positive? I'm stuck here. And now he wants me to marry him and... He what? He wants you to marry him? Roxy's eyes are huge. You never mentioned that. Holy shit. I need to find a way out of here before it happens. Hearing myself say it, I find that I'm not so convinced anymore. This little hiccup could make things complicated. Roxy gestures to the stick on the vanity. I stare at it, apprehensively. 3 minutes, she says. What? I frown at her. The box says wait 2 to 3 minutes. She glances at her wrist. 3 minutes are up. Take a look at the results. I know. Shit. I can't. Had of Reparic. Tiana. It's not going to go away if you don't. She leans back and crosses her arms over her chest. I'd offer to do it for you, but, P. Maybe you suppose. Yay. Thanks. My hand shakes as I reach for the stick. I snatch it up and stare at the window. The result is in. My mouth goes dry. My pulse pounds in my temples as my heart races wildly. I try to steady my hand so I can see it more clearly. It's there, right in front of me. But I don't want to believe it. By the time I manage to find my voice, there is only one word I can utter. Fuck. I'm fuck good. Or fuck bad. Roxy is peering over my shoulder. Without letting her see the test, I stare into her eyes and hold up 2 of my fingers. I watch as my bestie's face goes pale. Oh, shit. She clears her throat. Does that mean? Yep. End quote. That is exactly what it means. There's no 2 ways about it. The test in my hand is undoubtedly showing 2 little pink lines. Positive lines. Damning lines. Even after I rub my eyes to make sure it's not my nerves making me see double, those lines are still there. And rubbing my eyes doesn't change the verdict. I'm pregnant. You're knocked up. Babe? Roxy says, stating the obvious. Fuck, I say again. My heart is racing a mile a minute as the information slowly starts to sink in. I'm pregnant. There are 3 of us in the room. Roxy, me, and a tiny soul inside me. A tiny soul I was not prepared to welcome. But I can already feel myself loving this little soul fiercely. Holy freaking shit! Is this what mothers feel? T. Roxy leans closer, bringing me back from my racing thoughts. Are you okay? I think so. I don't know. I straighten a little. My palms are sweating. I wipe them on my pants. You don't know? She narrows her eyes on me, as if she's wondering if I'm going to pass out. I'm good. I look up at her. I'm not lying. I'm actually okay. Somehow. This doesn't feel like a terrible thing. Not terrible at all. What the hell? Girl, what are you gonna do? T? When I press my lips together, I realize that I'm biting down a smile. I think. A sharp knock at the door has me jerking in alarm. Tiana? A gutturally deep voice chimes in from behind the door, followed by another knock. Carol! I gasp, staring at my friend, who looks equally startled. Jesus. Scared the shit out of me. Roxy whispers, and follows me as I walk quickly out of the bathroom. Tiana! It's Kirill again. What are you gonna do? Roxy is at my shoulder when I reach the door. Shh! I hush her, gathering my composure as I reach for the doorknob. Are you gonna tell him? She mouths silently. I don't answer. Just brace myself and yank the door open. Hi, I say, staring up into Kirill's violently beautiful face. His dark eyes stare back down at me as I gaze up at him. He towers over me like a mountain every time. But right now, he seems unusually broad and tall. Is everything all right? It's been a long day. Ptichka, it's time to go to bed. There's a finality to the words that makes a part of me want to rebel. Roxy has given a little snort behind me, but his voice is heavy with exhaustion. And right now, the bigger part of me just wants to be with him. And somewhere deep down, I feel like he wants the same. Sure, I say, wanting to reach out and touch him. Instead, I look over my shoulder at Roxy, who's frowning at me. I'm bushed. Rox, you should get some sleep too. We'll catch up in the morning. Okay, sure, she says slowly, as if she's not buying this. I don't really care, though that makes me feel a little bit guilty. I brought her here to keep my company, and now I'm leaving her alone, barely an hour after she arrived. I reach in for a quick hug, step out of the door, and close it behind me. Kirill is watching me silently. As I reach his side, he takes my hand. His fingers are warm and strong around mine. There's a strange sense of comfort in his firm grasp, and I'm fighting down a little smile as we reach our room. Our room. At what point did I start thinking of it like that? Why do I even think of it like that? And why does it feel right to think of it like that? Kirill is silent as he steps aside for me to enter the room and then shuts the door behind us. He hasn't said anything more since we left Roxy's room. What's wrong? I tip my head back to look up at him as he walks over to stand in front of me. Nothing. He touches my cheek with his fingertip. Even that small gesture makes me catch my breath. Ty krasvuye, Ptichka. You are beautiful. Day has way. There's an intensity to his mood that unsettles me. I can't tell if he's upset or just lost in thought. But if anything, there's something in his eyes that makes my chest tighten. Something I've not seen before. His fingertip trails down my cheek, then my throat, then stops at the top of my t-shirt. You are still wearing these things. Nastis. Yeah. I swallow because my mouth has grown dry. I like dressing casual when his finger on my lips silences me. I did not ask for an explanation. IF. Right. Not that I want to talk. I'm at a loss for words right now, which is fine, because he doesn't seem like he's here to talk either. When his mouth brushes mine, my lips part automatically, and I allow myself to be lost in the sensation. His kiss is hungry, almost desperate, as if he's been starving for me, and maybe he has. Considering how distant he's been lately, I don't care about the reason, though. All I can think about is the way his tongue sweeps into my mouth, claiming every inch of my soul. His hands hungrily roam my body, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. My back hits the door with a thud as he presses his hardening cock against me. I can feel how much this affects him, too, and it sends a thrill through me that I still have this power over him, even after all this time. Do I have that power, though? Or was he like this with every woman he's been with? As soon as I recognize the thoughts firing through my mind, I quickly silence them before they spiral out of control. Kirill. I gasp when he pulls away for air. He doesn't let me finish my sentence as his lips trail down my neck, leaving goosebumps in their wake. I want you. He growls against my skin before lifting his head to meet my eyes again. The intensity in his gaze leaves no room for doubt or denial. And honestly, I don't want to deny him anything right now. Fuck. Yes. I breathe out as his hands slide underneath my shirt and palm my breast through the lace of my bra. He groans at the contact. And then suddenly, he scoops me up into his arms like I weigh nothing at all and strides across the room. Ty sogravayesh, moju dusha, he murmurs as he sets me down on the bed. His eyes rove over me in a way that makes my heart stutter. He then sinks down, one knee between my thighs, his hands planted on either side of me. He dips his head to capture my lips again, and I arch up to meet him, draping my arms around his neck. Even after this time, I can't believe what this man does to me. But this time, there is something different to him. His touches are softer and more gentle than I've ever felt from him before. He caresses my skin as if I might shatter, his hands leaving a trail of goosebumps in their wake. His lips trail down my neck, whispering words against my skin that make me shiver with delight. I don't understand any of it, but the passion behind them connects with some part of me that I don't quite understand. But it's not just that. There is something else about his demeanor, an air of vulnerability that I can't put a finger on. He's never been like this before, and it makes my heart clench in my chest. He lowers himself between my thighs, his heated gaze locking with mine as he undresses me slowly, methodically, peeling my shirt over my head, and then my jeans down my thighs. Then he stands at the edge of the bed, his eyes still holding mine as he unbuttons his black shirt and shrugs it off, before working on the button of his pants. God, he's beautiful. It's been weeks. And still, I'm speechless whenever I see him undress. It's like my own personal strip show, and I'm half afraid that if I reach out to touch him, I'll be told not to handle the goods. But I can. So I do. I sit up to trail my fingers over the swirling tattoos that follow the lines of muscle that sweep from his shoulders to his chest, and then down his belly. Everything is taut, rippling, firm, when I press my lips to the tight indentation of his navel. His abs twitch, slowly. Ptishka. His voice is husky. You will set me off with that hot little mouth of yours, and I will shame myself. He grins. It's not true. The man can go for hours, no matter what I do with my mouth, but I don't complain when he sinks down to take my lips again, his breath hot on my face, with one hand on my shoulder. He guides me back down to the bed, following me with his body as he does. When our naked skin meets for the first time tonight, it's like we're two halves of a whole finally coming together. Two halves that made a whole baby. The wonder of it is staggering. I should tell him. I don't know what the consequences might be or how he'll react, but he has the right to know. I know it more surely than I've ever known anything. Ty raz budila vo mne davno zabitoje. He stares into my eyes, and I find myself gazing back, feeling awestruck by the intensity there. Sure, I say stupidly, because I'm not quite sure how to respond. His lips curl up teasingly at the corners, and then he runs his hand down my chest, watching as he cups my breast in his palm, thumbing over my puckering nipple. My back arches, and I groan out a sigh. He's done this often, but every time my body responds as if it's been shocked, except tonight. He's more gentle than he ever was. His every touch is reverent, as if he's afraid that he'll break me. His passion does not leave me cold. Far from it. It makes me burn with need I never thought my body is capable of. His lips find mine again, and our tongues dance together in a sensual rhythm that mirrors our bodies below. He's resting over me, our thighs entwined as I grind myself against him wantonly. It's hard to believe that just weeks ago, I'd never had a man inside me, and now it feels like the most natural thing in the world. Having him inside me, that is. Because even though I've never been with anyone else, I no longer want to. Kirill, I sigh, my hands tracing from his shoulders down his back to the hard lines of his ass. When he grazes his teeth along my throat, I find myself panting, my nipples so tight that they almost feel painful. Oh, God! I gasp when he slides a hand up my inner thigh and cups my pussy. He presses a finger between my slick lips, giving a low, appreciative murmur as he slides into me. So wet. Little bird. He nips my neck in the curve where it meets my shoulder. Then his teeth rake over my nipple, and my core clenches around his finger, wet and tight. He smiles down at me. For a change. He's not teasing when he says it, and it drives my need higher. I want you. I heave out, cupping his cheek with my palm. I want you. Kirill Viranov. I mean Mile, shifting until he's wedged firmly between my thighs. He hooks up my knee, resting the line of his shaft against me. I bob my hips up, urging him forward until I feel the thick head of his cock breach my slit. Slowly, achingly so, he slides his enormous length into me, his eyes never leaving mine. The way he looks at me in this moment, it steals my breath away. He sinks into the hilt with such ease. It knocks the air out of my lungs. He's filled my insides so much that I couldn't even fit a grain of sand in there if I wanted. I can feel every inch of his cock straining against me, and then, slowly, pulls out, leaving me aching for more. Even though this slow, delicious friction is almost enough to make me come already, I soak in the sensations, letting them sweep me away, letting him sweep me away. Oh my God, what this man does to me. The pace picks up gradually, but still not like our usual frantic encounters. This time it's different. It means something. It is more than just two people seeking release from their own demons for a little while. This time, it feels like we're making love for the very first time. Making love? I'm making love to the father of my child. The thought leaves me dumbstruck. I realize I've stiffened when he pauses, looking down at me. What is it? Pretty bird? I swallow hard, shaking my head. Nothing. I'm good. I groan as he sinks in deep again. So damn good, he husks out a laugh. Duh. So damn good. We have no gathering me closer to him. He sets up a grinding rhythm that has my body humming like an instrument. My breath starts to come in shallow gasps as I rake my nails down his back, bucking up to meet him. Yes! God. Yes! I choke out. I realize that his eyes are on my face, watching as the pleasure begins to overwhelm me completely and utterly. There was a time when that made me uncomfortable. Now it seems perfectly right. My breath rushes out as a tightening begins in the pit of my belly, and my core muscles start to spasm. Titachaya krasivaya. He says the words through clenched teeth as his brow starts to furrow. A look of intense concentration tightening his features in an expression I've grown to recognize. He's going to come along with me. I'm already breathless when I pull him in for a kiss, wanting to feel him draw air as my orgasm explodes inside me. And then, it does. The wave crashes over me like a rush of heat that tingles from my lips to the tip of my toes. My body goes rigid as I arch against him, my thighs hooked tightly around his pumping hips. Yes. Fuck. Yes. I cry out, my nails sinking into the clenching muscles of his ass. He nips at my neck as he buries his face against my throat and releases a groan from low in his chest. It rumbles through me, my nerves so sensitized, I'm sure I could feel molecules within the air around us. With one final thrust, he buries himself deep inside me, his back muscles taut. His cock jerks as he pulses into me, coming as hard as I am, sending more electric shocks through my body. I'm pretty sure I see stars. I can definitely feel them. My skin feels like it's glowing in the afterglow of our orgasm. By the time I catch my breath again, I find him staring at me with a look that catches me by surprise. Because if I wasn't sure I was imagining, I'd say that it was wonder. And maybe it is. I know I'm staring up at him in a daze. What just happened? You make me fly. Little bird. His voice is husky. Breathless. I don't reply because I'm speechless. Not just because of the mind-blowing sex, but because I'm starting to think that I might be falling for this man. Might be. You're totally falling for him. Girl. Freaking head over heels. And if he continues to look at me like that, I'll probably stop fighting this marriage thing he's been talking about. I don't even care if he's a criminal. Everything in me says that this is a good man. A man who would be a good husband. A good father. Sure, I might be delusional, but it feels so real it almost hurts. You're going to have his baby. Kirill. I start, licking my lips as I realize what I'm about to say to him. Kirill, there is something I need to tell you. A bee thing. What is it? Petichka? He's drawn my hand to his lips and is brushing his lips over my palm. It makes my core muscles clench, and something flickers in his eyes. Boss! The word is shouted, accompanied by a violent banging at the door. Boss, we need you. Damn it. It's like in the movies. The perfect moment. Perfectly interrupted by someone who has no place in the room. The banging on the door continues and I recognize Dima's voice. The man is usually cold, like a stone. But this time there is distress in his tone. Kirill's body goes tense against me. Blyet. He moves to pull out of me, and I feel myself wanting to hold on tight and cling to him. Hold that thought. Ptichka, he says, dotting a kiss on the tip of my nose and then extracting himself. Kirill. It will have to wait, he says, sitting up and rising from the bed. Shit. Chat was me. Dima. What is it? He barks, stooping to get his pants off the floor and stepping into them. I pull a sheet over myself, watching as he strides bare-chested across the room. Hair tousled, muscles rippling. He has red streaks down his back, where my nails raked his skin. It's important. Boss. Dima doesn't look into the room when Kirill jerks the door open. Though I know he's aware of me. You need to come with me. Now. End quote. Wait. Kirill gives a muffled curse as he returns to the bed, brushes a quick kiss over my forehead, and reaches for his discarded shirt and shoes. We will continue this when I get back, he says. I nod mutely, because what else can I do? Though usually, when he leaves me in a room, it's without a backward glance. I guess this is an improvement. But it doesn't change the fact that when the door closes, I'm left alone, and I haven't told him that I'm pregnant. But there is one thing I'm certain of. He has to know.
Chapter 17. Kirill. We found the guy who followed our man. Dima says as we stride into the interrogation room. My footsteps are heavy as they echo off the cold, pale walls. Dima follows closely behind, his eyes scanning the space with a practiced ease. When I reach the center of the room, I stop and fix my eyes on the man tied to the chair. He looks up at me, his eyes widening in defiance as he takes me in. But beneath all the defiance, I noticed the underlying air of dread. The bastard's afraid. I just know it. I've done this enough times to see it from a mile away. If he hasn't spoken yet, he will. It's only a matter of time. Tell me what you've got so far. Bratog, I say to Dima, keeping my voice low. Dima crosses his arms over his chest, his muscles bulging beneath his tight shirt. This is Ivan Petrov, Vlad's nephew. We snatched him up without any trouble. You almost made it too easy for us. Haven't you? Ivan? Dima shoots the man a glance before looking back at me. Except the fucker is stubborn as a mule. Boss, he won't loosen his tongue. So, I guess we can move to phase 2. Iserd. I nod, my gaze never leaving Ivan's face. I watch his expression change slightly at the mention of phase 2. I almost chuckle, definitely afraid. He may not have spilled anything yet, but it's only a matter of time before he will. Dima's done a good job of working him over. Split lips, battered cheeks. Bruising has left his face swollen and his eyes puffy. He glares at me balefully. His features remind me of his shady uncle. Vladimir Petrov has been a thorn in my side since my father's days. It was no surprise to learn that he's involved in the shitstorm with Avance. Now it seems he's been digging even deeper into my affairs. But right now, Theo Avance is not my only problem. It's not like he can cause more damage than he already has. But there is someone else who still can. I must know if she is also involved somehow. Because if what Dima told me in the restaurant is true, then I'm in for a world of shit. Blyad. She is capable of causing 10 times more damage than Avance ever could. I shake off the thought and look at Ivan. His eyes dart back and forth between Dima and me. His breath is starting to come in short. Shallow gasps. I already told him everything I know. He jerks his head toward Dima. I take a step closer to him, my fingers itching to be wrapped around his throat. We'll see about that. Won't we? Ivan, we can start by chopping off some of your fingers. See if that jogs your memory. I drop my eyes to his hands, letting him know that I mean this quite literally. Ivan's face pales, but he keeps his mouth shut. His throat works, and his eyes continue to dart between me and my second in command. This time it's Dima's turn to step forward. His hand rests on the handle of the knife at his belt. We can make this easy for you, or we can make this hard. Ivan, the choice is yours. He said. Ivan's eyes flicked to Dima again, then back to me, this time more frantically. He licks his lips, his tongue darting out to wet them. I told you already. I don't know anything else. I swear it. Call my uncle. He'll tell you. You're making a mistake. And I shake my head and heave a sigh. I am already losing patience. This nuisance is only wasting my fucking time. I'd rather be upstairs, balls deep in Tiana. Instead, I'm having to deal with an idiot who's unwilling to speak. What does he think? That we'll simply believe him and let him go? I give Dima a nod before turning my attention back to Ivan. I trust your uncle even less than I trust you. Dolboyub, I'd rather convince you to cooperate. Oh, Ivan's eyes suddenly widen in terror as I reach for the tools on the table beside him. Knives, pliers, a blowtorch. I pick up a pair of pliers, the metal glinting in the harsh overhead lights. Let's go old school, shall we? Last chance. Ivan, tell me what I want to know and I'll leave some of your fingers intact. Well, Ivan's eyes are even more frantic now. They dart around the room, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Я не могу говорить, Vironov. I can't talk. They'll kill me if I do. I second. Now that's an improvement. I don't see how that's my problem. Now, are you going to tell me what I want to know? Or shall we get this party started? I shrug, my grip tightening on the pliers. Ivan shakes his head, shrinking back in the chair he's tied to. Please, I'm begging you. End quote. I lean in close, my breath hot against his ear. You should have thought about begging me before you got involved with my shit. 12 men died when you fuckers hit that last shipment. Now be smart and start talking, or bear the consequences. End quote. Bullshit. They knew what they were getting into when they got into this business. You know that. He objects, a swirl of his previous defiance surfacing. They served their purpose when we took them out. End quote. My blood wants to boil. Those men had families, children. They were loyal to my bratva, and these motherfuckers executed them in cold blood. Served their purpose. Huh? How about I make you serve your purpose? I snarl, the pliers an inch from his face. Where should we start? Little finger? Ivan's lips tremble, his eyes squeezed shut. The struggle in his face is a visual representation of the internal battle between self-preservation and loyalty to his family. He's been trained well to withstand interrogation. I'll give him that, but not well enough. Finally, he opens his eyes. We picked up a couple of your shipments. Nothing big time. My uncle didn't want you to know that we're behind it, so we went for the smaller cargo. Mos, I nod, my grip on the pliers loosening slightly. Good boy. Where did you get your intel? Ivan's eyes whip around the room, his mind racing. I can almost see the wheels turning as he calculates his choices. Too fucking bad he doesn't have any. Finally, he takes a deep breath. You know that already. You had Avance here when we iced him. He was our inside man. Books, I know that all right. Theo Avance's brain wasn't blown out for no reason. But the fact that his daughter had to witness her father being murdered like that makes my blood boil all over again. Ivan's story checks out. Though, except I know there's more to it. A lot more. I flex my hand in front of his face, the pliers making a metallic sound as they open and snap shut. Tell me what Avance gave you. I snap. I'm getting tired of asking questions. It's said. His eyes are glued to my hand as he answers. I don't know the details. I swear. All I know is that he was feeding Uncle Vlad intel on your business. He was well paid for it. Biester. I heave a sigh. But don't say anything. Keeping a straight face. My hand snaps out, raising the pliers to his left hand. Net pozaluista! Ivan screams in terror. Your operations, shipments, routes, security measures. Avance was a world of information. He even told us where you live and where to hit your estate. That's how we took him out. His own information lead to his death. Recorded. I eye him coldly for several long seconds until he's squirming in his seat. At least he's telling the truth now. But it's ironic that Avance is the one who told them where I live and how to penetrate my security. The motherfucker signed his own death warrant with that. I rub my eyes and glance at Dima from the corner of my eye. Ivan's still not telling me anything I don't already know. This shit show keeps dragging on and my patience is getting thinner by the minute. I need to make sure he spills everything. He could easily be playing smart by telling me what I already know so that he won't compromise his uncle's operations. His trembling victim act could all be for show. Besides, Avance wasn't the only one feeding them intel, and my instinct tells me that somehow she is also involved. I just know it. It's time to change my strategy. Did the intel from Avance get you to our drop-off this week? His brows pull together. Drop-off? What drop-off? Don't bullshit me. Ivan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We've had that deal in play for years. Now, within a week of Avance going down, we get hit. Where is she? What did she tell you? She? I don't know who you're talking about. He's still frowning. It would almost be convincing if I didn't know what a snake this kid really is. Petrov's men are animals. His family members are even worse. Ivan Petrov didn't earn his ranks in the game without getting his hands dirty in the worst ways possible. Drug distribution networks, child trafficking, organ trade, and the list goes on. Fine. Patience ran out. I quickly open the pliers, grasp his left forefinger, get a grip on his nail, and pull sharply. Jesus. Fuck, he screams, twisting against the ropes holding him in his seat. Idinashu Yusesos. Beezer, memory coming back yet? I told you. I don't. He gives another piercing scream as I rip another fingernail off. We had our man at the drop-off. One of your people must have followed her and got there before she arrived. Where the fuck is she now? Sweat is prickling on my skin. But it's not from exertion. It's the adrenaline, and the knowing that this idiot deserves everything I dish out. For the first time in weeks, I can step away from the sea of confusion I've been swimming in since Tiana arrived, and focus on something I know and understand. It settles me. Fuck you and your bratva Viranov. Trak ni tvoyu mat. Fuck you all, he sneers. I shrug and tear off another fingernail before moving on to his other hand. Suka poshel nahui. Huyebak, he screams at me. My uncle will kill you when he finds out what you've done to me. Suddenly this man looks more like what I'd expect from one of Vlad's generals. The frightened boy is gone, and I'm looking into the narrowed eyes of an enraged man. We're wasting our time. Bratok. Dima has stepped up behind me. We spent an hour going through the same shit before you got here. He doesn't know anything about her. He could. Relax. Dima. All he needs is a little push. I don't take my eyes off Ivan as I answer Dima. Pure hatred stares back at me from his twisted, bloody face. Fuck you and your little push. Vironov. His lip curls. You think my uncle recruits Pizdas like you people? We are men. Sure. Men who scream like a pussy when they lose their fingernail. I rip off another one. He screams yet again. Spit flying as he bucks and writhes. Then, he stops screaming. He starts laughing. You're going to die for this. Viranov, he barks at me. All of you will die as we carve you into pieces and feed you to the pigs. Maybe. But I'm willing to take my chances. I tap the pliers against his cheek. They're bloody. So are my hands. You're out of nails. Ivan, your fingers will go next. Unless you tell me where she is. And tvoyu mat trakayut. His spits. Your mother will die first. We'll slice her fucking throat and fuck her while you watch. Rage hits me like a tidal wave of scalding water. I drop the pliers. Suddenly my fingers are curled around the grip of my Tokarev, and I'm not even sure how it happened. Last chance, Mudak. I asked you where she is. I roar. The trigger is cool beneath the pad of my finger. I press the muzzle against his temple. Fuck you. After we're done with your mother, We'll play with that little doll of yours. He laughs again. You can watch as our men take their time with her. But his road, the explosion that takes the top of his head off, comes without warning. Blood sprays in a fine mist that colors the wall behind him with pink. Gore splatters my face and soaks into the fabric of my shirt as the sound of the gunshot echoes around the room. I wipe the back of my hand against my cheek where something is trickling. God damn it. Vironov. He might still have said something useful. I push myself up and take a step away as Ivan Petrov's body twitches, slumps to the side against his bonds, and then goes still. Blyad. That's not exactly how I planned this. I set the gun down on the table, then reach for a rag to wipe the blood from my hands. Rage is still coursing through me. How fucking dare he? These animals killed several of my men in cold blood, penetrated my security, hit my home, and caused millions of dollars of damage. But to insult my mother and Tiana like that? Pizdets. The startled gasp behind me has me swiveling in the direction it came from. I freeze at what I see there. Or who? The door to the room is hanging open, the light streaming around where Tiana is centered within it. Her expression is filled with so much horror and revulsion that I'm struck dumb. Her face has lost all its color, and her eyes are wide open as she stares at the scene unfolding in front of her. She takes in several heaving breaths, her throat working as she stares at the lifeless corpse of the man I just killed. Killed in front of her. Blyad. Shit just got a whole lot more complicated. You, she croaks, then clamps a hand over her mouth. She looks at me with huge, dark, terrified eyes that have so much horror in them it hurts. I know what I am, and I know she knows. But this is the first time she's ever witnessed my dark side in full force. There is no sugarcoating what just happened. No trying to hide it. So, I don't. I simply stand there like an idiot, the filthy rag in my hand, with blood running down my face. Our eyes lock for endless seconds. Then she spins on her heel and bolts down the hall.
Chapter 18. Tiana. Why? Why did I go down there? I cursed my stupidity for leaving the bedroom. I'd been so sure I had to tell him about the baby that I couldn't sleep. I was convinced I'd find him at his desk, and that I could surprise him with the news. Instead, I found him in a dark basement, brutally torturing, then killing someone, right in front of me. Now my heart thuds in my chest as I sprint down the dimly lit corridor. The sound of my own ragged breathing, drowned out by the pounding in my ears. I can't believe what I just saw. I can't! Kirill Vironov, the man I thought I was falling for, just brutally tortured and killed someone without an ounce of remorse. It's not like I didn't know who he is. It's not like I didn't know that he has blood on his hands. I did. But this time, I learned something about him. He enjoyed it. The image of his face, twisted with rage and thrill, is seared into my mind's eye. I can't unsee it. And now, all I can think about is getting as far away from him as possible. There's no way I can raise a child with someone like him. Sweet Jesus. I feel sick! A wave of nausea washes over me as my hand instinctively goes to my stomach, all the way down to where my baby is growing inside me. A precious life. A child I'd planned to raise with this man. But I can't think about that now. Not when Kirill could be right behind me. Tiana? His shout confirms my suspicion. I speed up my frantic pace. Grateful for the years of track that were a part of my school career, I keep waiting for the sound of footsteps behind me, or for another shout to try and stop me. It doesn't matter that the rich sound of his voice still tightens my chest. He's a monster. A monster who will kill to get the information he wants. Information about some woman. Who the fuck was he talking about? Who is her? Not that it matters. I need to get away from here as soon as possible. I don't know how, but I have to. I keep running, streaking up the sweeping staircase, and bolting down the hallway to the guest wing. Roxy opens her door, seconds after I start banging on it. Babe! What the? She's in a skimpy red satin nightdress that barely covers her abundant breasts. An equally skimpy red robe is draped over the top. But now is not the time for me to be questioning her wardrobe choices. Lock the door, I gasp, flinging myself into her room and racing to the bed. What the fuck are you doing? Tiana, I said lock the door, I half yell. She does as I say, and then turns back to me, approaching me cautiously. Did he hurt you? No. What do I tell her? Do you need me to call the police? Or would that be... Pointless is the word she's looking for. It would be pointless. And Roxy seems to realize that as she trails off. You know very well they won't help. I tell her. Then squeeze my eyes shut. Okay. She sighs. Just tell me what to do. To that one. I sink down onto the bed so abruptly that I hit the mattress with a thud. Roxy sits beside me. Talk to me. T. What's going on? I rub my face with both hands and then turn tormented eyes toward her. I just saw him kill someone. Rox. I'm sewed. Jesus. She stares at me. Like, for real? Bam. Dead? For real. Bam. Dead. I gulp. Shit. She sets her elbows onto her knees, clasps her hands in front of her, and stares off into the distance before looking back at me. Was he a bad guy? The guy he killed? What? I gape at her. What difference does it make? Well, it would make sense if he was killing a bad guy. The dude would probably have it coming. Right? He fucking killed someone. Roxy! Tortured him and blew his brains out. Right in front of me. I think that I feel sick all over again. Did he know you were watching? No. There's no way he had any idea I'd be there. He'd left me in bed. After bowling me over with the most intense sex of my life. Well, that's different. Then, says Roxy. What? How is it different? Because if he did it knowing you were watching, that would be fucked up. But if it was just business, then just business. I squawk. Yeah. T. She turns to me. You know you're not shacked up with Mother Teresa, right? Of course. I know that. So, this shit goes with the territory. Babe, I'm just relieved he didn't hit you or anything. That would be a problem. Dare. And this isn't a problem? Taking someone's life with sheer brutality? Tiana. This is Kirill Viranov. He's the freaking Bratva. And Bratva involves killing. The way I see it. They all go into this deal knowing the stakes. And I can't find words. So I don't bother trying. I slump back onto the bed and curl my knees up to my chest. Roxy strokes my hair. It's okay. Babe, I shake my head. No, it's not okay. Rox? I mumble. I put a hand over my belly and imagine my baby forming beneath my palm. I have to get out of here. Get out? Are you crazy? Roxy's voice pitches high. I'm serious. Rox, I might be able to put up with him. But raising my child here? There's no way I can do that with a man like him. Think about it. It's his child. 2. I would know 5. He doesn't need to know that. He doesn't need to know anything at all. I push myself up and put my hand on her arm. I suddenly know what I have to do. I can't stay locked in here anymore. For the first time in weeks, I'm taking matters into my own hands, and he isn't going to stop me. I need to get away, Rox. And I need your help. Andis. My help? How the fuck am I supposed to help you in getting away from the most powerful Bratva boss in the country? She stares at me. It's okay. Rox, I know what I need to do. I know how to do it. In an hour or so, things will quiet down. His guys are going to be busy getting rid of... I gulp. The body. There will be fewer on duty. I'll go to the East Wing. There are no bars on the windows there. If I can get out and sneak through the gardens, I can make a run for it. You're out of your freaking mind. Roxy folds her arms over her chest. You're going to get yourself killed. Worse. You're going to get me killed. I pose for a moment. That's why I need you to come with me. I urge her, reaching for her hand. Go with you? What for? I'm not the one in shit here. This is all on you. Axe on me? I sound incredulous. Because I am. Do you think I asked for any of this? Rox? No. But things could have turned out a lot worse. You know, the guy's hot. He's loaded, and he'd look after you if you let him. It's so day. I can't believe you just said that. I shake my head. I'm just saying it like it is. Tiana, a lot of girls would jump at what you've got going on here. She gives a shrug. Jump at the chance to live with a monster who buys and kills people and enjoys it? He's a mobster. T? That's not the same. Some of us can tell the difference. Endo, I stare at her for a second, trying to process her words. I know Roxy grew up with shit like this. Maybe it's that. Maybe she's just become desensitized. That saddens me somehow. When I speak to her again, my voice is gentler. Just come with me. Babe, it'll work out. No, it won't. If I go with you, I'll be your accomplice. You might get a second chance. But me, I'll be toast. She pulls a face. That won't happen. I'll make sure of that. Dime. Roxy shakes her head vigorously. Please. Rox. I grip her shoulder and look into her eyes. Please. She draws a deep breath in through flaring nostrils. I'm not going with you, T. I can't get involved in this. I'm sorry. We stare each other for a moment that seems like an eternity. I can't really blame her for not wanting to come. If she does, she could find herself in a world of trouble, just like me. But if she stays, Kirill will eventually let her go. She's my guest anyway, not his. Fine. I finally say, just tell them when you woke up. I was gone. I'll be in your debt forever. You do know what this means, right? She narrows her eyes. You're gonna be on the run from the Bratva forever. We might never see each other again. Your life as you know it is over. Unhad, it was over before I got here. Roxy, and I'll find a way to contact you. It might take some time. But I will. We lock eyes for a moment. She exhales. God fucking damn it. Fine. I'll cover for you. But if I ever see you again, you owe me fucking big time. I lean in for a hug before she can change her mind. Thank you. Rox. Thank you so much. I get on my feet and rush to the window to see if there's anyone in the yard. It's eerily quiet. Kirill's thugs are probably busy cleaning up the blood in the basement. I gulp. All I have to do is walk through the corridor, get downstairs and cross the hallway to get to the east wing where Irina lives. I still think this is the stupidest idea you've ever had. Roxy stands right behind me. I feel her brushing against my back as I shove the window open and peer out. And I mean, even stupider than the time you thought it would be a good idea to eat an entire jar of spicy peppers in one sitting. Yes, I need to get to the east wing. Rox, I tell her. From there, I can get down on one of the drain pipes and move through the garden. If I stick to the shadows and reach the tree line, I'll be fine. There are no cameras after that. If I get over the perimeter wall, I'll be free. Ever free? She scoffs. Yeah, those peppers were downright genius compared to this. I fate. I can do it. Roxy. I straighten, my voice firm. I never wanted any of this Bradfa stuff. I have to do it. Want it? Okay. She gives me another hug and watches me as I close the door behind me. Crazy bitch, she mutters. I love you. Rox. I manage a tight smile before slipping into the darkness of the corridor, and then my heart is thundering in my chest as I try, yet again, to evade Kirill Voronov. In less than 5 minutes, I'm back where I came from, in the hallway downstairs. There's still a faint light seeping from the direction of the basement, where I was a little more than half an hour ago. I wonder why Kirill never came after me, but it's probably for the best. He's probably still cleaning the blood off his hands. My stomach churns at the thought. Don't think of that now. Just get to the east wing and hit the road, Jack. As quietly and as quickly as I can, I dash through to the other side of hallway. Having spent so many afternoons with Irina, I know exactly how to get to the east wing, and I know exactly where the safest exit point is. I close another door behind me and run up the stairs, past Irina's living quarters. You're doing great. Almost there. In less than 2 minutes. I'm standing in a room, similar to Roxy's. The darkness of the night is almost inviting as it stares back at me through the open window. I clamber over to the outer ledge and look down. A fall from here wouldn't be fatal, but it wouldn't be fun either. All I have to do now is climb down the drain pipe and I'll be on my way. So, I do. A few minutes later, I land lightly in a turned flower bed, with just a few small bruises on my shins. I'm grateful for the sneakers I'd put on with my jeans when I headed out to find Kirill earlier. The moonless night works in my favor as I dart through the eerily silent garden, slithering beneath thick shrubs, and miraculously, I do it. I reach the tree line and sprint through the trees like the devil is on my tail. I get to the outer wall barely 15 minutes after I left Roxy's room. I can do this. Freedom is so close now, I can almost taste it. Breathless. Sweating. I keep waiting to be blinded by searchlights, but I'm not. Nobody came after me yet, which is nothing short of a miracle. But I know Kirill is going to be hot on my tail as soon as he discovers that I'm missing. Just a few more minutes, and you'll be free. My first moment of disappointment is when I reach the outer wall. It must be 8 feet tall, and I can see steel spikes along the top of it. Shit! I knew this was going too easily. But it's too late to turn back now. Taking in a steadying breath, I move along the wall, praying for a miracle. And luck is on my side tonight. My miracle comes in the form of a small gate that joins a path leading to a garden shed. I'm guessing it's some sort of service entrance. And today, of all days, it's unlocked. Yes, I send 1,000 silent thank yous to all the gods I can think of as the handle turns smoothly in my hand and the gate swings open silently. I'm out. I emerge so abruptly into the street beyond that I'm unsettled for a second. I was so focused on escape that I never even thought about getting this far. Shit, I mutter under my breath, wrapping my arms around myself as I look both ways up and down the road. It's silent at this time of the night. The wide avenue is lit with tall streetlights, but many are obscured by towering oaks, and much of the road is in shadow. That should be a good thing. But suddenly it doesn't feel that way. Move. Stupid. Picking a direction at random. I turn left onto the sidewalk and start walking briskly. I can hear an occasional car in the distance. But here, there's nothing. That should be a relief. But it's not over yet. I'm out here in the dark, alone. But if I can make it to the local bus station, I can get on the first bus and be out of town by dawn. You can do this. Girl. I pick up my pace. Try not to speed to a run in case I draw attention to myself. Not that there's anyone to see me out here. But the night feels like it's filled with eyes. I keep my breath steady as I walk, forcing myself not to dive for cover when an engine draws near. A dark car glides past, and I literally stop breathing. It keeps going until its taillights disappear into the night. Walk. Just keep walking. Once I get off this block, I can turn down another road and hopefully lose anyone who might be looking for me. And who exactly might be looking for me? My blood goes cold as it occurs to me that I may have resented the team of guards who were assigned to me. Their job was to protect me. I don't want to imagine what they'll get from Kirill when he finds out that I'm gone. Not to mention that I'm out here all alone. Exposed. Vulnerable. And Kirill has enough enemies to have him living in a fortress. Enemies who might also be looking for me. What if they're lying in wait out here? And I walk right into them? I think about the man Kirill killed and remember the terrible things he'd been screaming. Pull it together. Girl, I say under my breath. I can't turn back now. But what if the danger out here is worse than the one I just left behind? At least Kirill seemed to care about me. Somehow. Or maybe that's what I wanted to see because I'd started to care about him. More than just care. Shit. I walk faster. My arms wrapped so tightly around my waist that I feel like I'm crushing my own lungs. Another engine grows louder. And again I try to walk as if I'm just out for a casual stroll. A 21-year-old girl. All alone. In the dead of fucking night, a white panel van cruises by. Calm down. T. Breathe. I fix my eyes on the paving stones ahead of me and stride with grim determination. But it's a determination that doesn't stop fear from prickling down my spine. My skin practically tingles with apprehension. I grit my teeth and force myself to keep moving with purpose. Just keep walking. The air around me feels charged with menace. No matter how hard I try to convince myself that it's all in my mind. I pick up the pace, trying not to break into a jog. I'm so focused on putting one foot in front of the other that I don't even realize that the engine sound has stopped, until the sudden silence makes me pause. and it's a moment of realization that comes too late. The air is torn by the sound of the van door being slid open, followed closely by the sharp sound of footsteps on tar. I spin around just in time to feel someone behind me, but whoever it is, I don't see their face, because in the next moment, a bag is being pulled over my head. The air seizes in my lungs as the fear I've been suppressing comes surging to the force. The night had been dark, but the world goes even darker as strong arms band around me, pinning my arms to my sides. "No!" I scream, the sound muffled by the rough cloth over my face. I kick out, but someone grabs my legs, and then I'm lifted into the air and feel myself being swung like a weighted sack. A few seconds later, I land heavily in the back of the van, and I'm being rolled onto my side. Someone binds my wrists behind me, and then my ankles are strapped together. I twist and writhe, trying to shout through the heavy bag over my head. It's useless. The only people who can hear me are the ones who just threw me in here. The door slams shut. The engine roars to life, and then I feel the van pull off at speed. No, I'm trapped, being whisked off to who knows where by someone who probably wants to kill me. Kirill is going to be so pissed about this.
Chapter 19. Kirill, I can't fucking sleep. It's like the walls are closing in on me. All I can do is pace around my bedroom, feeling more agitated by the second. I don't like this feeling. It's bullshit. I think I felt a shade of it once before, a long time ago, but never like this. It was never such a distraction. I have to put an end to it. You should have gone after her. Mudak. I can't believe I let her stay with her friend in the guest suite last night. I should have gone after her, brought her to my room, by force, if necessary. Should have sorted this shit out hours ago. But I didn't. My hands and face were covered in blood. I knew she won't talk to me while I look like I just walked out of a slaughterhouse. So, I just watched her as she walked up the stairs and went to her friend's room, slamming the door behind her. I then finished up in the basement, came to my room, and I've been prowling around here like a fucking pussy since. Jat forced me. I rub my eyes, trying to clear the fog from them. I must stay sharp, to be ready for whatever the morning might bring. I can't afford to be off my game. Not now. Not with everything that's happened. The thought of Tiana, of what she saw. I can still feel the weight of the blood on my hands, the stench of it in my nostrils. I've done this many times before, but never in front of someone so innocent, so pure. And now she's seen me at my worst, and I'm not sure if she'll ever forgive me. Fuck that. I will make her forgive me. I glance at the clock. It's just after dawn, and the sunlight is starting to creep through the curtains. Time to face the day. Get this bullshit under control. I throw on a fresh shirt, put my shoes on, then head down the hall toward the guest wing. I must talk to her. The house is quiet, but I can hear the faint sounds of life stirring in the mansion. My security team is already up, making sure everything is in order after the interruption to our routine yesterday. I fucking hate it when our schedule is compromised. I take a series of deep breaths as I make my way through the house, but it does nothing to ease the tension that's coiled tight in my chest. I need to speak to Tiana and make sure she's okay. Tell her that she's safe with me, that I care. Care? What the fuck? Well, duck, the thought hits me like a sledgehammer, and my stride falters. I care. Blyad. Why? It's not supposed to be this way. I need to get a grip on myself And that starts with getting things straight between us. Reaching the door to the suite. I resist the urge to pound on it with my fist. I raise a hand and knock with as much control as I can. And then I wait. Again. I fucking wait. I'm fucked in the head when it comes to this woman. Seconds drag by. With no response. I knock again, gritting my teeth to maintain my composure. Crickets. Tiana. I say firmly. Tiana. Wake up. It is time to talk. When I knock this time, the sound is sharp and strident, but she still doesn't answer. God damn it. Tiana, I bark. If she makes me wait a moment longer, I'm going to kick the fucking door down. Tiana. The door swings open a second before I can finish my sentence. Mr. Varnov. Good morning. The girl, Roxy, is standing in front of me dressed in something that looks like it belongs in the amateur section of a sex site. Where is Tiana? I huff. I don't have the patience for pleasantries. Roxy gnaws on her bottom lip. Where is she? I push, looking past her into the room. The bedclothes are mussed up, and clothing is strewn about, but I don't see any sign of my woman. Well, you see, she pauses, adjusting the neckline of the red satin robe that her tits are falling out of. Is she in the bathroom? It's taking all my patience not to shout at her. I must speak to her. What a thing. No. Entry. Then I'm going to wake her. I push her aside and brush past her into the room. I've had enough of this shit. No. You can't speak to her. Roxy is trailing me into the room, where I still see no sign of Tiana. I will speak to her. Stay out of this. I'm really getting pissed now. You can't speak to her because she's not here. If you rad. I stop in my tracks. Halfway into the ensuite bathroom. I swivel to face her. What the fuck are you talking about? She sweeps an arm around the room. She's not here. It's just me and you. It's Screama. Bullshit. It's a stupid thing to say when the girl is clearly alone in here. But I can't fucking believe it. See for yourself, she says, confirming what I'm thinking. I rake a hand through my hair. Chtozahui. I'm trying not to pace again. Where is she then? No idea. She just said she couldn't stay here. End quote. Of course. She can stay here. She belongs here. I don't say this out loud. I need answers to more important questions. Tell me where she is. I look around the room. Roxy shrugs. She left. I tried to stop her, but she was determined. She said she can't stay here. She said the guards would be distracted with all that had happened with, She pauses, allowing me to process what she said. Obviously, she's talking about what Tiana saw me do. And you just let her do this? I glare at her. Hey, I'm not her keeper. She splays her hands. I told her it was a terrible idea, but she wouldn't listen to me. And I'm still glaring at her. She's standing with a hand on her hip, the red satin of her dress stretched over her chest and belly. Closing her robe would be a good idea right now, but she keeps it open, putting too much on display. Blyad, I curse under my breath, rage coursing through me. I hadn't considered Tiana might do this. Clearly, I'm a fool. But so is she. She has no idea what lurks out there. My hands curl into fists, nails biting into my palms as I contemplate this. What did she say before she left? I say through gritted teeth. Maybe I can get some idea of where she's gone. She was freaked out. Okay? I mean, you know, she's not wired to witness the kind of things she saw. She needed some space. I guess. She shrugs. Blyad, that is not something this fucking girl needs to tell me. I fucked up. Big time. I should have made sure there was no way for Tiana to get into the interrogation room. I need to take more care with these things now that there's a woman in my world. That's if you can get her back into it. Dolboyob. What the fuck am I thinking? She is coming back. Whether it's on her own steam, or I have to drag her home by her hair. When did she go and where did she leave? I look at the girl again. About half an hour after she got here. She said that she was leaving through the east wing. Roxy shrugs, and her robe drops off her shoulder, exposing bare flesh. She doesn't fix it. The east wing. I repeat as I do the math. And then, the realization hits. The fucking east wing has no bars on the windows. Idiot. She's been going there to visit my mother almost every day. She knows that part of the building all too well. Blyad. And if she left half an hour after she saw me in the basement, it means she had at least 7 hours to put distance between us. Shirt Vosme. I can't believe I was this stupid, even on foot. She could be miles away. And if she was picked up by a vehicle, my blood runs cold. No, that is a possibility that I don't want to think about. I told her she was crazy to leave here. Roxy is looking at me from beneath her lashes. A wave of bleached blonde hair has fallen over her naked shoulder, and she tosses it back. The way I see it, she's pretty damn lucky. Right? I'm working to keep my breathing steady as try to think straight. But my head's fucked. How could I allow this to happen? Of course she is. I've given her everything she's wanted. And, aside from her freedom, of course you did. I mean, look at this place. Roxy glances around the room. And look at you. She takes a step closer. What? I frown. I'll tell you what. She puts her fingertip into her mouth. Tiana doesn't know what she's throwing away, Mr. Vironov. She has bright red nails that look too long to be useful for anything. Tiana keeps her nails neat and pretty. Classy. I like the idea of having class in my world. You're right. I mutter, still trying to figure out how to track Tiana down. I make my way to the window and stare at the lawn area. There's a clear path to the trees between the east wing of the house and the perimeter wall, shielding it from prying eyes. And now it's shielding Tiana's escape route too. Blyad, you know, a lot of girls would be very happy to take what you're offering. Roxy is right behind me when I turn around. The scent of her perfume is too sweet and heavy. She puts a hand on my chest, and I look down at it. A lot of girls would grab onto you with both hands. Ifway, what the fuck are you doing? I scowl. I'm just saying. Tiana isn't the only pretty girl in the world. I know her. She's not cut out for your world. She traces her fingertip down the front of my shirt. But I am. Ender, what in the motherfucking shit is she doing? I have no time for this. She is fucking perfect for my world. I brush her hand away and push past her. I don't have the patience for whatever game she's playing at. Then why do you think she left? I've known her all my life. She's too innocent. It takes a real woman to handle you. Roxy's touching me again from behind. Is this fucking girl hitting on me? She belongs here. With me. I fucking own her. God damn it. This is making me furious. I reach for the phone in my pocket to dial Dima. I need him to send out a search party. Wouldn't you like to own me? Instead, Roxy is still talking. She's let the strap of her nightdress slip down. All that's holding it up is the tip of her nipple. What? Why would I? I stare at her. Are you fucking hitting on me? That's up to you, mister. She licks her lips, sliding both hands up my shoulders. Would you like me to? The phone keeps ringing and fucking Dima is not answering. Maybe the idiot is still sleeping off the events of last night. I need to get to him and wake him up. But first, I must get rid of this Roxy bitch. Her hands are still roving around my shoulders. What the fuck is wrong with you? I grab her wrists and push her hands away. I'm offering you a choice. She pouts. It's not like Tiana appreciates you. But I would. I could make you happy in ways you can only dream of. And we redowns. Jesus Christ. I can't believe the bitch. Some friend. Tiana has. I allowed you to come here because Tiana was lonely. She told me you're her best friend. Obviously. She needs to learn to choose her friends better. I will teach her how when she is back home with me. I shove her aside. You're no fun at all. She's still pouting, her dress half hanging off. Whatever. I barge past her and storm to the door. Glupaya, shluka. This time, when I reach the door, I don't resist the urge to kick it. The frame splinters as I haul it open. Tiana could be anywhere by now, and every second she's away could be a question of life or death. I don't want to imagine what could happen to her if someone decided to pick her up. Roxy might be behind me as I leave, but I don't bother looking back. I'm halfway down the hall when I finally run into Dima. Boss. He's looking concerned. I heard you shouting. What's going on? Tiana. I growl. She is gone. In the second, today for morning. Gone? Where? I have no fucking clue. I run both hands through my hair as frustration hits me in a wave. I hate feeling powerless. She got out last night while we were cleaning up the mess after the Petrov kid. Well, Pliad. Dima shakes his head. Sorry. Boss. And we continue on our path down the hall. Get a team together. We need to search the area from top to bottom. All right. You think she's still on the property? I fucking pray she is. Because if she is not here, she is out there. I glare out a window to the front gates in the distance. And if she is out there, I don't say it out loud. Dima knows exactly what that could mean. I'm on it. Boss. He is looking at me intently. We'll bring her back. Hazand. I eye him for a moment, grateful that he's not giving me shit about being too distracted by a woman. At the same time, I'm painfully aware that it's the truth. I can barely fucking think straight. And even knowing this, I'm still gonna tear this fucking town apart until I find her. Tiana Avance is coming home. And when she gets here, I am going to make sure she's not going anywhere.
Chapter 20. Tiana. The blindfold is yanked off my face. I blink against the sudden influx of light, squinting into the van's interior. I'm so terrified that even my teeth are chattering. I cringe, squeezing my eyes shut, and waiting for something terrible to happen. Nothing happens at all. So I look up and stare in confusion at the people surrounding me. The small group around me couldn't be more than their mid to late 20s, and look like they could be straight out of an office job ad. There's a guy hunched down on a seat next to me, wearing tailored trousers and a crisp white button-down beneath a lightweight navy jacket. If I expected to be snatched away by a gang of mafiosos, this is not exactly how I imagined they would look. The guy in the button-down leans toward me. It's okay. You're safe. He gives me a smile. I stare at them in confusion. There are 3 others in the van with me. A guy in the driver's seat is dressed much like the first guy, from what little I can see, and 2 more are huddled in the back with us. There's a woman in a conservative suit, and another guy wearing jeans and a white t-shirt with the words Institute of Technology written across the front. The woman is discreetly made up, and the men are all clean-shaven and unassuming. Normal. Oddly normal. What the actual hell? I'd expected to see a bunch of burly mobsters with menacing scowls waving weapons in my face. Still, my heart hammers in my chest as I try to make sense of this bizarre situation. Who are you? I ask, my voice shaking with fear, in spite of my determination not to panic. Where am I? Calm down! The guy closest to me says sharply, Be sensitive. Greg! The woman interrupts him. Remember what she's just been through. Is still me, and we're here to help you. Miss Avance. The guy softens his voice. My name is Greg Thompson. Agent Greg Thompson. He holds out a hand. I frown at him and he looks sheepish. Shit. Sorry. He jerks his head at the other 2 behind me, and they get to work freeing my wrists and ankles from their bonds. I rub my wrists. His hand is still extended, so I take it and shake it awkwardly. Agent Thompson? Yes. He nods. FBI. Again. Sorry about the, He waves a hand at where they've dropped the cable ties that had been used to bind me. We needed to make it look convincing in case anyone saw us take you. And my eyebrows are so tightly pulled together that I'm sure they're about to meet. Convincing? I'm not sure I understand. I have ATs. Agent Thompson and the others exchange glances. We wanted to be sure that if we were spotted, it would look like you were being taken against your will. Orak, I was taken against my will. Doe. Right. He awkwardly rubs his face. Why? I ask. None of this is making any damned sense. Well, we've had Kirill Vironov under surveillance for the past few months, and we didn't want to compromise our planning. My mouth drops open. You've what? I can't share with you all the details. I'm sure you understand. It's a part of an ongoing investigation into the Vironov-Bratva's dealings. We've been building a case against him and his organization. I shake my head, trying to process this. You've been watching him. Us. All this time. That's right. He nods. We know you were taken into his compound some weeks ago. We've been keeping a close eye on things. My cheeks start to burn at the thought of what they might have seen. Oh, is all I managed to say. We've been looking for a way to connect with you. The woman joins the conversation. And She stops. I'm Cassie. By the way, Agent Cassie Miller. This is Agent Kyle Barlow. She points at the younger man near her. And the old guy in the driver's seat is Agent Timothy Cruz. Ice. Who you calling old you, little brat? He gives her a mock scowl. She grins back at him. I lift a hand to stop them. Wait, aren't you supposed to show me some sort of identification? Like a secret agent card or something? Agent Thompson reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a wallet-sized folder and flips it open for me. I scrutinize it closely so he can see that I'm paying attention. I'm obviously no expert, but it looks pretty convincing. It clearly says FBI with capital letters, and it has the picture of Agent Greg Thompson on it. Right. It could be fake. Though, not that I would know. Good enough? Agent Thompson asks. I slowly nod. Anyway, he goes on, we were given information that you'd been taken into the Vironov household. And who gave you this information? I interrupt him sharply. There's another exchange of glances. Your father, Greg tells me, he was working with us as an informant. End quote. I stare at him. We're so very sorry for your loss. Agent Cassie Miller says quickly, we made contact with him about a year ago. He's been feeding us information about Vironov's operations. Greg adds, my father? What the actual fuck? I can't make sense of any of this. Are you saying he was one of you, the good guys? Well, Agent Thompson looks awkward. I wouldn't go that far. He was a federal informant. Tiana, Cassie says. He exchanged information for a ticket out of here, so that he can escape. And a court. And traded me for that ticket. Gee, what a prince. I mutter. He was concerned about you. She reassures me. He freaking sold me! I snap. Greg Thompson huffs. That was unavoidable. Here comes Stead. Unavoidable? I know my eyes are wide. Anything could have happened to me in there. And now, when I think about the things that did happen to me, I find myself thinking of Kirill, and my heart aches, and my private parts too. The plan was to get you out of there as soon as possible. Tiana, Cassie goes on, your father needed to get closer. Having you in the Vironov household gave him a way in. End quote. I suddenly feel sick at the thought of what they're saying to me. Right. So you're saying he used me. All of you used me. Dace, there's silence at that. You make me sick to my stomach. You know that? I spit the words out. I've shuffled onto my butt to sit up now, and I glare around at them as I lean up against the wall of the van. Agent Thompson takes over again. It was regrettable. However, your father had already found himself in a position where he needed to do it. We simply tagged our investigation onto his circumstances. My circumstances. You mean, I'm still glaring. I'm the one who was in there. I'm the one who was sold at a fucking auction. I'm the one who was handed over to Kirill Vironov on a platter. Yeah, I was. And I loved pretty much everything he did to me. I will never admit that to these people. Again, that was regrettable. But please be assured that your father wanted you out of there safely. We made that deal from the start. As soon as we had enough to take Vironov down, we'd get you out. It is two work. Take Kirill down. I don't say anything. I'm so sorry for what you've been through. Tiana. Cassie puts her hand on my arm, looking into my eyes. We're going to make sure he goes away for a long time. It's as though I don't realize that my teeth have closed on my bottom lip until I get a tiny tang of blood. I see. I half whisper. And your dad was trying to make it right, too. It's the first time the younger guy has spoken. His voice is uncharacteristically deep for someone as lightly built as he is. He made a big deal of that every time we saw him. Would have a 9. Yeah. Right. The thought of my father trying to do right by me doesn't ring true. But then again, I'm having a hard time believing anything he ever did was in my best interests. Could I be wrong about him? Was there at least a tiny part of him that was trying to atone for his sins? It's so messed up that I can't even decide what sounds true and what doesn't. Not that I will ever know. The last time I saw my father, he was lying on the floor with his brains blown out. I never even got to have a funeral for him. But would I have wanted one? I still have no idea what happened to his body. I suppose men like Kirill have ways of making that sort of thing go away. The guy called Kyle is speaking again. Miss Avance. I've been looking for a way to get my gear in there to wire the place for sound. He tells me, we've been hoping it would give us a way to pull you out sooner. And now you've given us what we were looking for with that little stunt you pulled back there. It's the older guy up front speaking now, Timothy. I don't understand. I look around at them. Are you saying that you've saved me? I should be dancing for joy and singing with delight. And yet, I'm not. I feel strangely deflated. Well, this is where things get tricky. Greg purses his lips. We need you to go back in there. It's too late. I almost shoot up from where I'm sitting. What? I'm staring yet again. Why on earth would I go back? You've just rescued me. Greg rubs his jaw. Well, not quite. Itinze. Not quite? How do you not quite rescue someone? This is not making any sense. Because without the information your father was going to get for us, we can't crack this case. Everyone, I don't see how that's my problem. I fold my arms over my chest. I'm afraid. That's where you're wrong. Greg's voice has grown more firm. You are going to help us. When it asks, I'm going to? What if I say no? I'm afraid it's not really a matter of choice. Miss Avance. You see, our superiors have you as an accessory. And an accessory? I snap. Just what kind of accessory? You've been living with Kirill Vironov for the past several weeks. You've been present during at least one crime in which lives were lost. If you could just gather more evidence for us, we would. Are you kidding me? I'm shouting now. You just told me that you knew that I'd been sent there against my will. I was sold, for fuck's sake! Yeah, right. But you didn't exactly go out of your way to escape. Now did you? I'm breathless, with rage and disbelief. Excuse me? For your information, I couldn't just get away. I had guards on me, 24/7. Really? Because from what we could tell, there weren't any guards following you at night. When you were in Vironov's bedroom, for all we know, you could have been planning all sorts of shit with him. If you know what I mean. And down, I gasp. Partly because of how outrageous this is, and partly because I don't have a way to defend myself over that. I pinch my lips together and take a deep, steadying breath through my nostrils. So, you're blackmailing me. You're going to blackmail me with the law if I don't do what you tell me to. Well, not entirely. The case against you is flimsy at best. Cassie seems to be trying to reassure me. I'm not buying it. I aim a malevolent star at her. At least she has the good grace to look guilty. Unlike Agent Asshole sitting next to me. As Agent Miller points out, the case is flimsy. He picks up the conversation. However, taking the matter to court would expose you. It's Bride. I don't get it. I'm still pissed. How do you think Vironov and his associates will feel when they learn that you were spying on them? But I'm not spying on them. Dozer, they don't know that. But when they find out about your involvement with the FBI, they'll probably make their own assumptions. It does note. But that's just nuts! Until tonight. I'd never had any involvement with the FBI. In fact, I still don't. You're just trying to force me into it. Down. And you're going to say yes. Greg sets his jaw. He's not just Agent Asshole. He's Agent Motherfucker. Because you're going to blackmail me into doing it. Huh? Did you know blackmailing someone is illegal too? He shrugs. Not if you're the FBI. Apparently. Besides, the rules have to be flexible if you're dealing with scum like Viranov. You will do your country a great service by taking a dangerous criminal off the streets. You're live. Jesus Christ. This is unbelievable. Suddenly. Kirill doesn't feel like the most dangerous man I know. What if he finds out? I ask. Make sure he doesn't. I'm sure you know how to get on his good side by now. He raises an eyebrow. His meaning clear. And as soon as you've got what we need, we'll get you out. I swear it! Cassie seems to have found her voice again. That's right, Kyle adds. And I'll drive the getaway car. Old Timothy waves a hand from the front. Great. That's just great. You'll drive me away just far enough for them to track me down and kill me, even as I say it. I can't imagine Kirill killing me, despite what I saw him do yesterday. I know he would never hurt me, but these people, I don't trust them. Not with myself. And especially not with my baby. That won't happen. Greg leans back on the hard bench that he's been sitting on. We'll take care of it. I tell. You mean you'll protect me? And for how long? I roll my eyes. Until you've got your conviction and decide you've looked after me long enough to keep your conscience clear. Suddenly, there's a pang in my heart. The thought of Kirill being convicted really doesn't sit well with me. Probably because I'm a love-struck idiot. Love? I push the thought aside. What's going on with these people right now is overshadowing my confusion about my feelings for the man. We'll see to it that Viranov can't find you. Ever. Cassie says firmly, dragging me from my wayward thoughts. Once you've brought us what we need, you'll go into WITSEC, and you can put this whole thing behind you. It's WITSEC? I ask. Witness protection. Greg says, new identity, new life. You can start out fresh. Isn't that what you wanted? Sure. That's what I wanted. But is this the way I want it? Do I still want it? After all that's happened? I don't know what to make of it. Start out fresh? I'm 21. My life hasn't even started yet. And here you are telling me I'll be starting over. Do you know how fucked up all of this sounds? I'd be out in a foreign country, raising my child alone with no contact with his or her father because he would be behind bars and wouldn't even know that he has a child. I open my mouth to tell them that I'm pregnant and then immediately think better of it. They would just use it against me. I know they would. This is your best chance of moving forward. Tiana. Greg levels me with a stare. If you want immunity. Immunity! I shriek, standing up so fast that I hit my head on the roof of the van. I wouldn't fucking need immunity if you didn't have some trumped-up charge against me. You people are reprehensible. You know that? Cassie stares at the floor, and Kyle examines his nails. I do what I have to do to bring lowlives like Viranov down. Greg looks remorseless. If that means leveraging resources like you to get what we need, I'll do it. It's having resources. Huh? I scoff. So, I'm a resource to you. Or accessory. Because I'm just a little girl who can be pushed around and intimidated. Right? Meanwhile, Kirill Viranov is a high-level badass who can beat all of you in your own game with his eyes closed. You could never take him on without doing something like this. As I say it, I realize that I get an odd sense of satisfaction from the words. Greg looks at me strangely, and I wonder if he realizes what I'm feeling. I'm sorry it has to be this way. Tiana. Cassie reaches a hand to me again, but pulls it back when I scowl at her. This is the way it has to be. Go back in there and pick up whatever you can. Listen out for names. Dates. De venue. He'll let something slip in front of you. It's inevitable. East Coast. Whatever. I sound surly. And if you can find a gap for me to get my surveillance equipment into the place, you might be able to get out of there sooner, Kyle says brightly. His expression fades when I shoot daggers at him with my eyes. Right, I say. So it's settled. Then, Greg claps his hands on his knees and straightens. We'll take you back to the Vironov place, and you'll be good to go. He taps the back of Timothy's seat. Get us back on the road. Timo. End quote. Greg Thompson looks so damned pleased with himself that I want to punch him in the mouth. Or the nuts. I'm so angry that I remain silent for the entire trip back to where they picked me up. In the daylight. The road doesn't look quite so scary anymore. But I know that's not the truth of it. Everything just got a whole lot scarier. As we pull to a halt, Greg slides open the door of the van, and I step out. He grips my shoulder before I can walk away. Just remember the arrangement. His eyes lock with mine. You do this thing, and you're free. You don't, and the deal's off. And Quart. I don't answer. I'm about to walk back into the lion's den to gamble with my survival once more. And staying out here with my so-called saviors would be just as treacherous. I hate the idea of gathering information against Kirill. But what choice do I have? I'm damned if I do. And damned if I don't. Fuck my life.
Chapter 21. Kirill. Rage has been clawing at my chest for the last 30 minutes, and it's only getting more intense with each passing second. Where is she? I've had my men search every fucking square millimeter of the area, and I'm growing more and more aware that I'm just wasting my time. Feeling helpless is not something I'm used to. This fucking woman has me by the balls, and I fucking hate it. But there's no denying the reality of the situation. Not only did she get to the outside wall, but somehow she made it over. She's gone. Dolboyob. She's off the property and out of my control. Out there on her own. Unless a rival gang caught her already. Bullshit. Dima walks up to me and I wait for him to start talking. We found the service gate unlocked. He says, figure she got out there. His tabel. Cherd Vozmi. I rub my forehead. So she was out in the street in the middle of the fucking night. I don't want to think about what could have happened with her out there. I think we're going to have to cast the net wider. Boss. And grazes, I let out a sigh. Feeling the weight of my frustration and anger continuing to bubble inside me. I carelessly let her out of my sight, and here we are. Abluyudok, then do it. I tell him, get the men out there now. Whoever finds her gets $1 million bonus. Even as I say it, I don't hold out much hope of getting any useful intel. It's unlikely that she's simply wandering around out there. And if Petrov's people picked her up, whatever we learn will be irrelevant. The motherfucker will have her, and he'll contact me with his demands. Or I'll be getting her body back in bloody pieces packed in boxes. Fuck. My stomach churns and my lips tingle as adrenaline floods me once again. I'll keep you updated. Boss. Dima says over his shoulder as he leaves. I barely pay attention to the words. I know he will. Instead, I'm scowling down at my phone as if it's going to burst into flames at any moment, while I stalk across the lawn back to the house. I can't waste another fucking second waiting around here. I must get out and do something that feels like I'm not just killing time. I'm halfway to the house when a voice stops me in my tracks. Kirill. The figure moving toward me has me shaking my head to clear it. I stand rooted to the spot as I take in the sight, half convinced that I'm seeing things. It's her, Tiana. By the time I realize, my legs have sprung into action and I'm sprinting across the grass toward her. As I reach her, I grab her with both hands and sweep her up against my chest. Fuck. I wrap my arms around her so tightly that she makes a little gasping sound. Jesus Christ, Vironov. What the fuck are you doing? It's an unfamiliar to be this much affected by a woman. But I don't give a fuck anymore. I found her and that's all that matters. Kirill, I'm so sorry, she says, her voice muffled by my shirt, pulling her away. I hold her out from me and trace my eyes over her. You're safe. Ptishka. The words never sounded sweeter. I run my hands up and down her arms, and then over her hips as I examine her from head to toe. You are not hurt? No. She shakes her head. I'm not hurt. Is my tan centered-y? Fuck, I say again. I stop, finally allowing myself to release the nightmare visions that have been assaulting me since I found out she was gone. What Petrov would have done to her in revenge for his nephew's death. I force myself not to think about it anymore. I'm fine. Really? She gives a weak smile. I narrow my eyes on her. Where the fuck has she been? The words are on the tip of my tongue, but this is not the place for this conversation. Inside, I say, I keep a firm grasp on her hand as I step away and start walking briskly back to the house. Now that she's back, it feels like standing outside is too exposed. I feel raw out here. She jogs to keep up. I didn't mean, not now. I keep walking. I need to tell the others that the crisis is over. Dima, I call. He's nowhere in sight, but I spot Yuri, my head of security. Prekrotit Poisk. Call off the search. She's safe. Unquote. He stares curiously at Tiana, probably fighting down 1,000 questions. But he's too well trained to ask any of them. Da. Bakhan. He gives a curt nod, then turns on his heel and jogs off to where some of the other men are gathered near the front gate. Tiana follows me inside the house, and I pull her into the main living room and slam the door behind us. I can't fucking believe she got away from me like that. My heart is still pounding in my chest, and my blood feels hot as it courses through my veins. I whirl around to face her, my fists clenched at my sides. For a second, I just stand there, staring at her, and then I step close, take her face in both my hands, and rest my forehead against hers, breathing deeply to compose myself. It doesn't work. I can't believe that one person can consume me with so many conflicting emotions. Right now, I'm filled with pure fury, mingled with an overwhelming urge to pull her close and beg her to never do that again. I stick with fury. It's something I understand. I move away from her again. Her eyes are huge dark pools as she gazes up at me. But I won't allow that to influence me now. Explain. I snap, my voice heavy with anger and relief. Tiana shrinks back against the door. I'm sorry, she says, setting her chin straight. I didn't mean to worry you. Maddest to do of her. Sorry doesn't fucking cut it. Tichka, you could have been killed out there for fuck's sake. Do you understand that? I take a step closer to her, getting right in her face. Something flickers in her eyes, and her posture stiffens. Well, sorry is all I've got. Okay? She takes in a breath. I needed time to think. Miaz, what the fuck is wrong with thinking here? I bark, pointing at the floor in front of her. She looks down, and so do I. Her sneakers are scuffed and muddy, reminding me of her foolish trek through the undergrowth. I couldn't think here because you were here, she snaps. I narrow my eyes on her, and that is where you should have been too. Here, with me. It's not heaven so. Are you not hearing me? She stomps her foot. I needed to get out. Out? I scoff. Do you have any idea what could have happened to you out there? Of course. I do. I could have been free. Free. And away from this. She flings her hands out on either side of her. This what? Away from this Bratva bullshit? Free from being a commodity you traded for money. Her voice pitches high on the last word. So you ran. Was there? What did you expect from me? Kirill? She can't possibly understand the danger she put herself in. The world I live in doesn't give mercy to the weak or the vulnerable. And no one I know is as vulnerable as she is. Especially now that being with me has put a target on her back. Petrov and others like him are waiting for her to expose herself. Exactly the way she did. I expected you to not act like a spoiled child. Spoiled child? She scoffs. You're calling me a spoiled child? What else should I call you? By my name. But frankly, I'd prefer it if you didn't call me anything at all. I'd prefer it if you just let me go. That will never happen. You know that. Ah, yes. Because you own me. Way? Yes. Because I own you. 1 teen. Yeah. That. And I can't fucking stand the thought of anything bad ever happening to you. Well, that's too fucking bad. Mr. Bratva! Because then I'm just gonna try to escape again. Her jaw is out. Her eyes flaring. Fuck. She's beautiful. Then I will fucking lock you in a goddamn cage until you can see sense. My breath is coming fast. Go right ahead. You dick. I'll find a way out. She's panting too. Her cheeks flushed with anger. Blyad. Really fucking beautiful. And I'm still fucking furious. You are an idiot. Do you know that? Girl, you do not know what is out there? I do know. Freedom. From you. Her chest heaves. And one day, I will get away from you for good. Not fucking happening, I roar. A wave of rage hits me with such force that I spin around and slam my fist against the door. Wood splinters and flies around us. Kirill! Tiana shrieks and covers her mouth with both hands. I'm breathing hard, my nostrils flaring as I suck in air. There's a streak of blood on the hard wooden door where I hit it, and I can feel it trickling over my cracked knuckles. It doesn't hurt nearly as much as the thought of losing her. She's cringing away from me now, and it fucking kills me. Petishka. I raise a hand and she flinches, and that kills me a little more. Don't hurt me. Her voice has lost its fire. I scrub a hand over my face. Tais fordish minya summa. Ted, I don't. She licks her lips, still holding herself away from me. I don't understand what that means. Daters, you make me fucking crazy. I drop my hand from my face, trying to calm myself the fuck down. Do you really believe that I could ever hurt you? Those beautiful deep eyes are still fixed on my face. And then she sags, her features crumpling. I don't know, she says, covering her face with her hands as tears spill down her cheeks. And fuck me if it doesn't break my goddamned heart. Moving into her space and not letting her pull away. I take her hands in my own and brush my lips over her fingers. Never. I would never do that to you. Ptishka, you are too precious. I stop there. It's as close to a declaration of affection as I've ever come. I'm on shaky ground. Unknown territory. But I need her to know that she's safe here. Safe with me. How am I supposed to believe that? She is shaking her head but no longer trying to get away from me. Good. I've had enough of her withdrawing from me for one day. Because I would never lie to you. Our eyes connect. Ever. I lower my lips and place a kiss on her knuckles, and then press her cold fingers to my cheek. Kirill. Hi. She chokes the words out. I'm sorry I ran. I didn't know what else to do after. Her words trail off into a sob. After what? I demand. But this time, my voice is quieter. Are gentler. She tilts her head back and looks at me with tear-stained eyes that pierce me to my core. After seeing what you did to that man, she whispers brokenly, I thought that you were a monster. As entry, and you thought right. The words come hard, but I can't deny them. It is the truth. I am a monster. To men like the one you saw, evil men. To them, I will always be a monster, but never to you, whatever I may be. I will never harm you. Do you understand this? Ptishka? It takes a long time for her to answer. Seconds drag by in silence with her eyes locked on mine. I know she's surveying me, and I allow it. I know she's looking for lies behind my words, and I let her. She will not find any. When she finally answers, it warms my heart. I do first. Her lips curl. I believe you. I know I'm safe here. With you. Inender. That is why you can never leave without me knowing. Not because I own you, but because the world out there is not safe. There are people who would harm you. Because of me. With 3, Blyad. I fucking hate to admit this, but it's the truth. Knowing that I'm the reason she'll never have a normal life. I dragged her into this against her will, and now there is no getting away for her. I will make sure that you are happy here. End quote. She presses her lips together and nods, her eyes misting, as if she's gone into some deep part of herself. I tip her chin up with my forefinger. I will take care of you, in every way. I promise you this. Tiana, whatever war she seemed to be waging within seems to have died down now. I know you will. Kirill, I believe you. Is that good? I pull her against my chest again and wrap my arms around her. Such a fragile little thing. She'd be crushed out there. Kirill, yes. Ptishka, I'm not ready to let her go yet. So I don't. There is something I need to tell you. She whispers. Yes? I'm finally breathing easy again. Now that the rage has subsided, relief has taken its place. I'm feeling a sense of peace that's almost overwhelming. It is important, and I'm just worried that... She trails off. You can tell me anything. Ptishka, I cannot. You promise you won't get angry? Blyad. What the fuck is she going to tell me? I promise. I say before I could change my mind. Okay. She takes a deep breath. The thing is, The battered door flies open. Dima is framed in the doorway. Boss. Wary. What the fuck? Dima, you just barge in? Boss. We found her. He takes a step into the room. I glare at him over the top of Tiana's head. What are you talking about? Mudak? She's right here with me. His rest. Tiana looks over her shoulder at him. Bewildered. No. Dima's voice is strident. I'm saying we found her. His eyes move to Tiana, and then shift back to me. Her? Is he saying? I start to get a sinking sensation in my gut. Dima continues to stare at me with eyes that speak more than 1,000 words, telling me something I'd rather not face right now. The realization hits me like a lightning bolt. They found her. Vironov, you are fucked.
Chapter 22. Tiana. I immediately snap my mouth shut as Dima storms into the room, not bothering to close the door behind him. What's his deal? This place is starting to feel like a freaking train station. And who is he talking about? They found her? Who? All I know is that Kirill has gone stiff as a post, and I didn't even get a chance to tell him about the baby. This is the second time this has happened. Shit! I was so sure it was the right time. It is the right time. I can't keep this to myself anymore. It's too damn important. But the moment seems to have passed, because he is pulling away from me, facing Dima. What the fuck are you talking about? Bratok? I keep a hand on his arm, not wanting to break contact with him. Argai kept looking, as you instructed. After she didn't pitch up at the meet, we assumed the worst, because that fucker Ivan. Dima stops and rubs the back of his neck. Anyhow, you know how she can be when Nena Angliuskom. Kirill slants a look at me, and then looks back at Dima, who gives a tight nod, and then launches into rapid-fire Russian. Needless to say, I don't understand a word. All I know is that Kirill is growing more and more tense as Dima continues speaking. I stand from one foot to the other, trying to figure out what on earth is going on, and cursing myself for not picking up at least a little bit of Russian since I've been brought here. That's going to have to change, especially now that I've decided to stay. The thought hits me like a shockwave. I'm going to stay. Screw the FBI. Screw escape. As I watch the hard lines of Kirill's face while he speaks animatedly with Dima, the way those insanely beautiful eyes glitter, and how a dark curl of hair falls over his forehead, I know that I want to be with this man. I don't care if he's older than me. I don't care about his temper issues. He showed me that deep down, he's a good man. He showed me that he cares for me. I want to be with him more than anything. I want to be here and have his child and raise it with him. If that means I'm nuts, then so be it. You are nuts. T. You are most certainly nuts. But nobody has ever looked after me the way he does. Not my dad who fucking sold me at an auction. Or my mother who disappeared without trying to get to know her own daughter. Or even Roxy, who cheerfully helped me escape when I was obviously doing the wrong thing. As sad as it is, Kirill is right. There is no one out there for me except danger. Nobody who cares. That's why I belong here. I belong here with the man who would move mountains for me because he believes I deserve it. I don't care what agent asshole and the others threaten me with, or what they try to promise me. What they're offering me is not freedom. It's just a cage of a different kind. Witness protection? Yeah. Right. Like they could protect me from Kirill and the Bratva. Even if they could protect me, I'd be under their control for the rest of my life. Not to mention that I would have to keep looking over my shoulder wherever I go, trying to hide and run away from the man I want to be with, the father of my child, the only one who truly cares about me, the one who sees me the way I am and loves me for it, my lover. Kirill Vironov is my lover. Not even my best friend sees me or looks at me the way he does. And maybe his definition of love is different from a normal man's. But then again, Kirill Vironov is no normal man. He is one of a kind. And he wants me. He is willing to better himself for me. Nobody has ever done that for me. Ptihka. He's looking down at me. And it takes me a moment to realize it, because I'm still reeling at what I've just learned about myself. I love this man. I freaking love him. Yes. I managed to croak out, trying to keep my shit together. We need to talk. I do. Yes. I say again, almost mesmerized by my own realization. We definitely need to talk. About so much. I barely know where to start because everything I have to say holds so much weight that I feel crushed by it all. I must tell you something. He begins. I put my finger over his lips, feeling the light rasp of stubble there. He hasn't shaved. His eyes are shadowed. I know it's my fault. I did that to him when I left him. I won't do that again. No. I need to finish what I was going to say. I interrupt him. I have to say it all. About the baby. About the FBI and their outrageous demands and their plans to arrest him and collapse his empire. About how much I love him. Tiana. It has to wait. He brushes a kiss against my finger before moving it away. No, it can't wait. I'm breathless with the enormity of what I'm about to say. I glance over at where Dima is staring in bemusement. I swallow hard and lick my lips. My mouth feels like a desert. Kirill. He frowns at me. Ptihka. There is something I must tell you. But if you are going to... I'm getting there. I put my hand up. Oh God. I can't do this. Dima is right here. He's going to freak out about the FBI thing. So will Kirill. And while I'm pretty sure that Kirill will never hurt me, there's no telling what the stocky Russian who's glowering at me might do. But then again, Kirill won't let him touch me. Of course he won't. But the trouble it will cause... Shit! Just get it over with. I'm so sorry I left. I forge on. I cup his cheek with my hand. It was wrong. And I know that now because while I was out there, I lick my lips yet again. I realized how much I care about you. Kirill. Deeply. So much so. I take in a deep breath, because I know there's no way I can tell him about the baby or the FBI while Dima is staring at me with his mouth hanging open. Even if we were alone, it would be hard to tell him the most important things. That I love him. That I'm carrying his baby. You care about me. He tilts his head. Yes. I nod like a fool. More than anyone. And I want you to know that I'm never going to scare you like that again. Kirill. I belong here with you. There's a slight tightening at the edges of his full lips as he takes in my words. And then his eyes soften. It's not something that anyone else might easily see. But I know that look. He's pleased. More than pleased. When he pulls me up against his lean, hard body and presses his lips to my forehead. I know that I'm right. That's good. Ptishka, he murmurs into my hair. That's good, because it would kill me if my little bird flew away. Though, it won't happen, I say hoarsely, burrowing closer and feeling his warmth seeping into me. Why did I ever want to be anywhere else? This is home. Here, where I'm wanted. This is the place where Tiana Avance needs to be. And soon, it will be Tiana Vironov. Because If he wants me as his wife and the mother of his child, I'm going to dive in headfirst and love every minute of it. Dima clears his throat. Boss, this is very, I'm pretty sure the word he's looking for is awkward. I step away from Kirill slightly, suddenly feeling self-conscious. Kirill doesn't seem to care at all. Dima, we can deal with that situation later. I am busy now. He threads his fingers through mine. They're warm and strong, just like the rest of him. It gives me a happy little shiver that ripples down to my core, and I press my thighs together. Maybe this conversation needs to continue in the bedroom. I stifle a smile. No, boss, that won't be possible. Dima shakes his head. You see, we didn't just find her when we tracked her down. We brought her here, where she would be safe. To the servant. She? The atmosphere suddenly shifts. I still don't know who this she is. But Kirill has turned to stone. The already hard muscles of his arm now feel like granite beneath my fingers. I steal a glance at his face and see that his jaw is clenched, a muscle flickering in his cheek. I recognize the signs. He's keeping his temper in check, but barely. And I'm so damn glad that it's not aimed at me right now, because he's terrifying when he's angry. You brought her here? Kirill says, his voice low and menacing. Twin spots of color mark his cheeks. Are you out of your fucking mind? Dima splays his hands. What did you want from me? You told me to fix it. I fixed it. And this is your idea of fixing it? Kirill barks, raking a hand. I get the feeling he is deliberately avoiding looking at me. What the fuck did you think would happen by bringing her here? She's going to Edo Pipits. Dima, this is a fuck-up. How the hell was I supposed to know what you would want? Dima snaps a glance at me. You haven't given clear orders for anything. Apart from your crazy hunt to find this, Suka, anger flares in me at his words. I might not know the language, but the meaning is crystal clear. I open my mouth to speak, but Kirill stops me. Everything in him bristles, his fists bunching, and for a moment, I feel more than a little worried for Dima, but holy shit. The man is hot when he gets like this. Posthole tie, he growls. You do not speak about her like that. Understand? I will gut you like a fucking fish. End quote. Dima backs down a little. Yes. Boss. He lowers his eyes. I still don't know what you want me to do about her. Though, ever. Who the hell are they talking about? I'm starting to get pissed off. Kirill is still not giving me any clues. I've just told this man I care about him more than I care about anyone. And suddenly, he's tiptoeing around something that seems to be a really big deal. Or someone. Okay. I'm getting tired of all this secretive shit you two are playing at. I glare at Dima, and then look up at Kirill, who now looks seriously uncomfortable. Who are you talking about? Who is this she? I demand. I get my reply sooner than expected. Both men stiffen as a cool female voice answers from behind Dima. Who do you think? The voice is a husky, exotic murmur, accompanied by the click of high heels on marble as its owner steps into the room. The atmosphere shifts again. A sense of dread begins to take hold in my chest, and I can't explain why. I crane my neck to see who it is, catching a glimpse of platinum hair and imperious blue eyes. The woman who walks into the room shoots me a glance. then turns to face me. Her long, silky hair rolls down her shoulders, accentuating a face that wouldn't look out of place on the cover of a beauty magazine. Cold eyes pin me in a way that makes me feel entirely inadequate. "My name is Zoya Viranov," she says coolly, a perfect eyebrow arching as she gives me the once-over. "I'm Kirill's wife. And you are?" And I'm pretty sure that my heart stops. End of part 1. Click here to continue to part 2.